This is Audible.
Full Moon by Jim Butcher. Print publication by ROC, a division of Penguin Putnam. This production is brought to you by Buzzy Multimedia Audiobooks and is read to you by James Marsters.
Chapter 1. I never used to keep close track of the phases of the moon, so I didn't know that it was one night shy of being full when a young woman sat down across from me in McAnally's pub and asked me to tell her all about something that could get her killed. No, I said, absolutely not. I folded the piece of paper with its drawing of 3 concentric rings of spidery symbols and slid it back over the polished oak wood table. Kim Delaney frowned at me and brushed some of her dark, shining curtain of hair back from her forehead. She was a tall woman, buxom and lovely in an old-world way, with pale, pretty skin and round cheeks well used to smiling. She wasn't smiling now. "Oh, come on, Harry," she told me. "You're Chicago's only practicing professional wizard, and you're the only one who can help me." She leaned across the table towards me, her eyes intent. "I can't find the references for all these symbols. No one in local circles recognizes them either. You're the only real wizard I've ever heard of, much less know. I just want to know what these others are." "No," I told her. "You don't want to know. You're better off forgetting this circle and concentrating on something else." "But—" Mac caught my attention from behind the bar by waving a hand at me and slid a couple of plates of steaming food onto the polished surface of the crooked oak bar. He added a couple of bottles of his homemade brown ale, and my mouth started watering. My stomach made an unhappy noise. It was almost as empty as my wallet. I would never have been able to afford dinner tonight, except that Kim had offered to buy if I talked to her about something during the meal. A steak dinner was less than my usual rate, but she was pleasant company, and a sometime apprentice of mine. I knew she didn't have much money, and I had even less. Despite my rumbling stomach, I didn't rise immediately to pick up the food. In McAnally's pub and grill, there aren't any service people. According to Mac, if you can't get up and walk over to pick up your own order, you don't need to be in there at all. I looked around the room for a moment, with its annoying combination of low ceilings and lazily spinning fans, its 13 carved wood columns and 13 windows, plus 13 tables, arranged haphazardly to defray and scatter the residual magical effects that sometimes surround hungry, in other words angry, wizards. McAnally's was a haven in a town where no one believed in magic. A lot of the crowd ate there. "Look, Harry," Kim said, "I'm not using this for anything serious, I promise. I'm not trying any summoning or binding. It's an academic interest only, something that's been bothering me for a while." She leaned forward and put her hand over mine, looking me in the face without looking me in the eyes, a trick that few non-practitioners of the art could master. She grinned and showed me the deep dimples in her cheeks. My stomach growled again. I glanced over at the food on the bar, waiting for me. "You sure?" I asked her. "This is just you trying to scratch an itch? You're not using it for anything?" "Cross my heart," she said, doing so. I frowned. "I don't know." She laughed at me. "Oh, come on, Harry. It's no big deal. Look, if you don't want to tell me, never mind. I'll buy you dinner anyway. I know you're tight for money lately, since that thing last spring, I mean." I glowered, but not at Kim. It wasn't her fault that my main employer, Karen Murphy, the director of special investigations at the Chicago PD, hadn't called me for consulting work in more than a month. Most of my living for the past few years had come from serving as special consultant to SI, but after a fracas last spring involving a dark wizard fighting a gang war for control of Chicago's drug trade, work with SI had slowly tapered off, and with it, my income. I don't know why Murphy hadn't called me in as often. I had my suspicions, but I hadn't got the chance to confront her about them yet. Maybe it wasn't anything I'd done. Maybe the monsters had gone on strike. Yeah, right. The bottom line was I was strapped for cash. I'd been eating ramen noodles and soup for too many weeks. The steaks Mac had prepared smelled like heaven, even across the room. My belly protested again, growling its Neolithic craving for charred meat. But I couldn't just go and eat the dinner without giving Kim the information she wanted. It's not that I never welched on a deal, but I'd never done it with anyone human, and definitely not with someone who looked up to me. Sometimes I hate having a conscience, and a stupidly thorough sense of honor. All right, I sighed. Let me get the dinner, and I'll tell you what I know. Kim's round cheeks dimpled again. Thanks, Harry. This means a lot to me. Yeah, I told her, and got up to weave my way toward the bar, through the columns and tables and so on. McAnally's had more people than usual tonight, and though Mac rarely smiled, there was a contentment to his manner that indicated he was happy with the crowd. I snatched up the plates and bottles with a somewhat petulant attitude. It's hard to take much joy in a friend's prosperity when your own business is about to go under. I took the food, steaks and potatoes and green beans, back to the table and sat down again, placing Kim's plate in front of her. We ate for a while, myself in sullen silence and she in a hearty hunger. So, Kim said finally, what can you tell me about that? She gestured toward the piece of paper with her fork. I swallowed my food, took a sip of the rich ale, and picked up the paper again. All right. This is a figure of high magic. 3 of them, really, one inside the other, like layered walls. Remember what I told you about magic circles? Kim nodded. They either hold something out or keep something in. Most work on magic energies, or creatures of the never-never, but mortal creatures can cross the circle and break them. Right, I said. That's what this outermost circle of symbols is. It's a barrier against creatures of spirit and magical forces. These symbols here are the key ones. I pointed out the squiggles in question. Kim nodded eagerly. I got the outer one. What's the next? The second circle is more of a spell barrier to mortal flesh. It wouldn't work if all you used was a ring of symbols. You'll need something else, stones or gems or something, spaced between the drawings. I took another bite of steak. Kim frowned at the paper and then at me. And then what would that do? Invisible wall, I told her. Like bricks. Spirits, magic, could go right through it, but mortal flesh couldn't. Neither could a thrown brick, bullets, anything purely physical. I see, she said, excited. Sort of a force field. I nodded. Something like that. Her cheeks glowed with excitement and her eyes shone. I knew it. And what's this last one? I squinted at the innermost ring of symbols, frowning. Mistake. What do you mean? I mean that it's gobbledygook. It doesn't mean anything useful. Are you sure you copied this correctly? Kim's mouth twisted into a frown. I'm sure. I was careful. I studied her face for a moment. If I read the symbols correctly, it's a third wall, built to withhold creatures of flesh and spirit. Neither mortal nor spirit, but somewhere in between. She frowned. What kind of creatures are like that? I shrugged. None, I said, and officially it was true. The White Council of Wizards did not allow the discussion of demons that could be called to earth, beings of spirit that could gather flesh to themselves. Usually a spirit circle was enough to stop all but the most powerful demons or elder things of the outer reaches of the never-never. But this third circle was built to stop things that could transcend those kinds of boundaries. It was a cage for demonic demigods and archangels. Kim wasn't buying my answer. I don't see why anyone would make a circle like this to contain nothing, Harry. I shrugged. People don't always do reasonable, sensible things. They're like that. She rolled her eyes at me. Come on, Harry. I'm not a baby. You don't have to shelter me. And you, I told her, don't need to know what kind of thing this third circle was built to contain. You don't want to know, trust me. She glowered at me for a long moment, then sipped at her ale and shrugged. All right. Circles have to be empowered, right? You have to know how to switch them on, like lights. Something like that, sure. How could a person turn this one on? I stared at her for a long time. Harry, she asked, you don't need to know that either. Not for an academic interest. I don't know what you've got on your mind, Kim, but leave it alone. Forget it. Walk away before you get hurt. Harry, I'm not... Save it, I told her. "You're sitting on a tiger cage, Kim." I thumbed a finger on the paper for emphasis. "And you wouldn't need it if you weren't planning on trying to stick a tiger in there." Her eyes glittered, and she lifted her chin. "You don't think I'm strong enough." "Your strength's got nothing to do with it," I said. "You don't have the training. You don't have the knowledge. I wouldn't expect a kid in grade school to be able to sit down and figure out college calculus, and I don't expect it of you either." I leaned forward. "You don't know enough yet to be toying with this sort of thing, Kim. And even if you did manage to become a full-fledged wizard, I'd still tell you not to do it. You mess this up, and you could get a lot of people hurt." "If I was planning to do that, it's my business, Harry." Her eyes were bright with anger. "You don't have the right to choose for me." "No," I told her. "I've got a responsibility to help you make the right choice." I curled the paper with my fingers and crushed it, then tossed it aside to the floor. She stabbed her fork into a cut of steak, a sharp, vicious gesture. "Look, Kim," I said, "give it some time. When you're older, when you've had more experience—" "You aren't so much older than me," Kim said. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "I've had a lot of training, and I started young. My own ability with magic, far in excess of my years in education, wasn't a subject I wanted to explore. So I tried to shift the direction of the conversation. How's this fall's fundraiser going?" "It's not," she said. She leaned back wearily in her seat. "I'm tired of trying to pry money out of people who save the planet they're poisoning or the animals they're killing. I'm tired of writing letters and doing marches for causes no one believes in anymore." She rubbed at her eyes. "I'm just tired." "Look, Kim, try to get some rest. And please, don't play with that circle. Promise me." She tossed her napkin down, left a few bills on the table, and stood up. "Enjoy your meal, Harry," she said, "and thanks for nothing." I stood up as well. "Kim," I said, "wait a minute." But she ignored me. She stalked off toward the door, her skirt swaying along with her long hair. She cut an impressive, statuesque figure. I could feel the anger bubbling off her. One of the ceiling fans shuddered and let out a puff of smoke as she walked under it, then whirled down to a halt. She raced up a short flight of stairs and exited the bar, banging the door shut behind her. People watched her leave, then glanced back at me, speculation on their faces. I sat back down, frustrated. Damn it. Kim was one of the several people I had coached through a difficult period surrounding the discovery of their innate magical talents. It made me feel like crap to withhold information away from her. But she had been playing with fire. I couldn't let her do that. It was my responsibility to help protect her from such things, until she knew enough to realize how dangerous they were. To say nothing of what the White Council would think of a non-wizard toying with major summoning circles. The White Council didn't take chances with things like that. They just acted decisively, and they weren't always particular about people's lives and safety when they did it. I had done the right thing. Keeping that kind of information out of Kim's hands had been the right decision. I had been protecting her from danger she couldn't fully appreciate. I had done the right thing. Even if she had trusted me to provide answers for her, as I had in the past, when teaching her to contain and control her modest magical talents. Even if she had trusted me to show her the answers she needed to be her guide through the darkness. I'd done the right thing. Damn it. My stomach was soured. I didn't want any more of Mac's delicious meal, steak or no steak. I didn't feel like I'd earned it. I was sipping ale and thinking dark thoughts when the door opened again. I didn't look up, occupied as I was with brooding, a famous pastime of wizards everywhere, and then a shadow fell over me. "Sitting there pouting," Murphy said. She bent over and absently picked up the wadded scrap of paper I had tossed aside earlier, tucking it in tidily to her coat pocket rather than letting it lie about as clutter on the floor. "That's not much like you, Harry." I glanced up at Murphy. I didn't have far to look. Karen Murphy wasn't much more than 5 feet tall. She had gotten her golden hair cut, from shoulder length to something far shorter, and a little longer in front than in back. It was a punky sort of look, and very appealing with her blue eyes and upturned nose. She was dressed for weather in what must have been her at-home clothes. Dark jeans, a flannel shirt, hiking boots, and a heavy woodsman's jacket. She was wearing her badge on her belt. Murphy was extremely cute, for a grown adult who also held a black belt in Aikido and had several marksmanship awards from the Chicago PD. She was a real professional, one who had fought and clawed her way up the ranks to become full lieutenant. She'd made enemies along the way, and one of them had seen to it that she was put in charge of special investigations soon after. "Hello there, Murphy," I told her. I took a swig of ale and said, "Long time no see." I tried to keep my voice even, but I'm pretty sure she heard the anger in it. "Look, Harry, did you read the editorial in the Tribune? The one criticizing you for wasting the city's money, hiring a charlatan psychic named Harry Dresden? I guess you must have, since I haven't heard from you since it came out." She rubbed at the bridge of her nose. "I don't have time for this." I ignored her. "Not that I blame you. I mean, not many of the good taxpayers of Chicago believe in magic or wizards. Of course, not many of them have seen what you and I have, you know, when we worked together, or when I was saving your life." Her eyes tightened at the edges. "I need you. I've got a situation." "You need me? We haven't talked for more than a month, and you need me all of a sudden. I've got an office and a telephone and everything, Lieutenant. You don't need to track me down where I'm having dinner." "I'll tell the killer to be sure to operate during business hours next time," Murphy said. "But I need you to help me find him." I straightened my chair, frowning. "There's been a murder? Something in my field?" Murphy flashed a hard smile at me. "I hope you don't have anything more important to do." I felt my jaw grow tense. "No, I'm ready." I stood up. "Well then," she said, turning and walking away. "Shall we go?" Chapter 2. Murphy declined to ride in the Blue Beetle, my old Volkswagen Bug. The Beetle wasn't really blue, not anymore. One of the doors had been replaced with a green duplicate, and the other with white, when something with claws had shredded the originals. The hood had been slagged by fire, and my mechanic, Mike, had replaced it with the hood from a red vehicle. The important thing is that the Beetle runs, even if it doesn't do it very fast, and I'm comfortable with the car. Mike had declared that the VW Bug was the easiest car in the world to repair, and so that's what I drive. He keeps it running 8 or 9 days in 10. That's phenomenal. Technology tends to foul up around wizards. Flip on a light switch, and it'll be the time when the bulb burns out. Drive past a street light, and it'll pick just then to flicker and die. Whatever can go wrong will, automobiles included. And I didn't think it made much sense for Murphy to risk her vehicle when she could have taken mine, but she said she'd take her chances. She didn't speak as she drove her Saturn down the JFK towards the Rosemont. I watched her, uncomfortable as we went. She was in a hurry, taking a few too many chances cutting in and out of traffic, and I put on my seatbelt. At least we weren't on her motorcycle. "Murph," I asked her, "where's the fire?" She glanced at me. "I want you out there before some other people show up." "Press?" I couldn't quite keep a nasty slur out of the word. She shrugged. "Whoever." I frowned at her, but she didn't say anything else, which seemed typical. Murphy didn't speak much to me anymore. We rode the rest of the way in silence, exited the JFK, and pulled into a parking lot of a half-completed little strip mall. We got out of the car. A jet came in, low, heading for O'Hare International Airport, only a few miles to the west. I squinted at it for a moment, and then frowned at Murphy as a uniformed officer led us toward a building being surrounded by police tape. There was an abundance of light, the moon overhead bright silver, and almost a completely round circle. I cast an enormous gangly shadow as I walked, my duster flapping around my legs. It towered beside Murphy's far smaller shadow ahead of me. "Murphy," I said, "aren't we outside Chicago city limits?" "Yeah," Murphy said shortly. Then aren't we out of your jurisdiction, technically?" "People need help whenever they can get it, Dresden. And the last several killings happened in Chicago, so we want to take a look at this firsthand. I already worked things out with the local force. It's not really an issue." "Several killings?" I said. "Several? As in more than one? Murphy, slow down." But she didn't. Instead, she led me into a roomy building that proved to be under construction, though all the exterior work was finished. Some of the windows were still covered with board. I didn't see any sign of the building's front doors until I got close. "The Varsity," I said, reading it. "I thought Marconi burned it down last spring." "Mm-hmm," Murphy said, glancing at me over her shoulder. "Relocated and rebuilding." Chicago's resident crime lord, Gentleman Johnny Marconi, was the robber baron of the mean streets. He kept all the rough business inside the city proper, leaving his legitimate interests out in the suburbs, like here in Rosemont. Last spring, when I had confronted him in his club, a previous incarnation of the Varsity, about a deadly new drug on the streets, the place had wound up burning to the ground. After the whole mess was over, word got out that the drug dealer I'd taken out had been Marconi's enemy, and that I had nuked him at the crime lord's request. I hadn't refuted the rumor. It was easier to let people talk than force Marconi to make an issue of things. Inside the building, the floors were rough, unfinished. Someone turned on a couple of halogen work lights, and they cast the interior into a bright, clear white light. There was drywall dust everywhere. There were a couple of card tables set up, with workmen's tools left out on them in places. Plastic buckets of paint, tarps, and a sack of new paintbrushes waited for use off to one side. I didn't notice the blood until Murphy put her arm out in front of me to keep me from walking into it. "Wake up, Dresden," she said. Her voice was grim. I stopped and looked down. Blood. A lot of blood. It began near my feet, where a long spatter had reached out like an arm from a drowning man, staining the dusty floor with scarlet. My eyes followed the path of the long blood stain back to a pool, maybe an eighth of an inch deep, surrounding a mound of ripped cloth and torn meat that must have been the corpse. My stomach quailed, threatening to eject the bites of steak I'd taken earlier that evening, but I forced it down. I walked in a circle around the body, keeping my distance. The corpse was, I guessed, that of a male in his 30s. He had been a large man with a short, spiky haircut. He had fallen onto his side, facing away from me, his arms curled up toward his head, his legs up toward his vitals. A weapon, a little automatic pistol, lay 7 or 8 feet away, uselessly out of the victim's reach. I walked around the corpse until I could see the face. Whatever had killed him, it hadn't been human. His face was gone, simply torn away. Something had ripped his lips off. I could see his blood-stained teeth. His nose had been torn all the way up one side, and part of it dangled toward the floor. His head was misshapen, as though some enormous pressure had been put on his temples, warping his skull in. His eyes were gone, torn out of his head, bitten out. There were the ragged slash marks of fangs all around the edges of the sockets. I closed my eyes tightly, took a deep breath, another, a third. That didn't help. The body stank, a sickly sewer smell that ran up from the torn innards. My stomach wanted to roll up in my throat, out of my mouth and onto the floor. I could remember the other details, even with my eyes closed, and cataloged them neatly for later reference. The victim's jacket and shirt had been torn to bloody ribbons, along with his forearms in defensive wounds. His hands and arms were a mass of pulped, ripped meat, the palms and fingers slashed into ragged lumps. The curl of his body hid his abdomen from me, but that's where the blood was pooling from, spreading out like ink from a spilled bottle. The stench only confirmed that he had been eviscerated. I turned away from the corpse and opened my eyes, staring down at the floor. "Harry?" Murphy said from the far side of the body. The note of hardness that had been in her voice all evening was absent. She hadn't moved when I'd done my cursory examination. "I recognize him," I said. "At least I think I do. You'll need to check dental records or something to be sure." I could hear the frown in her words. "Yeah? Who was he?" "I don't know his name. I always called him Spike, for the haircut. He was one of Johnny Marconi's bodyguards. Murphy was quiet for a while, and then said succinctly, "Shit." "What, Murph?" I looked back at her without looking down at Spike's mangled remains. Murphy's face was set in concern. For me, her blue eyes gentle. I saw her wipe the expression away as quickly as a shadow across the floor, a smoothing of lines that left her features neutral. I guess she hadn't expected me to turn to her. "Take a look around a little more," she said. "Then we'll talk." "What am I looking for?" I asked her. "You'll know it," she said, then added in a whisper that I didn't think she intended me to hear, "I hope." I turned back to my work and looked around the room. Off to one side, one of the windows was broken. Near it was a table, lying askew on the floor, its legs warped and bent. I walked over to it. Broken glass littered the ground around the collapsed table. Since the glass was on the inside of the building, something must have come through the window. There was blood on several of the broken pieces of glass. I picked up one of the larger ones and frowned at it. The blood was dark red, and not wholly dried. I took a white handkerchief from my pocket, folded the shard of glass onto it, and slid it into the pocket of my duster. I rose and paced over the floor, my eyes downcast, studying the dust. In one spot it was rubbed almost clean off the floor, as though a struggle had taken place there without blood being spilled. In another spot, where the halogen lamps didn't quite reach, there was a pool of silver moonlight below a window. I knelt down beside it. In the center of the pool was a paw print in the dust. A paw print, almost as big as my spread hand. Canine. Dots at the tips of the paw spoke of heavy nails, almost claws. I looked up through the window at the rounded silver shape of the almost full moon. "Oh, hell," I breathed. "Oh, hell." Murphy came toward me and watched me silently for a moment, waiting. I licked my lips, stood up, and turned to her. "You've got problems." "No kidding. Talk to me, Dresden." I nodded, then pointed at the window. "The attacker probably came in there. He went after the victim, attacked him, got the gun away from him, and killed him. It's the attacker's blood on the window. They struggled for a while, over there, by that clean spot maybe, and Spike made a break for the door. He didn't make it there. He got torn to pieces first." I turned toward Murphy, looking down at her solemnly. "You've had other murders happen in the same way, probably about 4 weeks ago, when the moon was last full. Those were the other killings you were talking about." Murphy glanced at my face for a moment, keeping her eyes off mine, and nodded her head. "Yeah, 4 weeks ago, almost exactly. But no one else picked up the full moon angle, just me." "Mm-hmm. Then you should see this too," I said. I led her over to the window and showed her the paw print in the dust beneath it. She regarded it in silence. "Harry," she said after a minute, "are there such things as werewolves?" She brushed a strand of her hair back from her cheek, a small and oddly vulnerable gesture. She folded her arms over her stomach as though she were cold. I nodded. "Yeah, not like you see in movies, but yeah, I figure that's what you've got going here." She drew in a deep breath and nodded. "All right then, all right. What can you tell me? What do I need to know?" I opened my mouth to speak, but I didn't get the chance to say anything. There was a brief bout of shouting outside, and then the front doors of the building banged open. Murphy tensed, and I saw her mouth set a hard little line. Her back straightened, and she stopped hugging herself, pulling her fists on her hips. "God damn it," she said. "How do those assholes get everywhere so fast?" I stepped forward so that I could see. A quartet of people in suits came through the door, fanned out in an almost military diamond formation. The man in front was not quite as tall as me, but he was still very tall, 6 feet and 3 or 4 inches. His hair was jet black, as were his eyebrows, while his eyes were a shade of gray as pale as wood smoke. His dark suit fit him well, and I had the impression that it concealed an athletic build, in spite of the fact that he had obviously seen more than 4 decades. And a blue identification badge reading FBI in huge, obnoxious letters dangled from one lapel. "Secure the scene," he said, his voice deep, tense. "Lieutenant Murphy, what the hell are you doing on a crime scene out of your jurisdiction?" "Nice to see you too, Agent Denton," Murphy said in a flat tone. "You get around so fast." "I told you that you weren't welcome on this investigation," Denton said, his words crisp. His gray eyes flashed, and I saw a vein bulge rhythmically on his forehead. His gaze shifted to me. "Who is this?" I started to say, but Murphy's snort cut over my words. "No one," she said. She flashed me a look that said very clearly to shut up. That annoyed the hell out of me. "Harry Dresden," I said, making the words loud and clear. Murphy and I exchanged a glare. "Ah," Denton said. "The charlatan. I've read about you in the Tribune." His clear, tense gaze returned to Murphy. "You and your psychic friend might want to step out of the way. There's police work being done here. The real kind, where we worry about fingerprints, fibers, genetic matches, silly things like that." Murphy's eyes narrowed, along with mine. But if the twin glares affected Denton, it didn't show in his face. Murphy and Denton had a brief staring match, her fury against his steely intensity. "Agent Ben," Denton called. A woman, not quite in her 30s, with a shoulder-length mane of hair gone prematurely gray, turned toward us from her intent contemplation of the corpse. She had olive skin, deep green eyes, and a thin, severe mouth. She walked toward us with a sort of hard-muscled sensuality, moving like someone who was capable of being fast and dangerous when necessary. Of the 4 FBI agents who had entered the room, she was the only one obviously sporting a weapon. Her jacket was unbuttoned, and I could see the straps of her shoulder rig against the white of her shirt. "Yes, sir," Ben said. Her voice was very quiet. Her eyes took up a position midway between Murphy and me, looking at neither of us while watching us both. "Please escort these 2 civilians," Denton stressed the word, "from the crime scene." Ben nodded once, but didn't say anything in reply. Just waited. I gathered myself to go, but paused. Murphy planted her feet and lowered her arms casually to her sides. I recognized the stubborn outthrust angle of her jaw. She had that look she got when she was behind on points in one of her martial arts tournaments. Murphy was ready to fight. Damn. I had to get her cooled off before we could accomplish anything. "Murphy," I said quietly, "can we talk outside?" "Like hell," Murphy said. "Whoever this killer is, he's knocked off 6 people in the last month. I'm here, and I'm after this man. The Rosemont Department has given their consent for me to be here." Murphy glared up at Ben. The FBI agent had her by a considerable margin of reach and muscle. I saw Ben's eyes narrow. Her shoulders grew tenser. "Do you have that in writing?" Denton demanded. The vein in his head throbbed more angrily. "And do you think you want me reporting this to your superiors, Lieutenant?" "Don't push me, Denton," Murphy said, her voice hot. I winced. "Look, Murphy," I said. I put a hand on her shoulder. "Let's just go outside for a minute." I squeezed, just a little. Murphy turned back toward me. She chanced a brief glance up at my eyes, and then relaxed a little, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. "Get them out of here," Denton said, and there was a note to his voice that I didn't like. Ben didn't give us any warning. She moved fast and hard, stepping towards Murphy and flicking something of a martial arts blow I wasn't familiar with toward her temple. There was a quick blur of motion. Murphy's hands got there before the blow landed, and she turned, somehow levering Ben's weight off from her legs, and slammed the gray-maned woman hard into a wall. Ben's expression went from shocked and surprised to furious in a space of half a second. Her hand dipped into her jacket, hesitated for a second, and then resumed motion. She drew her gun with an expert's precision, smooth and quick without seeming hurried. Her green eyes blazed. I threw myself at Murphy, colliding with her and driving her over and down as the gun went off, louder than the close clap of thunder in the interior of the half-finished restaurant. We landed on the dusty floor. "Ben!" Denton shouted. He lunged for her, heedless of the gun, and got between the armed woman and us. I could hear him talking to her in a low, urgent voice. "You crazy bitch!" I shouted. "What's the matter with you?" The two other FBI guys and several patrol officers from outside came running. Murphy grunted and elbowed me in the gut urgently. I grunted back and moved off her. Both of us climbed to our feet, unhurt. "What the hell happened?" demanded one of the officers, an older guy with thinning gray hair. Denton turned to the officer, calm and cool. "Misfire. There was a misunderstanding and Agent Ben's weapon accidentally discharged." The officer rubbed at his scalp and eyed Murphy. "Is that true, Lieutenant?" "Like hell," I said. I pointed a finger at Ben. "This crazy Murphy jammed an elbow into my stomach and glared at me. "That's true," Murphy said, while I rubbed my gut. "It happened just like Agent Denton said, an accident." I stared at her. "Murph, give me a break. This woman—" "Had an accident with her weapon," Murphy said, voice hard. "Could have happened to anyone." Murphy turned her glare on the aging officer, and he blinked mildly, then shrugged. Denton turned back to us and studied Murphy intently for a second. Then he nodded. "Raj, George, why don't you make sure the lieutenant is all right and help her to her car?" Sure, Phil," said a skinny kid with red hair, big ears, and freckles. Mr. Dresden, Lieutenant Murphy, why don't we go outside and get some air? I'm Roger Harris, and this is Agent Wilson." The other FBI guy, a bulky, overweight man in his late 40s, his hair receding and his gut overhanging his belt, just beckoned us to follow him and walked toward the door. Murphy glared at Denton for a moment, then spun on her heel and stalked after the bulky Wilson. I followed her. "I can't believe that. Are you all right? Why the hell didn't you tell them what she did?" I asked Murphy, sotto voce. "That bitch," Murphy said back, not nearly as quiet. "She tried to sucker punch me." "She tried to ventilate you, Murph," I countered. Murph let out a breath between her teeth, but kept walking. I glanced back at the room behind us and saw Spike's torn and mangled body being surrounded by more police tape. Forensics had arrived, and the team was getting set to sweep the room. Denton was kneeling down beside Ben, who had her face in her hands and looked as though she were weeping. Denton was watching me, his gray eyes calculating and expressionless, filing me away under tall, slender, dark hair, dark eyes, hawkish features, no visible scars. I stared at him for a minute and got a hunch, a solid intuition of which I was completely sure. Denton was hiding something. He knew something, and he wasn't talking. Don't ask me how I knew it, but something about him. About the way the veins bulged in his forehead, or the way he held his neck so stiffly, made me think so. The kid, Harris said. I blinked and turned to him. He opened the door for Murphy and me, and we walked outside. "Maybe give Deborah some slack. She's really stressed out about those Lobo killings. She hasn't slept much in the past month. She knew one of the guys who got killed. She's been tense ever since." "Shut up, Harris," the overweight Agent Wilson said, his tone disgusted. "Just shut up." He turned on the two of us and said in a calm voice, "Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see either of you around a scene that isn't on your turf, Lieutenant Murphy. Internal Affairs has enough to do, don't you think?" He turned and went back into the building. The red-headed kid gave us an apologetic, awkward smile, and then hurried to catch up with the overweight agent. I saw him shoot a glance back at me, his expression thoughtful. Then he was gone. The door shut, leaving Murphy and me on the outside, away from the investigation and the evidence at the crime scene. I looked up, through the clear night, at the almost full moon. Werewolves jumping through windows at gangsters' lackeys in unfinished restaurants. A mangled corpse in the middle of a blood-drenched floor. Berserk FBI field agents drawing guns and shooting to kill. A little kung fu, little John Wayne, and a few casual threats. So far, I thought, my nerves jangling. Just one more night on the job. Chapter 3. My stomach roiled around with disgust at the macabre sights inside the building, and with tension at what had nearly happened. One of my ears was still ringing from the sound of the gunshot. I was starting to shake all over now, the adrenaline rush fading and leaving me jumpy and wired. I stuck my hands in my duster's pockets, careful of the blood-stained shard of glass wrapped in my handkerchief, and turned my face into the wind, closing my eyes. Relax, Harry, I told myself. Calm down. Breathe in and out and just keep doing it. See, you aren't dead. Dead people don't breathe like that. You aren't Spike, all torn to pieces on the floor. You don't have any bullet holes in you either. You're alive, and Murphy's all right, and you don't have to look at that eyeless face anymore. But I could see the torn body still behind my eyelids. I could smell the ghastly stench of his opened innards. I remember the blood, sticky on the floor, congealing, thick with tiny flecks of drywall. I tasted bile in my throat and fought to keep from throwing up. I wanted to scream, to run, to wave my arms and kick something until I felt better. I could understand Agent Ben's reaction, almost. If she'd been working on a string of killings like the one I'd just seen, you can't stare at that much blood for very long without starting to see more of it everywhere else. I just kept taking deep breaths, in and out. The wind was cool and fresh on my face, sharp with the smells of the coming autumn. October evenings in Chicago were chilly, breezy, but I love them anyway. It's my favorite time of year to be outside. I eventually calmed down. Murphy must have been doing the same thing beside me, making herself relax. We both started walking back towards the car at the same time, no words needing to be passed between us. Murphy began and fell silent. I didn't look at her, didn't speak. I'm sorry, Harry. I lost control. Agent Denton is an asshole, but he does his job, and he was right, technically speaking. I don't have any right to be on that scene. I didn't mean to drag you into all of this. She unlocked the doors and got in the car. I got in the passenger side, then reached out and plucked the keys from her hand as she began to start the engine. She quirked her head at me, narrowing her eyes. I closed my hands around the keys. Just sit down and relax for a while, Murph. We need to talk. I don't think that's a good idea, Harry, she said. This is the thanks I get for saving your life. Twice now. You're going to hold out on me? You should know how it works, she said, scowling, but she settled back in her seat and looked out at the windshield of the car. We could see the police, forensics, and the FBI suits moving back and forth inside the building. We were both quiet for a long time. The funny thing was that the problems between Murphy and me came from the same source as the problems with Kim Delaney earlier tonight. Murphy had needed to know something to pursue an investigation. I could have given her the information, but it would have put her in danger to do so. I had refused to say anything, and when I pursued the trail myself, all the way to its end, there had been some burning buildings and a corpse or two. There wasn't enough evidence to bring any charges against me, and the killer we'd been after had been dealt with, but Murphy hadn't ever really forgiven me for cutting her out of the loop. In the intervening months, she'd called me in for work several times, and I'd given her the best service I could, but it had been cool between us. Professional. Maybe it was time to try to bridge that gap again. Look, Murph, I said, we never really talked about what happened last spring. We didn't talk about it while it was happening, she said, her tone crisp as autumn leaves. Why should we start now? That was last spring. It's October. Give me a break, Murphy. I wanted to tell you more, but I couldn't. Let me guess. Cat had your tongue? She said sweetly. You know I wasn't one of the bad guys. You have to know that by now. Hell's bells, I risked my life to save you. Murphy shook her head, staring straight forward. That is not the point. No? Then what is? The point, Dresden, is that you lied to me. You refused to give me information that I needed to do my job. When I bring you in on one of these investigations, I am trusting you. I don't just go around trusting people. Never have. She took a grip on the steering wheel, her knuckles whitening. Less than ever now. I winced. That stung. What's worse, she was right. Some of what I knew, it was dangerous, Murph. It could have gotten you killed. Her blue eyes fixed on me with a stare that made me lean back against the car door. I am not your daughter, Dresden, she said in a very soft, calm voice. I am not some porcelain doll on a shelf. I'm a police officer. I catch the bad guys and I put their asses away. And if it comes down to it, I take a bullet so that some poor housewife or CPA doesn't have to. She got her gun out of her shoulder holster, checked the ammo and the safety, and replaced it. I don't need your protection. Murphy, wait, I said hastily. I didn't do it to piss you off. I'm your friend. Always have been. She looked away from me, as an officer with a flashlight walked past the car, shining the light on the ground as he looked for exterior evidence. You were my friend, Dresden. Now, Murphy shook her head once and set her jaw. Now, I don't know. There wasn't much I could say to that. But I couldn't just leave things there. In spite of all the time that had gone by, I hadn't tried to look at things from her point of view. Murphy wasn't a wizard. She'd had almost no knowledge of the world of the supernatural, the world that the great religion of science had been failing to banish since the Renaissance. She had nothing to use against some of the things she encountered. No weapon but the knowledge that I was able to give her. And last spring, I had taken that weapon away from her, left her defenseless and unprepared. It must have been hell for Murphy to daily place herself at odds with things that didn't make any sense, things that made forensic teams just shake their heads. That's what special investigations did. They were the team specifically appointed by the mayor of Chicago to investigate all the unusual crimes that happened in the city. Public opinion, the church, the official policy still frowned at any references to magic, the supernatural, vampires, or wizards. But the creatures of the spirit world still lurked about. Trolls under bridges, cradle-robbing fairies, ghosts and spooks and boogers of every kind. They still terrorized and hurt people, and some of the statistics I put together indicated that things were only getting worse, not better. Someone had to try to stop it. In Chicago, or any of its sprawling suburbs, that person was Karen Murphy and her SI team. She had held the position longer than any of her predecessors, because she had been open to the idea that there might be more than was dreamt of in Horatio's books, because she used the services of the country's only wizard for hire. I didn't know what to say, so my mouth just started acting on its own. Karen, I'm sorry. Silence lay between us for a long, long time. She gave a little shiver, finally, and shook her head. All right, she said. But if I bring you in on this, Harry, I want your word. No secrets this time. Not to protect me, not for anything. She stared out the window. Her features softened in the light of the moon and distant streetlights, more gentle. Murphy, I said, I can't promise that. How can you ask me to... Her face flashed with anger, and she reached for my hand. She did something to one of my fingers that made a quick pain shoot up my arm, and I jerked my hand back by reflex, dropping the keys. She caught them and jammed one of them into the ignition. I winced, shaking my stinging fingers for a moment. Then I covered her hand with mine. Okay, I said. All right. I promise. No secrets. She glanced at me, at my eyes, for a breath, and then looked away. She started the car and drove from the parking lot. "All right," she said. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you because I need every bit of help I can get. Because if we don't nail this thing, this werewolf, we're going to have a truckload of corpses on our hands this month. And," she sighed, "because if we don't, I'm going to be out of a job, and you'll probably end up in jail." Chapter 4. "Jail?" I said. "Jail? Hell, Murphy. Were you planning on mentioning this to me at any time soon?" She shot me with an irritated scowl, headlights of cars going the opposite way on the highway flaring across her face. "Don't even start with me, Harry. I've had a long month." A dozen questions tried to fight their way out of my mouth. The one that ended winning was, "Why didn't you call me in on the other killings last month?" Murphy turned her eyes back to the road. "I wanted to, believe me, but I couldn't. Internal Affairs started writing me about what happened with Marconi and Victor Sells last spring. Someone got the idea that I was in cahoots with Marconi, that I helped to murder one of his competitors and took out the 3-Eye drug ring. And so they were poking around pretty hard." I felt an abrupt twinge of guilt. "Because I was on the scene. You had that warrant out for me, and then it was rescinded. And then there were all those rumors about me and Marconi after the whole thing was over." Murphy's lips compressed, and she nodded. "Yeah. And if you'd tried to tell me about it, it would have been like throwing gasoline on the fire." I rubbed at my forehead. "And it would have gotten me looked at harder, too, by whoever was investigating Murphy. She had been protecting me. I hadn't even considered what those rumors Marconi had spread might do to someone besides myself. Way to go, Harry." "One thing you're not is stupid, Dresden," she confirmed. "A little naive sometimes, but never stupid. IA couldn't turn anything up, but there were enough people who were certain I'm dirty that, with the people who don't like me, they can screw me over pretty hard, given a chance." "That's why you didn't make an issue out of what Agent Ben did, I guess. You're trying to keep everything quiet." "Right," Murphy said. "I'd get ripped open from ass to ears if IA got word of me so much as bending the rules, much less tussling with one of the Bureau's agents. Believe me, Denton might look like a jerk, but at least he isn't convinced that I'm dirty. He'll play fair. And this is where the killings come in, right?" Instead of answering, she cut into the slow lane and slowed to a leisurely pace. I half turned toward her in my seat to watch her. It was while I did this that I noticed the headlights of another car drift across a couple of lanes of traffic to drop into the slow lane behind us. I didn't say anything about it to Murphy, but kept the corner of my eye on the car. "Right," Murphy said. "The Lobo killings. They started last month, one night before the full moon. We had a couple of gangbangers torn to pieces down at Rainbow Beach. At first, anyone figured it for an animal attack. Bizarre, but who knew, right? Anyway, it was weird, so they handed the investigation to me." "All right," I said. "What happened then?" "The next night, it was a little old lady walking past Washington Park, killed the same way. And it just wasn't right, you know? Our forensics guys hadn't turned up anything useful, so I asked in the FBI. They've got access to resources I can't always get to. High-tech forensics labs, that kind of thing." "And you let the genie out of the bottle," I guessed. "Something like that. FBI forensics, the redhead kid with him, turned up some irregularities in the apparent dentation of the attackers. Said that the tooth marks didn't match genuine wolves or dogs. Said that the paw prints we found were off too. Didn't match real wolves." She gave a little shudder and said, "That's when I started thinking it might be something else. You know? They figured that someone was trying to make it look like a wolf attack. With this whole wolf motif, someone started calling the perpetrator the Lobo killer." I nodded, frowning. The headlights were still behind us. "Just a crazy thought. Have you considered telling them the truth? That we might be dealing with a werewolf here?" Murphy sneered. "Not a chance. They hire conservatives for jobs at the Bureau. People don't believe in ghosts and goblins and all that crap out there that I come to you about. They said that the murders must have been done by some sort of cult or a pack of psychos, that they must have furnished themselves with weapons made out of wolf teeth and nails, left symbolic prints around. That's why all the marks and tracks were off. I got Carmichael to check up on you, but your answering service said you were in Minnesota on a call. Yeah, someone saw something in the lake, I confirmed. What happened after that? All hell broke loose. 3 bums in Burnham Park the next night, and they weren't just dead, they were shredded. Worse than the guy tonight. And on the last night of the full moon, an old man outside a liquor store. Then the night after that, we had a businessman and his driver torn up in a parking garage. I.A. was right there breathing down my neck the whole time, too, observing everything. She shook her head with a grimace. That last victim. All the others were outside, and in a bad part of town. Businessman in a parking garage doesn't fit that pattern. Yeah, Murphy said. James Harding III, one of the last of the red-hot industrialists. He and John Marconi were business partners in some development projects up on the Northwest. And tonight, we have another victim linked to Marconi. Yeah, Murphy nodded. I'm not sure what's scarier. Thinking that these are just regular animal attacks, that they've been done by a bunch of psychos with knives edged with wolf teeth, or that they're organized werewolves. She let out a strained little laugh. That still sounds crazy, even to me. Yes, Your Honor, the victim was killed by a werewolf. Let me guess. After the full moon, it got quiet. Murphy nodded. A wrapped up with inconclusive findings, and nothing else happened. No one else died. Until tonight. And we've got 4 more nights of bright moonlight left, if whoever they are sticks to their pattern. Are you sure there's more than one? I asked. Yeah, Murphy said. There's bite marks, or bite-like marks, according to Agent Denton, from at least 3 different weapons. As far as all the lab guys are concerned, it could be multiple perpetrators, but there's no way for forensics to be sure. Unless it's real werewolves we're dealing with, in which case each set of marks goes with a different set of teeth, and we're looking at a pack. Murph nodded. But there's no way I'm going to just come out and tell them that. That would put the nails in my career's coffin. I said. This is the part where you tell me about your job being in danger. She grimaced. They only need a good reason to get rid of me now. If I don't catch these guys, whoever they are, politics will hang me out to dry. After that, it'd be simple for them to get some charges going on me for complicity or obstruction. And they'll probably try to get to you, too. Harry, we've got to catch the killer, or killers, or I'm history. You ever get any blood or hair from the scenes? I asked. Yeah, some, Murphy said. What about saliva? Murphy frowned at me. Saliva, it would be in the bite wounds. She shook her head. If they found it, no one has said anything. Besides, all the samples wouldn't do us a lot of good without a suspect to match them against. It wouldn't do you a lot of good, I corrected her. Something left blood on the window when it came through. Maybe that'll turn something up. Murphy nodded. Well, that would be great. Okay, Harry. So you know what's going on now? What can you tell me about werewolves? I pursed my lips for a minute. Not much. They weren't ever anything I studied too hard. I can tell you what they're not, mostly. Give me until morning, though, and I'll put together a full report on them. I glanced out the back window as Murphy pulled off the JFK Expressway. The car that I thought had been following us exited as we did. Murphy frowned. Morning? Can't you do it any sooner? I can have it on your desk by 8. Earlier, if you tell the night sergeant to let me in. Murphy sighed and rubbed her eyes. Okay, fine. We got back to McAnally's, and she pulled in next to the Blue Beetle. Behind us, the car that had been following us came into the parking lot. Jesus, Harry. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to you about werewolves killing people in downtown Chicago. She turned her face to me, her eyes anxious. Tell me I'm not going nuts. I got out of the car, but leaned down to the window. I don't think you're going nuts, Murph. I don't know. Maybe the FBI is right. Maybe it's not werewolves. Crazy things happen sometimes. I gave her half of a smile, which she answered with a faint snort. I'll probably be in my office, Dresden, she said. Have that report on my desk by morning. And then she pulled out of the parking lot, turned quickly out onto the street. I didn't get into the Beetle. Instead, I watched the car that had followed us into the parking lot. It cruised around the far left side of the lot, then started down the row toward me, and kept going. The driver, a striking woman with shaggy, dark brown hair, peppered with gray, did not turn to look at me as she went past. I watched the car go, frowning. It left the lot, turning the opposite way Murphy had, and vanished from sight. Had that been the same vehicle that followed us down the JFK? Or had it only been my imagination? My gut told me that woman in the car had been following me, but then again, my instincts had cried wolf before. I got into the Blue Beetle and thought for a minute. I was feeling guilty and a little queasy still. It was my fault Murphy had gotten into trouble. I had put her in the middle of extremely questionable circumstances by not telling her what was going on last spring. The pressure she was under now was my responsibility. I have what might be considered a very out-of-date and chauvinist attitude about women. I like to treat women like ladies. I like to open doors for them, pay for a meal when I'm on a date, bring flowers, draw out their seat for them, all that sort of thing. I guess I could call it an attitude of chivalry, if I thought more of myself. Whatever you call it, Murphy was a lady in distress. And since I had put her there, it seemed only right that I should get her out of trouble, too. That wasn't the only reason I wanted to stop the killings. Seeing Spike torn up like that had scared the hell out of me. I was still shaking a little, a pure and primitive reaction to a very primal fear. I did not want to get eaten by an animal, chewed up by something with a lot of sharp teeth. The very thought of that made me curl up on my car seat and hug my knees to my chest. An awkward position, considering my height and the comparatively cramped confines of the Beetle. What happened to Spike was as brutal and violent a death as anyone could possibly have. Maybe the thug deserved it, maybe not. Either way, he was only one victim of many that had been torn apart by something that regular people shouldn't have to face. I couldn't just stand aside and do nothing. I'm a wizard. That means I have power. And power and responsibility go hand in hand. I have a responsibility to use the power I've been given, and there is a need for it. The FBI was not in any sense prepared to deal with a pack of ravening werewolves stalking down victims in the midst of the Chicago autumn. That was more my department. I let out a long breath and sat up again. I reached into my duster's pocket for car keys and found a shard of glass wrapped up in my white handkerchief. I unwrapped it slowly and found the blood-smeared glass still there. Blood has kind of a power. I could use blood, cast a spell that would let me follow the blood back to the person who had spilled it. I could find the killer tonight, simply let my magic lead me to him, or them, but it would have to be now. The blood was almost dry, and once it was, I would have a hell of a lot more trouble using it. Murphy would be royally pissed if I took off without her. She would probably assume that I had intended to follow the trail tonight, purposely leave her out of the loop. But if I didn't follow the trail, I'd lose the chance to stop the killer before the night fell. It didn't take me long to make up my mind. In the end, saving lives was more important than keeping Murphy from being pissed off at me. So I got out of the Beetle and opened the storage trunk at the front of the VW. I took out a few wizardly implements, my blasting rod, the replacement for my shield bracelet, and one thing that no wizard should be without, a Smith & Wesson .38 Chief Special. I carried all of these back to the front of the car with me and got out the shard of glass and smeared blood. Then I made with the magic. Chapter 5. I got out the lump of chalk I always keep in my duster's pocket and the circular plastic dome compass that rides a strip of Velcro on my dashboard, then squatted down, my voluminous coat spreading out over my legs and ankles. I drew a rough circle on the asphalt around me with a chalk. The markings were bright against the dark surface and almost glowed beneath the light of the nearly full moon. I added an effort of will, a tiny investment of energy, to close the circle, and immediately felt the ambient magic in the air around me crowd inward, trapped within the confines of the design. The hairs at the nape of my neck prickled and stood on end. I shivered and took the shard of glass with its swiftly drying bloodstain and laid it down in a circle between the toes of my boots. I began a low little chant of nonsense syllables, relaxing, focusing my mind on the effect I wanted. Interessari, interessarium, I murmured, and touched the plastic dome of the compass to the damp blood. Energy rushed out of me, swirled within the focusing confines of the circle I had drawn, and then rushed downward into the compass with a visible shimmer of silver, dust-like motes. The compass needle shuddered, spun wildly, and then swung to the bloodstain on the dome like a hound picking up a scent. Then it whirled about and pointed to the southeast, whipping around the circle to hover steadily in that direction. I grinned in anticipation and smudged the chalk with my boot, releasing the remaining stray energy back into the air, and took up the compass and returned it to the blue beetle. The problem with this particular spell was that the compass needle would point unerringly at whoever the blood had come from until the sun rose the next morning and disrupted the simple magical energies I had used to make the spell. But it didn't point out the swiftest way to get to the target, only the direct direction in which he, she, or it lay. Traffic in Chicago isn't ever what any sane person would call friendly or simple. But I had lived there for a while and learned to survive. I drove past Cook County Hospital, a virtual city of its own inside Chicago, down past Douglas Park, and then turned south to Kedzie. The compass needle slowly aligned to point hard to the east, and I traveled south, and I wound up turning east on 55th, toward the University of Chicago in Lake Michigan. It wasn't exactly a good part of town. In fact, as far as neighborhoods go in Chicago, it was pretty bad. There was a high crime rate, and a lot of buildings were run down, abandoned, or infrequently used. Streetlights were out in a lot of places, so when night closed in, it was darker than most areas. It's always been a favorite haunt for some of the darker things that come crawling out of the never-never for a night on the town. Trolls lurked about like muggers some nights, and any new vampire that came through the city always ended up in this neighborhood, or one like it, searching for prey until he could make contact with Bianca or one of the lesser vampire figures of the city. I pulled over as the compass swung to point at what looked like an abandoned department store, and I killed the engine. The faithful beetle rattled to a grateful halt. I got the map of the city out of the glove box and squinted at it for a moment. Washington Park and Burnham Park, where 4 of last month's deaths had been taking place, were less than a mile away on either side of me. I felt a little shiver run through me. It sure as hell looked like the place to find Murphy's Lobo killer. I got out of the car. I kept the blasting rod in my right hand, the dashboard compass in my left. My shield bracelet dangled from my wrist. My gun was in the left pocket of my duster, within easy reach. I took a moment to take a deep breath, to clear my mind, and to clarify what I wanted to do. I wasn't there to bring the killer down, whoever he was. I was just locating him for Murphy. Murphy could put the guy under surveillance and nail him the next time he tried to move. Even if I did capture him, Murphy couldn't exactly bring him up on charges based on the word of a professional wizard. Municipal judges would love having a cop appear before them and start spouting crazy talk like that. I spun my blasting rod around in my fingers, grinned, and started forward. That was all right. I didn't need the justice system to recognize my power, to be able to use it. There were boards over the front windows of the once department store. I tested each one as I went past and found that one swung in easily. I stopped and examined it carefully, wary of any alarms that might be attached to it, such as the string tied across the bottom, lined with little jingle bells. If I had pushed the wooden sheath any further inward, I would have set it to jangling. Instead, I slipped the string off the head of one of the nails that hung by, lowered the bells carefully, and slipped inside the dim confines of the abandoned store. It was a skeletal place. There were still the bones of shelves forming long aisles, but now barren of merchandise. Empty fluorescent light fixtures dangled in forlorn rows from the ceiling, and the powdered glass of shattered tubular bulbs dusted the floor beneath them. Light seeped in from the street, mostly moonlight, but more light came in from the back of the store. I checked my blood-stained compass. The needle was pointing firmly toward the light. I closed my eyes and listened. A skill that isn't hard to pick up, but that most people don't know how to do anymore. I heard voices, at least a pair of them, talking in hushed, urgent tones. I crept toward the back of the store, using the barren shelves to keep myself from being seen. Then I held my breath and peeked up over the top of the last row of shelves. Gathering around an old Coleman lantern were several people, all young, of various shapes and sizes and both genders. They were dressed in all shades of black, and most wore jackets and bracelets and collars of dark leather. Some had earrings, nose rings. One had a tattoo showing on his throat. If they had been tall, muscular folk, they would have looked intimidating, but they weren't. They were like college students, or younger. Still some with acne, or too oily hair, beards that wouldn't grow all the way in, and the thinness of youth. They looked awkward and out of place. 4 or 5 of them were gathered behind and around a stout young man less than 5.5 feet tall. He had thick glasses and pudgy fingers, and would have looked more at home with a pocket protector than with the spiked leather gloves on his fingers. He stood with his hands on his hips, glaring up at the rail-thin blonde girl, at least a head taller than he was, the lines of her willowy body all awkward, her long, sad face set in an expression of anger. Her hair fell about her face and head in a ragged mane, but her eyes sparkled with contained wrath. Another 5 or 6 of the young people were gathered behind her, and everyone seemed tense. "And I'm telling you," the young man snarled in a muted voice, "that we should be out there right now. We can't allow ourselves to rest until we found them all and torn them apart." There was a murmur of agreement from the people beside him. "I swear, Billy," the blonde said, "you are such a testosterone-laden idiot. If we were out there right now, they might catch on to us." "Use your head, Georgia," Billy snapped back. "You think they haven't figured it out by now? They could take all of us out right this minute if they hit us." "They haven't," Georgia pointed out. "She told us not to move again tonight, and I'm not moving. And if you try it, so help me, I'm going to tie your ankles to your ears." Billy growled, actually growled, though it sounded posed and forced, and stepped forward. "You think you can handle me, bitch?" he said. "Bring it on." George's eyes narrowed. "I didn't sign on to this wolf thing to fight hapless losers like you, Billy. Don't make me start now." She glared at the young people standing behind Billy. "You know what she told us. Are you going to start going up against her word?" "Listen, alphas," Billy said, turning to look at those behind him, and then at those backing his opponent. "I've led you for all this time. I've done what I've promised to do. Are you going to stop trusting me?" I peered at the discussion and then lowered my head again, back into the shadows. Holy, I was a teenage werewolf Batman. I checked my compass, and it pointed firmly at the lit room. The group gathered around the lantern. Were these the killers? They looked more like a group of computer nerds geared up for leather night. Well, this was a start, at least. I could clear out now and let Murphy know what I'd seen. I need to check around the building outside first, see if any of the group had any cars parked nearby to be able to give Murphy the license plate numbers. Hell, we weren't far from the university. Maybe some of them would have parking passes. "What is the meaning of this?" came a clear, strident woman's voice. I craned my neck up to the edge of the shelf again. A dark-complected woman, as tall as the long-faced blonde, but older, solid, with muscle, and moving with an animal surety, had come into the room from a back door. Her brown hair was peppered gray, and it took me only a second to recognize the woman from the car in the parking lot outside of McAnally's. My heart started to pound a little more quickly with excitement. She had been following Murphy and me after all. She glared at the two groups of young people, her eyes almost an eerie shade of amber that could barely be construed as brown. "Have I taught you no better?" the woman demanded. Billy and Georgia were looking down at the floor uncomfortably. The other young people had assumed similar postures, like a group of children caught planning to go out after curfew. "This isn't a game. Someone followed me here. They're on to us. If you start making mistakes now, you'll pay for them with your life," the woman said, stalking back and forth around the group. I checked my compass. The needle swung back and forth as she walked, pointing solidly at her. My heart leapt into my throat. I considered this woman with her almost animal vitality, her commanding presence and force of will. This woman, I thought, might be a killer. And she knew she had been followed. How? How in the hell had she known I was after her? I looked up at her again, excited, only to find her staring intently at the thick patch of shadows around the shelves I hid behind. One of the young people started to say something, and the woman raised her hand for silence. I saw her nostrils flare as she breathed in through her nose, and she took a step in my direction. I held my breath, not daring to duck back down behind the shelves, lest the motion give me away. "Join hands," snapped the woman. "Now." And she turned to the Coleman lantern on the floor and snuffed it out, plunging the room into blackness. There was a moment of confused murmuring, a commanding hiss from the woman, and then there was nothing but silence, and the sounds of shoes and boots moving over the tiles toward the back of the store. They were getting away. I rose, blind, and headed around the shelves toward them as quickly as I could, trying to follow. In retrospect, it wasn't my smartest decision, but I knew that I couldn't afford to let them get away. The spell I'd wrought on my compass wouldn't last long, not long enough to find the woman again, much less any of her pack of young people. I wanted to follow them out, to get the license plates on their cars, anything that would let me help Murphy locate them after they'd run. I miscalculated the length of my stride and bounced into the wall at the end of the aisle. I sucked in a hiss of pain and reoriented myself, following them, using the darkness to conceal me as much as they did. I could have made some light for myself, but as long as no one could see, no one would start shooting either, I reasoned. I moved out carefully, listening and following the sounds. I had only a second's warning. The sound of claws sliding on the old tile, and then something large and furry slammed into my legs below the knee, taking them out from under me and sending me heavily to the floor. I let out a shout and swung my blasting rod like a baseball bat, feeling it crack down solidly on something hard and bony. There was a snarl, a deep animal sound, and something tore the rod from my hand and sent it flying away. It clattered hollowly on the tile floor. I dropped my compass, scrambled for my gun, and got my feet underneath me, backpedaling, yelling my fear out in a wordless challenge. I stood still for a moment, staring at nothing, breathing hard, my gun heavy in my hand. Fear made my heart pound, and as always, anger followed hard on the heels of fear. I was furious that I had been attacked. I'd half expected something to try to stop me, but in the dark, whatever had been snarling had scared me a lot more than I'd thought it would. Nothing happened for a minute, and I couldn't hear anything. I reached into my shirt and drew out the silver pinnacle that had been my mother's, the 5-pointed star upright within the circle, the symbol of order, symmetry, balance of power. I focused my will on it, concentrating, and the pinnacle began to glow with a faint, gentle light. Hardly the binding luminescence that came as a result of focusing power against a being of the never-never, but adequate enough to navigate by, at least. I moved toward the back room. Blue-white light like moonlight pooled around me. It was definitely stupid to keep moving forward, but I was angry, furious enough to bumble my way through the back room of the department store until I saw the blue outline of an open doorway. I headed for it, tripping over a few more things along the way that I couldn't quite make out in the wear light of my amulet, angrily kicking a few things from the path of my feet until I emerged into an alleyway behind the old building, breathing open air, able to see again the dim shapes and colors. Something hit me heavily from behind, driving me to the ground, gravel digging into my ribs through my shirt. My concentration vanished, and with it the light of my amulet. I felt something hard and metallic shoved against the back of my skull, a knee pressed into the small of my back, and a woman's voice snarled, "Drop the gun, or I'll blow your head off." Chapter 6. Call me crazy, but I'm not big on defiance when I've got a gun rammed against my skull. I carefully set the .38 in my left hand down and moved my fingers away from it. "Hands behind your back. Do it," snarled the woman. I did it. I felt the cold metal of the handcuffs around my wrists, heard the ratcheting sound of the cuffs closing around them. The knee lifted off my back, and my attacker shoved me over with one leg, snapped on a flashlight, and shone it in my eyes. "Harry?" she said. I blinked and squinted against the light. I recognized the voice now. "Hi, Murphy. This is going to be one of those conversations, isn't it?" "You jerk," Murphy said, her voice harsh. She was still only a shadow behind the flashlight, but I recognized the contours now. "You found a lead and followed it, and you didn't contact me." "Those who live in glass houses, Lieutenant," I said, and sat up, my hands still tightly behind my back. There wasn't time. It was hot, and I couldn't afford to wait, or I might have lost it. Murphy grunted. "How did you find this place?" "I'm a wizard," I told her, and wagged my arms as best I could. "Magic, what else?" Murphy growled, but hunkered down behind me and unlocked the cuffs. I rubbed at my wrists after they were freed. "How about you?" "I'm a cop," she said. "A car tailed us to McAnally's from the murder scene. I waited until it was gone and followed it back here." She stood up again. "You were inside. Did anyone go out the front?" "No, I don't think so. But I couldn't see." "Damn it," Murphy said. She put her gun away in her coat. "They didn't come out the back. There must be some way up to the roof." She stood up and peered around at the closely packed buildings, shining her flashlight around the roof's edge. "They're long gone by now." "Win some, lose some." I got to my feet. "Like hell," she said, and turned and started into the building. I hurried to catch up with her. "Where are you going?" "Inside, to look for the stairs, a ladder, whatever." "You can't follow them," I said, falling into step behind her as she went into the darkened building. "You can't take them on, not just you and me." "Them?" Murphy said. "I only saw one." She stopped and looked at me, and I explained to her in terse terms what had happened since we parted in the parking lot. Murphy listened, the lines at the corner of her blue eyes serious. "What do you think happened?" she asked when I finished. "We found werewolves," I said. The woman, the dark one with the gray in her hair, was their leader. "Group killers?" Murphy said. "Pack," I corrected her, "but I'm not sure that they were the killers. They didn't seem, cold enough, mean enough." Murphy shook her head and turned to walk outside. "Can you give me a good description?" I kept up with her. "Good enough, I guess. What do you want it for?" "I'm going to put out an APB for the woman we saw, and I want you to describe the kids you heard talking." "What do you need that for? Don't you have the plates off the car she was driving?" "I already called them in," Murphy said. "Rental, probably taken out under a false ID." "I think you've got the wrong people, Murph," I said. "Don't put out that APB." "Why shouldn't I?" Murphy asked. "Someone follows me back to town from the scene of a murder. Not only that, but you can confirm to me that they were the killer from the scene. Not in a court of law, I know, but you can give it to me. That's enough. Standard investigation will turn up the rest if we know where to look. I held up my hand. Hold on. My spell didn't tell me that the woman was the killer, only that it was her blood on the scene. Murphy folded her arms and glared at me. Whose side are you on, anyway? You still don't get it, Murphy, I said, my own temper rising a little. You don't start something with the kind of people who live in boogity land unless you're willing to take it all the way, right there, right then. If you start harassing a pack of werewolves, setting the police after them, you've just declared war. You'd better be ready to fight it. Murphy thrust her jaw out. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. I'm not saying you can't, I said. But whatever it was that tore apart Spike back at Marconi's club wasn't the same thing that was with me in the dark back there. I jerked my head to the main room of the department store. Oh, yeah? Murphy said. Why not? Because it could have killed me, and it didn't. You don't think you could have taken care of yourself against a wolf, Harry? In the dark, I said. Murphy, it's been nearly 100 years since the wolf went extinct in most of the United States. You've got no idea, not at all, of how dangerous they can be. A wolf can run faster than you can drive a car through most of Chicago. His jaws can snap your thigh bones in one jerk. A wolf can see the heat of your body in the complete dark and count the hairs on your head from 100 yards off by starlight. He can hear your heart beating 30 or 40 yards away. The wolf that was there in the dark with me could have killed me easily. It didn't. It disarmed me, even after I hit it, and then left. That doesn't mean anything, Murphy said. But she folded her arms over her stomach and glanced at the shadows around us with a little shiver. Maybe the killer knows you. Maybe it didn't want to risk killing a wizard. Maybe, just maybe, the wolf did it to throw you off. Maybe it spared you just so you would react in this way, just to avoid suspicion. Maybe, I admitted. But I don't think so. The kids I saw. I shook my head. Don't put out the APB yet. Hold off on it until I can get you some more information. Look, you pay me to give you advice, to be your consultant on the supernatural. I'm your expert, right? Listen to me. Trust me. She stared up in my face, her expression intent, looking away quickly when her eyes met mine. Murphy had known me for a while. You don't go looking into wizards' eyes without a darn good reason. Wizards see too much. All right, she said finally. I'll hold off on it, but only until tomorrow morning, when I have that report. If you can't show me anything by then, I'm going ahead after the people we saw tonight. Her mouth quirked in a fierce little grin. I'd have a hell of a time explaining what I was doing out at the crime scene in Rosemont anyway. The grin vanished, leaving only ferocity. But you will have that information for me, Dresden, bright and early. Make no mistake, I will catch the killer before anyone else dies. I nodded to Murphy. In the morning, I said. You got it. Murphy's flashlight flickered and went out as the filament burst with an audible pop. Murphy sighed in the darkness. Nothing ever works right when you're here. Sometimes, Harry, she said, I really hate hanging out with you. Chapter 7. I entered my apartment, tossed my blasting rod, which I had recovered from the abandoned department store, into the corner next to my wizard's staff and my sword cane, and locked the door behind me. It was one of those steel frame doors, the anti-burglar kind. I bought it after a demon had come stomping into my apartment 6 months ago and wrecked my place. My apartment is the basement of a huge old rooming house that somehow managed to survive all the Chicago fires. It was made almost entirely of wood, and it creaks and groans when the wind blows, which is all the time in this city, and makes gentle, soothing music. It's a place with a history. The neighbors are quiet, and my rent is cheap, though less so than it was before the demon trashed my place. The apartment itself is devoid of electrical devices, for reasons that should be evident by now. There's a fireplace and a kitchenette off the main room, a little bedroom adjacent to that, and a bathroom inside of the bedroom. Sunken windows are high on each of the 4 walls, and one is on the wall of the bathroom. I decorate in textures more than I do in colors. There are thick rugs all over the bare stone floors, layered on top of one another in most places. Demon acid had burned away most of my furniture, and I had been obliged to scavenge second-hand stores for replacements. I like furniture with a lot of wood and soft cloth, and I'd made my purchases accordingly. Tapestries hung from my walls, the oldest tapestries that I could find, covering the bare stone. In the ruddy firelight, the oranges and browns and reds that constituted the primary colors of the decor didn't look half bad. I went over to the fireplace and built a fire. October in Chicago is a cold, breezy month, and my dank little haven is usually chilly until I get a fire going. I dropped a few logs on the fire, and Mister made an appearance, rubbing against my leg and purring fondly, staggering my balance off to one side. "Been getting into the steaks again, eh, mister?" I said, and rubbed the big gray cat's ears. Mister's larger than most dogs. Maybe one of his parents was part wildcat. I found him in a dumpster one day when he was a kitten, and he promptly adopted me. Despite my struggles, Mister had been an understanding soul, and I eventually came to realize that I was part of his little family, and by his gracious consent allowed to remain in his apartment. Cats. Go figure. I fired up the wood-burning stove and prepared a quick meal of SpaghettiOs, grilled chicken, and toast. Mister shared in my meal and split a can of Coke with me, as usual, and I tossed the dishes into the sink to soak before I went to my room and put on my robe. Let the wizardry commence. I went to the spot in the far corner and moved the rug there, then lifted up the door in the floor beneath it, revealing the steep stepladder that led down to the sub-basement where I kept my lab. I teetered down the stairs, holding a lit candle that cast a golden glow on the cheerful havoc that is my laboratory. Tables lined the walls, and the longest table filled most of the center of the room, leaving a cramped walk space around it, except for an area at the far side of the lab that I kept completely clear for my summoning circle, a ring of bright copper set into the floor. Books, notebooks, defunct ballpoint pens, broken pencils, boxes, plastic containers, old butter bowls, empty jelly jars, and plastic baggies lay next to other containers of every size and shape that held the spices, rare stones, bones, fur, blood, oddments, jewelry, and other ingredients useful to wizardly pursuits and studies. I reached the bottom of the ladder, stepped over a precariously balanced stack of comic books, don't ask, and started lighting the other candles that lay on dishes around the chilly room, finally bending to light up the kerosene heater that I keep down in the lab in an effort to at least blunt the cold. "Bob," I said then, "wake up, sleepyhead." Up on one of the shelves, huddled in the midst of the thick stack of hardbacks, was the bleached, smoothed form of a human skull, its empty eye sockets gaping. Deep in those eye sockets, there was a flickering of orange light, which grew and solidified into twin points of lambent illumination. "Sleepyhead. Oh, that's rich, Harry. With a sense of humor like that, you could make a living as a garbage man anywhere in the country." The skull's mouth gaped open in a parody of a yawn, though I knew the spirit within, Bob, didn't feel fatigue in the same way that living beings did. I put up with his lip, so to speak. Bob had worked for several wizards over the course of a dozen mortal lifetimes, and he knew more about the nuts and bolts of magic than I ever would. "What are we doing now?" Bob sniggered. "More weight loss potions?" "Look, Bob," I said, "that was only to get me through the rough month. Someone's got to pay rent around here." "All right," Bob said smugly. "You going to get into breast enhancement, then? I'm telling you, that's where the money is." "That isn't what magic is for, Bob. How petty can you get?" "Ah," Bob said, his eyelights flickering. "The question is, how pretty can you make them? You aren't a half-bad wizard, Dresden. You should think about how grateful all those beautiful women will be." I snorted and started cleaning off a space at the center table, stacking things up to one side. "You know, Bob, some of us aren't obsessed with sex." Bob snorted. No easy feat for a guy with no nose or lips. "Some of us don't take a real working body and all 5 senses for granted either, Harry. When's the last time you saw Susan?" "I don't know," I responded. "Couple weeks ago. We're both pretty busy with work." Bob heaved a sigh. "A gorgeous woman like that, and here you are, down in your musty old lab, getting ready to do more ridiculous nonsense." "Precisely," I said. "Now shut up, and let's go to work." Bob grumbled something in Latin, but rattled a few times to shake the dust off the skull. "Sure, what do I know? I'm just a pathetic little spirit, right?" With a photographic memory, 300 or 400 years' worth of research experience, and more deduction capacity than a computer, Bob. Yeah. Bob almost seemed to smile. Just for that, you get my best effort tonight, Harry. Maybe you're not such an idiot after all. Great, I said. I want to work up a couple of potions, and I want to know everything you know about werewolves. What kind of potions and what kind of werewolves? Bob said promptly. I blinked. There's more than one? Hell, Harry. We've made at least 36 kinds of potions down here ourselves. I don't see why you wouldn't... No, I growled at Bob. Werewolves. There's more than one kind of werewolf? More than one kind of what? Bob tilted his skull over to one side, as though cocking an invisible hand to his ear bones. Werewolf. The wolf, Bob replied solemnly, his voice seething with hokey accent. The castle. I blinked at Bob. Huh? What the heck are you talking about? It's a joke, Harry. Stars almighty, you never get out, do you? I eyed the grinning skull and growled in frustration. Don't make me come up there. Okay, sheesh. Aren't we grumpy tonight? Bob's jaws stretched in a yawn again. I'm working another murder case, Bob, and I don't have time to goof around. Murder? Mortal business. It's so complicated. You never hear about murder charges in the Never Never. That's because everything there is immortal. Bob, just shut up and tell me what you know about werewolves. If there's a bunch of different flavors, tell me what they are. I got out a notebook and a fresh pencil, then a couple of clean beakers with alcohol flame burners to heat whatever liquid I put in them. All right, Bob said. How much do you know? Exactly nothing about werewolves. My teacher never covered that with me. Bob barked out a harsh little laugh. Old Justin had a lousy sense of just about everything. He got what was coming to him, Harry, and don't let anyone on the White Council tell you any different. I stopped for a moment. A sudden rush of mixed feelings, anger and fear, and mostly regret, washed through me. I closed my eyes. I could still see him, my teacher, dying in flames born of my will and anger. I don't want to talk about it. Hell, the council even suspended the sentence on you. You were vindicated. Say, I wonder whatever happened to Elaine. Now, there's a sweet piece of werewolves, Bob, I said, in a very quiet, very angry voice. One hand started to hurt, and I saw that my fingers had clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning white. I turned my eyes to him, glaring. I heard the skull make a gulping sound, and then it said, Right. Okay. Werewolves. And, which potions did you want? I want a pick-me-up potion, a night's rest in a bottle, and I want something that will make me imperceptible to a werewolf. I reached out for the notebook and my pencil. First one's tough to do. There's nothing quite like a decent night's sleep. But we can make some super coffee, no problem. He spouted out a formula to me, and I noted it down as he went, my handwriting too dark and angular. I was still angry from the mere mention of my old master's name, and the welter of emotions that rushed up from my memories of Elaine wouldn't subside for an hour. We all have our demons. What about the second one? Can't really be done, Bob said. Wolves have just got way too much on the ball to hide from every one of their senses without doing some major work. I'm talking like a greater ring of invisibility, not just a shadow cape or something. Do I look like I'm made of money? I can't afford that. What about a partial hiding potion, then? Oh, like a blending brew? Look like an unobtrusive part of the background, something like that? I would think that would be most useful, really. Keep you from being noticed to begin with. Sure, I said. I'll take what I can get. No problem, Bob assured me, and rattled off another formula, which I jotted down. I checked the ingredients list, and thought that I had them all stocked among the countless containers on my shelves. Fine. I can get started on these. How much do you know about werewolves, Bob? Plenty. I was in France during the Inquisition. Bob's voice was dry, but that was to be expected, considering. I started on the first potion, the stimulant. Every potion has 8 parts. One part is a base liquid to hold the others and provide a medium for mixing. 5 parts are symbolically linked to each of the 5 senses. One is similarly linked to the mind and the other to the spirit. The basic ingredient to the stimulant potion was coffee, while the base for the scent-masking potion was water. I got them both to boiling. A lot of werewolfery going on then? Are you kidding? Bob said. It was Werewolf Central. We had every kind of werewolf you could think of. Hexen wolves, werewolves, lycanthropes, and loup-garou to boot. Every kind of lupine theriomorph you could think of. Therio what? I said. Theriomorph, Bob said. Anything that shape-shifts from being human into an animal form. Werewolves are theriomorphs. So are were-bears, were-tigers, were-buffaloes. Buffaloes? I asked. Oh, sure. Some Native American shamans could do a buffalo. But almost everyone does predators. And until pretty recently, wolves were the scariest predator anyone around Europe could think of. Okay, I said. And there's a difference between the types of werewolves. Right, Bob confirmed. Mostly it depends on how you go from human form to wolf form, and how much of your humanity you retain. Don't burn the coffee. I turned down the flame beneath a beaker of coffee, annoyed. I know. Okay, then. How do you get to be a wolf? The classic werewolf, Bob said, is simply a human being who uses magic to shift himself into a wolf. Magic? Like a wizard? No, Bob said. Well, sort of. He's like a wizard, who only knows how to cast the one spell, the one to turn him into a wolf, and knows how to get back out of it again. Most people who learn to be werewolves aren't very good at it for a while, because they keep all of their own humanity. What do you mean? Well, Bob said, they can reshape themselves into the form of a wolf, but it's pretty much just topology. They rearrange their physical body, but their mind remains the same. They can think and reason, and their personality doesn't change. But they don't have a wolf's instincts or reflexes. They're used to being sight-oriented bipeds, not smell-oriented quadrupeds. They would have to learn everything from scratch. Why would someone do something like that? I said. Just learn to turn into a wolf, I mean. You've never been a peasant in medieval France, Harry, Bob said. Life was hard for those people. Never enough food, shelter, medicine. If you could give yourself a fur coat and the ability to go out and hunt your own meat, you would have jumped at the chance, too. Okay, I think I got it, I said. Do you need silver bullets or anything? Do you turn into a werewolf if you get bitten? Bah, Bob said. No. Hollywood stole that from vampires. And the silver bullet thing is only in special cases. Werewolves are just like regular wolves. You can hurt them with weapons just like you can a real wolf. Now that's good news, I said, stirring a potion. What other kinds are there? There's a version of a werewolf when someone else uses magic to change you into a wolf. I glanced up at him. Transmortification? That's illegal, Bob. It's one of the laws of magic. If you transform someone into an animal, it destroys their personality. You can't transform someone else without wiping out their mind. It's practically murder. Yeah, neat, huh? But actually, most personalities can survive the transformation. For a little while, at least. Really strong wills might manage to keep their human memories and personality locked away for several years. But sooner or later, they're irretrievably gone, and you're left with nothing but a wolf. I turned from the potions to scribble on my notebook. Okay. What else makes a werewolf? The most common way, back in France, was to deal with a demon, or a devil, or a powerful sorcerer. If you got a wolf hide belt, put it on, say some magical words, and whammy, you're a wolf. A hexen wolf. Isn't that just like the first kind? No, not at all. You don't just use your own magic to become a wolf. You use someone else's. I frowned. Isn't that the second kind, then? Stop being obtuse, Bob chided me. It's different because you're employing a talisman. Sometimes it's a ring or amulet, but usually it's a belt. A talisman provides an anchor for a spirit of bestial rage. Nasty thing from the bad side of the Never-Never. That spirit wraps around a human personality to keep it from being destroyed. A kind of insulation, I said. Exactly. It leaves you with your own intellect and reason, but the spirit handles everything else. I frowned. Sounds a little easy. Oh, sure, Bob said. It's really easy. And when you use a talisman to turn into a wolf, you lose all of your human inhibitions and so on, and you just run on your unconscious desires, with the talisman spirit in charge of the way the body moves. It's really efficient. A huge wolf with a human-level intelligence and an animal-level ferocity. I eyed Bob and gathered up the other ingredients for the stimulant potion. A morning donut for taste, a cock's crow for hearing, fresh soap for smell, bits of a washcloth for touch, and a beam of dawn sunshine for sight. A to-do list for the mind, and a bit of bright, cheerful music for the spirit, and the potion was simmering along nicely. Bob said nothing while I added the ingredients, and when I was finished, I said, "Most people don't have the strength to contain a spirit like that, I think. It would influence their actions, maybe even control them, suppress their conscience." "Yeah, so it sounds more like you're creating a monster." "It's effective," Bob said. "I don't know about the good or the evil of the thing. That's something that only you mortals worry about." "What did you call this flavor again?" "Hexenwolf," Bob said, with a strong Germanic accent. "Spellwolf. The church declared war on anyone who chose to become a Hexenwolf and burned a large number of people at the stake." "Silver bullets?" I asked. "Bitten and turned into a werewolf?" "Would you get off this bitten and turned into a werewolf kick, Harry?" Bob said. "It doesn't work that way. Not ever. Or you'd have werewolves overrunning the entire planet in a couple of years." Fine, I sighed. "What about the silver bullets?" "Don't need them." "All right," I said, and continued jotting information down to put together for Murphy in a report. Hexenwolf. Got it. What else? "Lycanthropes," Bob said. "Isn't that a psychological condition?" "It might also be a psychological condition," Bob said, "but it was a reality first. A lycanthrope is a natural channel for a spirit of rage. A lycanthrope turns into a beast, but only inside his head. The spirit takes over. It affects the way he acts and thinks, makes him more aggressive, stronger. They also tend to be very resistant to pain or injury, sickness. They heal rapidly, all sorts of things. But they don't actually shapeshift into a wolf." "Give the boy a Cupid," Bob said. "They're just people too, but they're awfully fierce. Ever hear of the Norse berserkers? Those guys were lycanthropes, I think, and they're born, not made." I stirred the stimulant potion and made sure it was at an even simmer. "And what was the last one? The loop what?" "Loup-garou," Bob said. "Or that was the name Etienne the Enchanter used for them, before he got burned at the stake. The loup-garou are the major monsters, Harry. Someone has cursed them to become a wolf-like demon, and usually at the full moon. That someone's got to be really powerful, too, like a major heavyweight sorcerer or a demon lord or one of the fairy queens. When the full moon comes, they transform into a monster, go on a killing spree, and slaughter everything they come across till the moon sets or the sun rises." A sudden chill went over me, and I shivered. "What else?" "Supernatural speed and power, supernatural ferocity. They recover from injuries almost instantly if they become hurt at all. They're immune to poison and to any kind of sorcery that goes to the brain. Killing machines." "Sounds great. I guess this hasn't happened all that often. I'd have heard something by now." "Right," Bob said. "Not often. Usually the poor cursed bastard knows enough to shut himself away somewhere or head out into the wilderness. So the last major loup-garou rampage happened around Gévaudan, France, back in the 16th century. More than 200 people were killed in little more than a year." "Holy shit," I said. "How did they stop it?" "They killed it," Bob said. "Here's where the silver bullets finally come in, Harry. Only a silver weapon can hurt a loup-garou. And not only that, the silver has to be inherited from a family member. Inherited silver bullets." "Really? Why would that work and not a regular silver?" I don't make the laws of magic, Harry. I just know what they are and have an idea when they're changing. That one hasn't changed. I think maybe it has something to do with the element of sacrifice. Inherited silver, I mumbled. Well, we'll just have to hope that wasn't a loup-garou, I guess. If it was a lupa, you'd know, Bob said wisely. In the middle of this town, you'd have a dozen people dead every time the full moon came around. What's going on? A dozen people are dying every time the full moon comes around. I filled Bob in on the Lobo killings, giving him all the information Murphy had given to me, and started on the next potion. Into the water went the ingredients. Plastic wrap for sight, a bit of plain white cotton for a touch, a little deodorant for smell, a rustle of wind for hearing, a leaf of plain old lettuce for taste, and finally I threw in a piece of blank paper for the mind, and some elevator music for the spirit. The ingredients were boring. The potion looked and smelled boring. Perfect. "A lot of dead people," Bob commented. "I'll let you know if I think of anything good. I wish I knew something else." "I want you to learn more," I told him. "Go out and see what else you can round up on werewolves." Bob snorted. "Fat chance, Harry. I'm a spirit of intellect, not an errand boy." But when I said the word out, Bob's eyes glittered. "I'll pick you up some new romance novels, Bob," I offered. Bob's teeth clicked a couple of times thoughtfully. "Give me a 24-hour pass," he said. I shook my head. "Forget it. The last time I sent you out, you invaded a party over at Loyola and set off an orgy." Bob sniffed. "I didn't do anything to anyone that a keg wouldn't have done." "But those people didn't ask for you to get into their systems, Bob. No way. You had your fun, and I'm not letting you out again for a while." "Oh, come on, Harry." "No," I said, flatly. "It would only be one little—" "No," I said again. Bob glowered at me and demanded, "New romances. None of those tatty used ones. I want something off the bestseller list." "I want you back by sunrise," I countered. "Fine," Bob snapped. "I can't believe how ungrateful you are. After everything I've done for you. I'll see if I can get someone's name. There might be a spirit or two who could get you some juicy information." The orange lights that were his eyes glittered and then flowed out of the skull in a misty cloud of lambent illumination. The cloud flowed up the ladder and out of my laboratory. I sighed and set the second potion to simmering. It would take another hour or two to cook the potions, and then to shove the magic into them, so I sat down with my notebook and started writing up my report. I had to help Murphy nail the killer, whoever it was, while avoiding any trouble with the FBI. Otherwise, she was out of a job, and even if I didn't end up in jail, I would be out of a living myself. Johnny Marconi's man had been killed, and I would be a fool to think he would stand idly by and do nothing in response. I was sure the gangster would rear his head sooner or later. Aside from all that, there was a monster of one kind or another lurking in the dark, and the police and the FBI had been helpless to stop it. That left only me, Harry Dresden, your friendly neighborhood wizard, to step in and do something about it. And if the killer figured out that I was getting involved, he would doubtless start gunning for me next. My troubles were multiplying. Hexenwolves, werewolves, lycanthropes, loup-garou. What'll they think of next? Chapter 8. The police headquarters downtown consists of a sprawling collection of buildings that have sprung up over the years as need for law enforcement has increased. They don't match, and they come from a wildly varying selection of styles and designs, but they have somehow adapted themselves into a cohesive whole, much like the force itself. Special Investigations operates out of a big, run-down old building, a huge cube that has managed to hold up solidly in spite of the years, the grime, the smog, and the graffiti sprayed on the walls. It has bars over the windows and the doors, and sits hunkered amidst buildings much taller than it, like a faithful old bulldog amidst a crowd of unruly children struggling to maintain peace and order. The inside of the building is plain, even dingy, but they keep it clean. The old war horse of a desk sergeant eyed me as I entered the station, his gray mustache bristling over an impressive jaw. "Hiya, Bill," I told him, and held up the manila envelope I had under one arm. "Bring something to Murphy and S.I. "Dresden," he said wearily, and jerked a thumb toward the stairs behind him, giving me permission to go by. I hadn't got much sleep the night before, but I had showered and dressed nicely before I left the house, in neat business clothes for once, instead of my usual Western shirt and blue jeans. I kept the battered old duster, though, with my blasting rod dangling from a thong inside of it. I took the stairs 2 at a time and passed a few cops along the way. Several recognized me, and 1 or 2 even nodded, but I thought I could detect a sense of uneasiness from each of them. Apparently I was carrying a distinct odor with the law, at the moment. I wrinkled up my nose. The police had always known me as something of a nut, the crazy guy who claimed to be a wizard, but a useful nut, who could provide good information, and whose apparent psychic abilities had helped them on a number of occasions. I was used to being seen as one of the good guys, but now the cops were giving me the neutral, professional glances that they would give to a potential criminal, rather than the casual greetings one would give to a comrade in arms. It was to be expected, maybe, since rumor had associated my name with Johnny Marconi, but it was still disturbing. I was muttering to myself, and deep in my own sleep-deprived thoughts, when I bumped into a tall, lovely woman, dark of hair and eye, full of mouth, long of leg. She was wearing a tan skirt and jacket with a crisp white blouse. Her raven brows furrowed in consternation until she looked up at me, then glowed with a sort of friendly avarice. "Harry," she said, her lips curving into a smile. She stood up on her tiptoes and kissed my cheek. "Fancy seeing you here." I cleared my throat. "Hi, Susan," I said. "Did that syndication deal go through?" She shook her head. "Not yet, but I'm hoping. After those stories you gave me last spring, people started taking me a little more seriously." She paused, drawing in a little breath. It made her chest rise and fall most attractively. "You know, Harry, if you're working with the police again, and you should happen to be able to let me in on whatever is going on—" I shook my head and tried to scowl at her. "I thought we agreed. I won't poke into your business deals, and you won't poke into mine." She smiled up at me and touched a finger to my chest. "That was whenever we were out on a date, Harry." She let her eyes wander down the length of my body and then back up. "Or staying in on one." "Susan Rodriguez, I never knew you were a lawyer as well as a journalist." "Now you're getting nasty," she said, grinning. "Seriously, Harry, another expose like last spring could make my career." "Yeah, well, after last spring, the city made me sign about 2 tons of non-disclosure agreements. I can't tell you anything about the case." "So don't tell me about the case, Harry. But if you could mention, say, a nice spot on the street where I might stand and get some good pictures, I would be very—" She leaned up and kissed my neck. "Very—" the kiss traveled to my earlobe. "Grateful." I swallowed and cleared my throat, then took a step back down the stairs, away from her. I closed my eyes for a second and listened to the thunder of my suddenly pounding heart. "I'm sorry. I can't do that." "Oh, Harry, you're no fun." She reached down and ran a hand over my hair, then smiled to let me know that there were no bad feelings. "But let's get together soon, all right? Dinner?" "Sure," I said. "Hey, what are you doing down here this early?" She tilted her head, considering me. "Trade me?" "I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Off the record, even." I snorted. "Susan, give me a break." She let out a little sigh and shook her head. "I'll call you about dinner, all right?" She started down the stairs past me. "All right," I said. "All right, I'm bringing a report on werewolves to Murphy." "Werewolves?" she said, her eyes lighting. "Is that who's behind the Lobo murders?" I frowned. "No comment. I thought the FBI was keeping that under wraps." "You can't kill a dozen people and expect no one to notice," Susan said, her voice sly. "I keep track of the city morgues." "God, you're so romantic." "All right, your turn. Give." "I was trying to talk to the investigator from the Department's Internal Affairs. Word is that they're putting the pressure on Murphy. trying to clear her out of special investigations. I grimaced. Yeah, I heard that too. Why does that concern you and the arcane? The most successful preternatural investigator the police department has gets strung out to dry? Even if people don't believe it, Murphy does a lot of good. If Murphy gets fired, and I can show how the numbers of mysterious crimes and unexplained deaths go up after she leaves, maybe I can get people to listen to the papers like the Arcane, and to people like you. I shook my head. People don't want to believe in magic anymore, or things that go bump in the night. For most part, they're happier not knowing. And when not knowing gets someone killed? I shrugged. That's where people like me and Murphy come in. Susan eyed me doubtfully. All I need is something solid, Harry. An eyewitness account, a photograph, something. You can't photograph anything really supernatural, I pointed out. The energies around things like that will mess up cameras. Besides, the stuff I'm dealing with right now is too dangerous. You'd get hurt. What if I shot from a long way off? She pressed. Used a telephoto lens. I shook my head. No, Susan, I'm not going to tell you anything. It's for your own good as much as mine. She pressed her lips together. Fine, she said, her tone crisp, and went down the stairs. I watched her go, dismayed. It seemed I was making a habit of excluding people from certain brands of information. Not only were my job and my freedom on the line, and Murphy's job too, now it seemed that my love life, or what passed for it, was in danger as well. I took a moment to try to sort through my thoughts and feelings on Susan, and gave it up as hopeless. Susan was a reporter for the Midwestern Arcane, a tabloid circulated widely from Chicago. It usually ran headlines about Elvis and JFK singing duets in Atlantic City, or on similar topics. But once in a while, Susan managed to slip in something about the real world of the supernatural, the one that people had forgotten about in favor of science. She was damn good at her job, absolutely relentless. She was also charming, gorgeous, funny, and sexy as hell. Our dates had often ended in long, passionate evenings at my place or hers. It was an odd relationship, and neither one of us had tried to define it. I think maybe we were worried that if we did, we would change our minds and write it off as a bad idea. I continued up the stairs, my mind a tired muddle of blood-spattered corpses, savage beasts, angry ex-apprentices, and sultry dark eyes. There were times when my work is hard on my love life, but one thing I'm not is a boring date. The doors to the SI office swung open just before I reached them, and I drew up short. Agent Denton of the FBI was there, tall and immaculate in his gray suit. He stopped, too, and looked at me, holding open the door with one arm. There were bags under his gray eyes, but they were still calculating, assessing, and the veins on his forehead bulged with hypertension. Mr. Dresden, he said, and nodded to me. Agent Denton, I replied, keeping my tone polite, even friendly. Excuse me, I need to get something to Lieutenant Murphy. Denton frowned a little, then glanced at the room behind him, before coming all the way out into the hall and letting the door swing shut. Maybe now isn't the best time for you to see her, Mr. Dresden. I glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was 5 minutes before 8. She wanted it early. I stepped to one side to go around him. Denton put a hand on my chest, just that, but he was strong. He might have been shorter than me, but he was carrying a lot more muscle. He didn't look at my eyes, and when he spoke, his voice was very quiet. Look, Dresden, I know what happened last night didn't look good, but believe me when I say I've got nothing against Lieutenant Murphy. She's a good cop, and she does her job, but she's got to follow the rules, just like everyone else. I'll keep that in mind, I told him, and started to move again. He kept up the pressure against my chest. There's an agent from Internal Affairs in there with her right now. He's already in a bad mood from being hassled by some reporter. Do you really want to go in there and make him start asking all sorts of questions? I glanced at him, frowning. He lowered his hand from my chest. I didn't go around him yet. You know about the investigation she's under? Denton shrugged a shoulder. It's to be expected, all things considered. Too much of what has happened in the past looks suspicious. "You don't really believe, do you?" I asked him. "You don't believe that I'm a real wizard. You don't believe in the supernatural." Denton straightened his tie. "What I believe doesn't matter, Mr. Dresden. What is important is that a lot of the scum out there believe in it. It affects the way they think and operate. If I could make use of your advice to solve this case, I would, the same as any other law officer." He glanced at me and added, "Personally, I think you're either slightly unstable or a very intelligent charlatan. No offense." "None taken," I said, my voice wry. I nodded to the door. "How long will Murphy be busy?" Denton shrugged. "If you like, I'll take the report in to her, drop it on her desk. You can go down the hall and call her. Doesn't matter to me, but I don't mind helping out a stray cop." I looked over for a second and then passed the folder to him. "I appreciate it, Agent Denton." "Phil," he said. For a second he almost smiled, but then his face resumed its usual tense expression. "Do you mind if I take a look at it?" I shook my head. "But I hope you like fiction, Phil." He flicked the folder open and studied the first page for a moment, expressionless. He looked up at me. "You can't possibly be serious." It was my turn to shrug. "Don't knock it. I've helped Murphy out before." He glanced over the rest of the report, the look of skepticism on his face growing more secure. "I'll, give this to Murphy for you, Mr. Dresden," he said, then nodded to me and turned to walk toward the SI office. "Oh, hey," I said casually. "Phil?" He turned to me and lifted his eyebrows. "We're both on the same team here, right? Both of us looking for the killer." He nodded. I nodded back. "What is it you're not telling me?" He stared at me for a long moment, and then he blinked slowly. The lack of reaction gave him away. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Dresden," he said. "Sure you do," I told him. "You know something you can't or won't tell me, right? So why not just pull it out on the table now?" Denton glanced up and down the hall and repeated, in precisely the same tone of voice, "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Dresden. Do you understand?" I didn't understand, but I didn't want him to know that, so I just nodded again. Denton nodded back, turned, and went into the SI office. I frowned, puzzling over Denton's behavior. His expression and reaction had conveyed more than his words, but I wasn't sure exactly what. Except for that one flash of insight the night before, I was having trouble reading him. Some people are just like that. Very good at keeping secrets with their bodies and motions, as well as with their mouths. I shook my head, went to the payphone down the hall, dropped in my quarter, and dialed Murphy's number. "Murphy," she said. "Denton's dropping off my report. I didn't want to bother you with internal affairs hanging around." There was a note of relief in Murphy's voice, subtle, but there. "Thank you. I understand. The investigator is in your office now, isn't he?" "Right," Murphy said, her tone neutral, polite, professional, and disinterested. Murphy keeps a great poker face when it's necessary, too. "If you have any questions, I should be at my office," I said. "Hang in there, Murph. We'll nail this guy." There was the sound of a deeper voice, Denton's, and then the slap of a folder hitting the surface of Murphy's desk. Murphy thanked Denton and then spoke to me again. "Thank you very much. I'll be right on it." And then she hung up on me. I hung up the phone myself and realized I was vaguely disappointed that I hadn't gotten to really speak to Murphy, and that we hadn't had the chance to exchange our usual banter. It bothered me that I couldn't just walk into her office anymore. It made me feel a little queasy and tense inside. I hate politics, but it was there, and as long as I was being held in any amount of suspicion, I could get Murphy in trouble just by being around. Brooding all the while, I stomped down the stairs and out the front door of the station toward the visitor parking where the Blue Beetle waited for me. I had gotten in and was preparing to coax it to life when I heard footsteps. I squinted up into the morning sunshine at the skinny form and big ears of the red-headed young FBI agent from the scene in Rosemont last night. I rolled down the window as he stepped up to my car. He glanced around, his face anxious, then knelt down beside the window so that he could not be easily observed. "Hi there, Agent." "Harris," he said. "Roger Harris." "Right," I said. "Can I help you, Agent Harris?" "I need to know, Mr. Dresden. I wanted to ask you last night, but I couldn't. But I need to ask you now." He glanced around him, restless as a rabbit when a fox goes by, and said, "Are you for real?" "A lot of people ask me that, Agent Harris," I said. "I'll tell you what I tell them. Try me and see." He chewed on his lip and looked at me for a minute, then nodded a jerky little nod, his head bobbing. "All right," he said. "All right. Can I hire you?" My eyebrows went up in surprise. "Hire me? What for?" "I think I know something about the Lobo killings. I tried to get Denton to let us check it out, but he said there wasn't enough evidence. We'll never be able to get a surveillance put on them." "On who?" I asked, wary. The last thing I needed was to be getting involved in any more shady goings-on. On the other hand, as an independent operator, I could sometimes go poking my nose where the police couldn't. If there was a chance I could turn up something for Murphy, or find the killer and stop him outside of legal channels entirely, I couldn't afford to pass it up. "There's a gang in Chicago," Harris began. "No kidding?" I asked, affecting puzzlement. It was lost on the kid. "Yeah, they call themselves the Street Wolves. They've got a really rough reputation, even for this town. A spooky reputation. Even the criminals won't go near them. They say the gang has strange powers. Street Wolf territory is down by 49th Street Beach." He stared at me intently. "Down by the university," I filled in. "And by the parks where last month's murders took place." He nodded, eager as a puppy. "Yeah, right, down there. You see what I'm getting at?" "I see, kid, I see," I told him, and rubbed at my eye. "Denton wouldn't go there and look around, so he sent you down here to get me to do it." The kid flushed. His skin turned bright red until his freckles vanished. Don't worry about it," I told him. "You didn't do a bad job with the act, but you've got to get up pretty early in the morning, etc." Harris chewed on his lip and nodded. "Yeah, well, will you do it?" I sighed. "I guess you can't go on record as paying my fee, can you?" It wasn't really a question. "Well, no. Officially, you are a suspect source, as a consultant." I nodded. "I thought so. Can you do it, Mr. Dresden? Will you?" I was regretting it even before I spoke. "All right," I said. "I'll check it out. But in exchange, tell Denton I want any of the information that the FBI or the Chicago police has on me." Harris paled. "You want us to copy your files?" "Yeah," I said. "I could get them through the Freedom of Information Act anyway. I just don't want to spend the time and the postage. Do we have a deal or not?" "Oh, God, Denton would kill me if he found out. He doesn't like it when someone bends the rules." He chewed on his lip until I thought it would fall off. "You mean like he's doing by sending you here to me?" I shrugged. "Suit yourself, kid. That's my price. You can find my number if you change your mind." I coaxed the beetle to life, and it rattled and coughed and started running. "All right," he said. "All right. Deal." He offered me his hand. I shook it, sealing the bargain, and got an uneasy feeling as I did. Harris walked away from the beetle as quickly as he could, still looking around nervously. "That was stupid, Harry," I told myself. "You shouldn't be getting yourself into anything more complicated than you already have." I was right. But potential gains made the risk worth it. I could possibly find the killers, stop them, and additionally find out why the cops had bug up their collective asses about me. It might help me work things out with Murphy. It might even help me get her out of the trouble she was having. "Cheer up, Harry," I told myself. "You're just going to go poke around a biker's lair. Ask them if they happen to have killed some people lately. What could possibly go wrong?" Chapter 9. A block from the 49th Street Beach, there was a rundown garage, the sort of place you only find in the worst section of big cities. The building consisted of corrugated metal on a steel frame, oxidizing in the rain and the mist rising off the lake, so that gobbets of rust ran down the walls in streaks and pooled on the sidewalks in uneven puddles. One side of the garage was a vacant lot, the other what looked like sort of a pawn shop where crooks traded in their spare guns and knives for a few extra dollars when things got tight. A faded sign hung askew over one of the garage doors, reading, "Full Moon Garage." I pulled the Beetle into the gravel parking lot and parked a few feet from the building. "Thank God it's not too obvious or anything," I muttered, and killed the engine. It died, with a new moaning note to its usual rattle. I got out of the car, squinted at the building, and toward it. I didn't have my gun with me, but I did have my blasting rod, my shield bracelet, and a ring on my right hand, in which I had stored up about as much energy as someone twice my size could put into a solid punch. Gravel crunched under my shoes as I walked, and a rare autumn sunshine glared in my eyes and cast a long shadow behind me. I wasn't sure who to expect inside, if anyone. The people I'd seen with the dark-haired woman the night before, the rather nerdy bunch of young people clad in imitation biker leathers, didn't seem to be the sort of people to inspire fear in other criminal toughs, as the street wolves apparently had. Maybe there was a connection. Maybe the dark-haired woman from the last night was linked with the street wolves, somehow, as well as with the young people I'd seen. What had the stout young man Billy called them? The Alphas. What then had the Alphas been? Biker thugs in training? That sounded ridiculous, even to me. But what if those young people had been lycanthropes, like the ones Bob had told me about? What if they were being trained, somehow, as junior members of the street wolves until they could be brought in as full werewolves? Presuming the street wolves themselves were lycanthropes, or werewolves, that is. Sometimes a biker gang is just a biker gang. There might be no connection to the Alphas at all. My head spun a little, trying to sort out the possibilities. All in all, it was far better to hope that the building was empty, and that I wouldn't have to deal with anyone, werewolves or otherwise. I would much rather just poke around and find something incriminating inside, something I could bring back to Murphy and Denton that would point them in the correct direction. There was a regular door beside the pair of big, rolled-up garage doors. Both of them were closed. I tried the regular door, and it opened easily enough, so I went inside. There were no windows, and the only light in the garage fell onto it from an open door behind me. "Hello?" I called into the darkness. I tried to peer around, but saw nothing other than the dim shapes and outlines. What might have been a car with the hood up, a couple of those rolling tool cabinets. There was a dull reflection of glass windows off to one side, where there might have been an office. I stepped to one side of the doorway, squinting, and waited for my eyes to adjust. There was a quiet sound, a dull rustle of clothing. Damn it. I reached a hand into my duster, wrapped my fingers around my blasting rod, and listened. I could hear the sound of breathing in the room, from multiple sources in a variety of directions. There was a scuffling sound, shoes on concrete floor. "I'm not a cop," I said into the darkness. I had a feeling that might be important for them to know. "My name is Harry Dresden. I just want to speak to the street wolves." The room dropped into dead silence. No moving, no breathing, nothing. I waited, tense and ready to run. "Take your hand out of your jacket," a male voice said, "and keep your hands where I can see them. We've heard of your kind, wizard. We've heard of you. You're with the cops." "You're late on the gossip," I said, wryly. "I'm playing doubles with Johnny Marconi now. Didn't you know?" There was a snort from the dark. "Like hell. That's just Marconi's story. We know the real deal with you, wizard." Christ. I wish the police were as savvy as these ne'er-do-wells. "I've heard a few things about you all, too," I said. "Not much of it's too friendly. Some of it might be considered a little weird." There was a rough laugh. "What do you think they say about you, Dresden? Get your hands where I can see them, now." There was the click-clack of a pump shotgun's action. I swallowed and took my hands slowly off my blasting rod, then held up both my hands innocuously out in front of me, palms up. I willed strength through my shield bracelet as I did, drawing its protective energies about me. "All right," I said. "Come up here where I can see you." "You don't give the orders here," the male voice snarled. "I do." I pressed my lips together and drew in a breath through my nose. "I just want to talk to you." "About what?" said the voice. I tried to come up with something believable, but I'm not much of a liar, so I told him the truth. "Some dead people last month. More died last night." The voice didn't answer me for a moment. I licked my lips and kept going. "There were fake wolf tracks around the murder scenes, and the feds think someone used a weapon lined with wolf teeth to tear the victims up. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" There was a flurry of mutters around the room. Low voices and hushed tones all around me, a dozen maybe, more. I got a sudden sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. If these people were the murderers, if they were responsible for last month's deaths, I was in big trouble. And if they were real werewolves, if they could shapeshift and come after me before I could clear out, I was as good as dead, shield bracelet or no. I choked down a surge of panic and forced myself not to turn and run for the door. "Kill him," someone said from the darkness, off to my left, a female voice with a deep, growling tone to it. There was an answering chorus of mewing sounds from the dark around me, repetitions of "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" My eyes started to adjust to the lack of light. I could see them now. The shapes of people, restlessly pacing. Their eyes glowed like dogs' eyes in the glare of headlights. Both men and women moved around me, but I couldn't tell their ages. There were blankets and pillows made into pallets on the floor, thrown aside when their occupants had risen. The female voice I had heard was continuing to chant, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" while the others followed her lead. The air grew tight and heavy with a kind of energy I had never sensed before, a power that was gaining momentum as they chanted, a feral, raging current. Directly in front of me, not 15 feet away, stood the large shape of a man holding a shotgun. "Stop it!" he snarled, turning his head toward the others in the room. I could see his body responding as the energy grew, growing tenser, more ready. "Fight it! Hold it in, damn it! You can't let it loose here. There'll be cops all over us." When his head turned, I darted for the doorway. I kept my left palm up and turned out toward the leader, the one with the shotgun, and held onto my shield as hard as I could. My motion triggered a frenzied howl from the others in the room, and they came surging toward me like a dozen creatures with one controlling mind. The shotgun roared and threw a flash of white light over the room, showing me a frieze of half-dressed or naked men and women hurtling towards me, their faces twisted with grimaces of berserk anger. The force of the blast slammed into my shield. It wasn't quite enough to shatter the protective shield, but it made my bracelet grow warm and shoved my opposite shoulder hard against the wall. I stumbled, thrown off balance. One of the men, a heavy-set fellow with his shoulders covered in tattoos, got between me and the door. I ran at him. He spread his arms to grab me, assuming I would try to get past him. Instead, I drove my fist at his nose as hard as I could. I don't carry a lot of power on my own when I punch, but when I added the kinetic energy stored in the ring, my fist became a battering ram of bone and flesh, flattening the man's nose in a gout of blood and sending him sprawling to the ground, 6 feet away. I was through the door in a flash and felt the sun's warm heat on my back. I pelted toward the beetle, my long legs covering the ground quickly. "Stop! Stop!" the leader shouted, and I cast a glance over my shoulder to see him, an older man with greasy hair beginning to go gray. He planted his feet in the doorway, facing inside, held the shotgun across his body, and shoved the people trying to get past him. I threw myself into the beetle and jammed the key into the ignition. The car wheezed and rattled, but didn't start. Damn it. My hands were trembling, but I kept trying to get the car going, using every trick I knew to coax the engine to life while watching the door. The leader of the street wolves was still there, fighting to hold the frenzied group inside. They were screaming and howling, but he shoved them away, clubbed them down with a shotgun like wild dogs, the muscles in his shoulders and back straining. "Parker!" screamed one of them, the woman who had begun the killing chant. "Let me through!" He swatted her down with the butt of the shotgun without hesitation. Then Parker turned his head toward me, and I met his eyes. There was a swimming moment, and then I was past his eyes to what lay behind them. Fury overwhelmed me. Naked lust for meat, for the hunt. I needed to run, to kill. I was invincible, unstoppable. I could feel the power in my arms and hands, feel the raw energy of the wild coursing through me, sharpening my senses to animal keenness. I felt his emotions like they were my own. Fury behind rigid control, the ocean beating at a tide wall. The fury was directed at me, Dresden, at the man who had invaded his territory, challenged his authority, and driven his people out of control, endangering them. I saw that he was the leader of the lycanthropes called the street wolves, men with the minds and souls of beasts, and that he was aging, not as strong as he once had been. Others, like the woman earlier, were beginning to challenge his authority. Today's events might tear him from leadership, and he would never live through it. If Parker was to live, I had to die. He had to kill me, pure and simple, and he had to do it alone, to prove his strength to the pack. That was the only thing that kept him from coming at my throat that very second. Worse, he didn't know a damn thing about last month's killings. And then the moment was past, the soul gaze over. Parker's face was stunned. He had seen me in much the same way I had seen him. I didn't know what he saw when he looked upon my soul. I didn't want to know what was down there. I recovered from it before he did and fumbled at the keys again. The beetle coughed to life, and I pulled out and onto the street, swerving wildly before gathering speed and heading back uptown as quickly as I could. I shook the entire way. My shoulders so tight with fear and reaction that I could hear my collarbones creaking with strain. I could still hear the mewling chants of kill him, in my head. Those things in that garage had not been people. They had looked like people, but they weren't. They scared the hell out of me. While sitting in an intersection, I slammed my hand on the steering wheel, abruptly angry. "Stupid Harry," I said. "How could you have been so stupid? Why in the hell did you go wandering in like that? Do you recognize how close those Neanderthal freaks came to tearing you apart?" I glared ferociously out my side window at an old lady in a business suit who was staring at me as though I were a ranting madman, which, I suppose, was what I looked like. I stopped myself from glaring at her, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. A couple of blocks later, I was able to start thinking straight again. Parker and the street wolves were not responsible for the murders last month. That didn't make them any less dangerous. They were lycanthropes, the kind Bob had told me about, and I could see now why they had been feared. People with the souls of beasts, possessed of a ferocity so great that it could transform them into something inhuman without altering a single cell of their bodies. They lived in a pack, and Parker was their leader. I had challenged his dominance in my clueless, bumbling way, and now he couldn't afford to let me live, or he'd be killed himself. So now I had to worry about someone else coming after me, trying to kill me. Not only that, all of this trouble had come gratis, without giving me any lead on the true culprit of the Lobo killings. Maybe it was a good time to leave town for a while. I brooded over that for a block or so, then shook my head. I wouldn't run. I had made this trouble for myself, and I could get out of it myself. I had to stay, to help Murphy find the killer, to help save lives before the full moon rose again. And if Parker wanted to kill me, well, he'd find out that doing in a full-fledged wizard was no easy task. I gripped the steering wheel grimly. If it came to it, I would kill him. I knew I could do that. Technically, I suppose, Parker and his lycanthropes weren't human. The first law of magic, thou shalt not kill, wouldn't necessarily apply to them. Legally, I might be able to make a case for the use of lethal magic to the White Council. I just wouldn't be safe for myself. I wouldn't be safe from the loathing I would feel, using a tool made of life's essence, its energy, to bring an end to life. Magic was more than just an energy source, like electricity or petroleum. It was a power, true, but it was a lot of other things as well. It was all that was deepest and most powerful in nature, in the human heart and soul. The ways in which I had applied it were crude and clumsy in comparison to the magic in its pure form. There's more magic in a baby's first giggle than in any firestorm a wizard can conjure up, and don't anyone tell you any different. Magic comes from what's inside you. It's part of you. You can't weave together a spell that you don't believe in. I didn't want to believe that killing was deep inside of me. I didn't want to think about the part of me that took dark joy in gathering all the power it could and using it as I saw fit, everything else be damned. There was power to be had in hatred, too, in anger and in lust, in selfishness and in pride. I knew that there was some dark corner of me that would enjoy using magic for killing, and then long for more. That was black magic, and it was too easy to use. Easy and fun, like Legos. I parked the Beetle in the lot of my office building and rubbed my eyes. I didn't want to kill anybody, but Parker and his gang might not give me any choice. I might have to do a lot of killing if I was going to live. I tried not to think too much about what sort of person it might be who survived. I would burn that bridge when I came to it. I would go up to my office and hold business hours for the rest of the day. I would wait for Murphy to call me and give her any aid I could. I would keep my eyes and ears open in case Parker or any of his gang came after me. There wasn't much more I could do. It was frustrating as hell. I went up to my office, unlocked it, and flipped on the lights. Gentleman Johnny Marconi was seated at my desk in a dark blue business suit, and his hulking bodyguard, Mr. Hendricks, was standing behind him. Marconi smiled at me, but it didn't touch the corner of his eyes. "Ah, yes, Mr. Dresden. Good. We need to talk." Chapter 10. Marconi had eyes the color of old, faded dollar bills. His skin was weather-worn, with an outdoorsman's deep tan. Creases showed in the corner of his eyes and mouth, as though from smiling, but those smiles were rarely sincere. His suit must have cost him at least $1,000. He sat at ease in my chair, mind you, and regarded me with a professional calm. From behind him, Mr. Hendricks looked like an all-star collegiate lineman who hadn't been smart enough to go into the pros. Hendricks' neck was as big around as my waist, and his hands were big enough to cover my face, and strong enough to crush it. His red hair was a buzz cut, and he wore his ill-fitting suit like something that he had planned to rip his way out of when he turned into the Hulk. I couldn't see his gun, but I knew he was carrying one. I stood in the doorway and stared at Marconi for a minute, but my gaze did nothing to stir him. Marconi had met it already, and taken my measure more than I had taken his. My eyes held no more fear for him. "Get out of my office," I said. I came in and closed the door. Now, Mr. Dresden," Marconi said, a father's reproof in his tone. "Is that any way to talk to a business partner?" I scowled. "I'm not your partner. I think you're scum. The worst criminal this city has. One of these days, the cops will nail you, but until then, I don't have to put up with you being here in my office. Get out." "The police," Marconi said, a hint of correction in his voice, "would be best off run by private agencies rather than public institutions. Better pay, better benefits." "Easier to bribe, corrupt, manipulate," I injected. Marconi smiled. I took off my duster and dropped it over the table in front of the door, the one covered in pamphlets with titles like Witches and You and Want to Do Magic? Ask Me How. I untied my blasting rod from its thong and set it calmly on the table in front of me. I had the satisfaction of seeing Hendricks tense up when he saw the rod. He remembered what I had done to the varsity last spring. I glanced up. "Are you still here?" Marconi folded his arms in front of him. "I have an offer to make you, Mr. Dresden." "No," I said. Marconi chuckled. "I think you should hear me out." I looked him in the eyes and smiled faintly. "No, get out." His fatherly manner vanished and his eyes became cold. "I have neither the time nor the tolerance for your childishness, Mr. Dresden. People are dying. You are now working on the case. I have information for you, and I want to give it to you for a price. I felt my back stiffen. I stared at him for a long minute and then said, "All right, let's hear your price." Marconi held out his hand, and Hendricks handed him a folder. Marconi put the folder down on the battered surface of my old wooden desk and flipped it open. "This is a contract, Mr. Dresden. It hires you as a consultant for my firm in personal security. The terms are quite generous. You get to name your own hours with a minimum of 5 per month. You can fill in your salary right now. I simply want to formalize our working relationship." I walked over to my desk. I saw Hendricks' weight shift as though he were about to jump over the desk at me, but I ignored him. I picked up the folder and looked over the contract. I'm not a legal expert, but I was familiar with the forms for this kind of deal. Marconi was on the up and up. He was offering me a dream job with virtually no commitment and as much money as I could want. There was even a clause in it that specified that I would not be asked or expected to perform any unlawful acts. With that kind of money, I could live the kind of life I wanted. Could stop scraping for every dollar, running my legs off, working for every paranoid loony who wanted to hire me to investigate his great-aunt's possessed cow. I could catch up on reading, finally, do the magical research I've been itching to do for the past few years. I couldn't live forever, and every hour that I wasted looking for UFOs in Joliet was one more hour I could spend doing something I wanted to do. It was a pretty damn tempting deal. It was a very comfortable collar. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" I said, and tossed the folder down on my desk. Marconi's eyebrows went up, his mouth opening a little. "Is it the hours? Shall I lower the minimum to 1 hour per week, per month?" "It isn't the hours," I said. He spread his hands. "What, then?" "It's the company. It's the thought of a drug-dealing murderer having a claim on my loyalty. I don't like where your money comes from. It's got blood on it." Marconi's cold eyes narrowed again. "Think carefully, Mr. Dresden. I don't make this offer twice." "Let me make you an offer, John," I said. I saw the corner of his cheek twitched when I used his first name. "Tell me what you know, and I'll do my best to nail the killer before he comes for you." "What makes you think I'm worried, Mr. Dresden?" Marconi said. He let a fine sneer color his words. I shrugged. "Your business partner and his pet bodyguard gets gutted last month. Spike gets torn into bits last night. And then you crawl out from under your rock to dangle information in my face to help me catch the killer and try to strong-arm me into becoming your bodyguard." I bent down and rested my elbows on the surface of the desk, then lowered my head until my eyes were a few inches from his. "Worried, John?" His face twitched again, and I could smell him lying. "Of course not, Mr. Dresden. But I didn't get where I have in life by being reckless. Just by being soulless, right?" Marconi slammed his palms down at the desktop and stood. I rose with him, enough to stand over him and keep my eyes on his. "I am a man of business, Mr. Dresden. Would you prefer anarchy in the streets? Wars between rival crime lords? I bring order to that chaos." "No, you just make the chaos more efficient and organized," I shot back. "Stick whatever pretty words you want onto it, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a thug. A fucking animal that should be caged, nothing more." Marconi's normally passionless face went white. His jaw clenched over words of rage. I pressed him hard, my own anger spilling with a passion gone out of control. I poured all of my recent frustration and fear into venomous words and hurled them like a handful of scrap metal. "What is that out there, John? What could it possibly be? Did you see Spike? Did you see how they'd torn his face off? Did you see the way they'd ripped his guts open? I did. I could smell what he had for dinner. Can you just imagine it happening to you next, John?" "Don't call me that," Marconi said. His voice was so quiet and cold that it sent my momentum back on its heels. "If we were in public, Mr. Dresden, I'd have you killed for speaking to me that way." "If we were in public," I told him, "you'd try." I drew myself up and glared down my nose at him, ignoring Hendrick's looming presence. "Now, get the hell out of my office." Marconi straightened his jacket and his tie. "I presume, Mr. Dresden, that you are going to continue your investigation with the police department?" "Of course." Marconi walked around my desk past me and toward my door. Hendricks followed in his wake, huge and quiet. "Then in my own interests, I must accept your offer and aid the investigation however I might. Look up the name Harley McFinn. Ask about the Northwest Passage project. See where they lead." He opened the door. "Why should I believe you?" I asked him. He looked back at me. "You have seen the deepest reaches of my soul, Mr. Dresden. You know me in a way so profound and intimate that I cannot yet fathom its significance. Just as I know you. You should know that I have every reason to help you, and that the information is good." He smiled again, wintry. "Just as you should know that it is unwise to make an enemy out of me. It need not have been this way." I narrowed my eyes. "If you know me so well, you should know that there is no other way it could be." He pursed his lips for a moment and did not try to refute me. "Pity," he said. "A true pity." And then he left. Hendricks gave me a pig-eyed little glare, and then he was gone too. The door shut behind them. I let out a long, shaking breath and slumped into my desk. Covered my face with my hands, noticing as I did that they were shaking too. I hadn't realized the depth of the disgust in me for Marconi and what he stood for. I hadn't realized how much it had sickened me to have my name associated with his. I hadn't realized how much I wanted to launch myself at the man and smash him in the nose with my fists. I stayed that way for several minutes, letting my heart beat hard, catching my breath. Marconi could have killed me. He could have had Hendricks tear me apart, or put a bullet in me right there. But he hadn't. That wasn't Marconi's way. He couldn't eliminate me now, not after working so hard to spread the word throughout the underworld that he and I had some sort of alliance. He would have to be more indirect, more subtle. Having Hendricks scatter my brains out on the floor wasn't the way to do it. I thought over what he had said, and the implications of his acceptance of the deal I'd offered. He was in danger. Something had him scared. Something that he didn't understand or didn't know how to fight. That was why he wanted to hire me. As a wizard, I take the unknown and turn it into something that can be measured. I take that cloak of terror off of things and make people able somehow to deal with them. Marconi wanted me to stand by him, to help him not be afraid of those things lurking in the dark. Hell, he was only human. I winced. I wanted to hate the man, but disgust, maybe anger, was as far as I could go. Too much of what he said was true. Marconi was a businessman. He had reduced violence in the streets, while sending the number of dollars made by criminals in this town soaring. He had protected the city's flesh while siphoning away its blood, poisoning its soul. It changed nothing at all. But to know that the man I knew, the tiger-souled predator, the businessman killer, to know that he was frightened of what I was about to go up against, that scared the hell out of me, and added an element of intimidation to the work I was doing that hadn't been present before. That didn't change anything either. It's all right to be afraid. You just don't let it stop you from doing your job. I sat down on the desk, forced the thoughts of blood and fangs and agonizing death from my mind, and started looking for the name Harley McFinn and the Northwest Passage Project. Chapter 11. The demon, trapped in the summoning circle, screamed, slamming its crab-like pincers against the unseen barrier, hurling its chitinous shoulders from side to side in an effort to escape the confinement. It couldn't. I kept my will on the circle, kept the demon from being able to burst free. "Satisfied, Chauncey?" I asked it. The demon straightened its hideous form and said, in a perfect Oxford accent, "Quite. You understand, I must observe formalities." Then it took a pair of wholly incongruous wire-frame spectacles from beneath a scale and perched them upon the beak-like extremity of its nose. "You have questions?" I let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the edge of the work table in my lab. I had cleared away all the clutter from around the summoning ring in the floor, and I'd have to move it before I could clamber out of my lab, but I didn't like to take chances. No matter how comfortable Sean Zagaroth and I were with our working relationship, there was always a chance I could have messed up the summoning. There were rules of protocol that demonic beings were obliged to follow. One of them was offering resistance to any mortal wizard who'd called them. Another was doing their best to end the life of the same wizard, should they be able to escape the confines of the circle. All in all, squeezing information from fairies and spirits of the elements was a lot easier and safer, but Bob had turned up nothing in his search among the local spirits. They weren't always up on information to be had in the city, and Bob now resided in his skull again, exhausted and unable to help any further. So I'd gone to the underworld for assistance. They know when you've been bad or good, and they make Santa Claus look like an amateur. "I need information about a man named Harley MacFinn, Chauncey, and about something he was working on called the Northwest Passage Project." Chauncey clacked his pincers pensively. "I see. Presuming I have this information, what is it worth to you?" "Not my soul," I snorted. "Don't even start with that. Look, I could dig this up myself in a few days." Chauncey tilted his head, bird-like. "Ah, but time is of the essence, yes? Come now, Harry Dresden. You do not call upon me lightly. The possible dangers, both for myself and from your own White Council, are far too great." I scowled at him. "Technically," I said, "I'm not breaking any of the laws of magic. I'm not robbing you of your will, so I'm clear on the 5th law, and the need for this calling is perfectly legitimate, so I'm clear of the 4th law. The council can bite me." The bone ridges above Chauncey's eyes twitched. "Surely that is merely a colorful euphemism, rather than a statement of desire." "It is." Chauncey pushed the glasses a bit higher up on his nose. "The moral and ethical ramifications of your attitudes are quite fascinating, Harry Dresden. I am continually amazed that you remain in the Council's good graces, knowing full well that most of the Council would look the other way while their enforcers killed you, should they learn that you have willfully brought a demon into this world. You still summon me not once, but half a dozen times. Your attitudes are much more contiguous with those of many of my brethren in the world below." "And I should throw in with your side, accept the dark powers, etc., etc.? I finished for him with a sigh. "Hell's bells, Chauncey. Why do you keep on trying to sucker me into signing with the down below, huh?" Chauncey shrugged his bulky shoulders. "I admit it would give me no small amount of status to gather a soul of your caliber into our legions," he said. "Additionally, it would free me from the onerous duties that make even these excruciating visits to your world seem pleasant by comparison." "Well, you aren't getting my soul today," I told him. "So make me a counteroffer, or we can call a close to this negotiations and I can send you back." The demon shuddered. "Yes, very well. Let's not be hasty, Mr. Dresden. I have the information you need. Additionally, I have more information of which you are not aware, and which would be of great interest to you, and which, I judge additionally, may help to preserve your life and the lives of others. Given the situation, I do not think the price I will ask inappropriate. I wish another of your names." I frowned. The demon had 2 of my names already. If he gained my whole name from my own lips, he could use it in any number of magical applications against me. That didn't particularly disturb me. Demons and their ilk had great difficulty in reaching out from the Never-Never, the spirit world beyond the physical one we inhabit, with sorcery. But Sean Zagaroth was a popular source of information among wizards who went to the underworld in need of it. What bothered me was the possibility that one of them would get it. Chauncey was correct. There were a lot of people on the White Council who would be happy to see me dead. If one of them got my name, there was a chance they would use it against me, either to kill me or to magically force me to do something that would openly violate one of the 7 laws and have me brought to trial and killed. On the other hand, Chauncey never lied to me. If he said he had information that could save people's lives, he had it, and that's all there was to it. Hell, he might even know who the killer was, though a demon's grasp of individual human identity could be somewhat shaky. I decided to gamble. "Done," I said. "All pertinent information on the subject of my inquiry in exchange for another of my names." Chauncey nodded once. "Agreed." "All right," I said. "Let's have the information on McFinn and the Northwest Passage project." "Very well," Chauncey said. "Harley McFinn is an heir to a considerable fortune made in coal mining and railroads at the turn of the 20th century. He is one of the 10 richest men in the country, known as the United States. He served during the police action in Vietnam, and when he returned to this country he began divesting himself of business interests, merely accruing capital. His favorite color is red. His shoe size... We can skip the little details unless you think they'll be really relevant," I said. I could hear about his favorite food and his problems in middle school all day, but it wouldn't help anything. I got out my notebook and started taking notes. "As you wish," Chauncey assented. "The object of his endeavors for the past several years has been the Northwest Passage project. The project is an effort to buy enormous tracts of land, beginning in the central Rocky Mountains of the American Southwest and moving northwest into Canada, to provide for an enormous migratory-sized preserve for North American wildlife." "He wants to make his own private playground out of the Rocky Mountains?" I blurted. "No, Harry Dresden. He wishes to acquire the lands that are not already owned by the government, then donate them, provided the government guarantees that they will be used as a part of the Northwest Passage project. He has considerable backing from the environmentalist groups throughout the country, and support in your capital as well, provided he can get the land." "Wow," I said, impressed. "You said he has a lot of support. Who wants to stop him?" "Industrial interests still looking to expand into the Northwest," Chauncey said. "Let me guess. James Harding III was one of them," I said, already writing it down. How did you know?" Chauncey asked. "He was killed by a werewolf last month along with his bodyguard. Several other people died as well." Chauncey beamed. "You are a clever man, Harry Dresden." "Yes. James Douglas Harding III was exceptionally interested in blocking McFinn's efforts to acquire property. He came to Chicago to have negotiations with McFinn, but died before they were complete." I closed my eyes for a minute, thinking. Okay. Harding comes to town to talk with McFinn. Harding's in cahoots with Marconi, so maybe Marconi is hosting the talks. Harding and his bodyguard get et all up by a werewolf, so McFinn's the werewolf in question? Chauncey smiled. A rather intimidating expression. McFinn is a member of an ancient family line from an island known as Ireland. His family has a notable history. Sometime in the murky past, legend would have it, a man known as St. Patrick cursed his ancestor to become a ravening beast at every full moon. The curse came with 2 addenda. First, that it would be hereditary, passing down to someone new each and every generation. And second, that the cursed line of the family would never, ever die out, lasting until the end of days. I wrote that down as well and snorted. A Catholic saint did that? Chauncey made a sound of distaste. I am not responsible for the sorts of people the other side employs, wizard, or the tactics they use. Considering the source, I think I'll note it as a biased opinion. Your folk have done 1,000 times worse, I said. Well, true, Chauncey admitted. But we tend to be quite honest about the sort of beings we are and the sort of things we stand for, at least. I snorted. All right, this is Making a lot more sense now. MacFinn is a loup-garou, one of the legendary monsters. He's trying to do some good in his spare time, make a big park for all furry critters, but Harding puts himself in the way. MacFinn goes on a killing spree and wipes him out. I frowned. Except that Harding was the last person to be murdered last month. You would have thought that if MacFinn was going to lose it, that he would have been the first to go. I peered at Chauncey. Is MacFinn the murderer? MacFinn is a murderer, Chauncey said. But among humankind he is one of many, and not the most monstrous. Is he the one who killed Marconi's bodyguard, the people last month? My information on that point is inconclusive, Harry Dresden, Chauncey said. His black eyes gleamed. Perhaps for the price of another name, I could inquire of my brethren and give you a more precise answer. I scowled. Not a chance. Do you know who murdered the other people last month? I do, Chauncey said. Murder is one of the foremost sins, and we keep close track of sins. I leaned forward intently. Who was it? Chauncey laughed, a grating sound. Really, Harry Dresden, in the first place our bargain was for information regarding MacFinn and the Northwest Passage Project. In the second, I would not tell you the answer to such a direct question, and you know it. There is a limit on how much I may involve myself in mortal affairs. I let out a breath of frustration and rubbed my eyes. Yeah, all right, Chauncey. What else can you tell me? Only that Harley MacFinn was planning to meet with Johnny Marconi tomorrow night and continue the talks. Wait a minute. Is Marconi the major opponent to the project now? Correct, Chauncey said. He assumed control of a majority of the business interest shared with Harding upon Harding's death. So, Marconi had a fantastic motive to have Harding killed. It broadened his financial empire and put him into a position to gouge MacFinn for as much money as he possibly could. Chauncey adjusted his wire-framed spectacles. Your reasoning would seem sound. I thumped my pencil on my notebook, staring at what I had written. Yeah, but it doesn't explain why everyone else got killed. Or who did it. Unless Marconi's got a pack of werewolves in his pocket, that is. I chewed on my lip and thought about my encounter at the Full Moon Garage. Or street wolves. Is there anything else? Chauncey asked, his manner solicitous. Yes, I said. Where can I find MacFinn? 888 Ralston Place. I wrote it down. But that's right here in Chicago, in the Gold Coast. Where do you expect a billionaire to live when he was in Chicago, Harry Dresden? Now, I seem to have lived up to all of my obligations. I expect my payment now. Chauncey took a few restless steps back and forth within the circle. His time on Earth was beginning to wear on him. I nodded. My name, I said, is Harry Blackstone Dresden. I carefully omitted Copperfield from the words, while leaving the tones and pronunciation the same. Harry Blackstone Dresden, Chauncey repeated carefully. Harry, as in Harry Houdini? Blackstone, the stage illusionist? I nodded. My dad was a stage magician. When I was born, he gave me those names. They were always his heroes. I think if my mother had survived the birth, she would have slapped him for it. I made a few more notes on my page, getting ideas down on paper before they fled from memory. Indeed, Chauncey agreed. Your mother was a most direct and willful woman. Her loss was a great sadness to all of us. I blinked, startled, and the pencil fell from my fingers. I stared at the demon for a moment. You knew my mother? You knew Margaret Gwendolyn Dresden? Chauncey regarded me without expression or emotion. Many in the underworld were familiar with her, Harry Blackstone Dresden, though under a different name. Her coming was awaited with great anticipation, but the Dark Prince lost her in the end. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Chauncey's eyes gleamed with avarice. Didn't you know about your mother's past, Mr. Dresden? A pity we didn't have this conversation sooner. You might have added it up into the bargain we made. Of course, if you would like to forfeit another name to know all about your mother's past, his voice twisted with distaste, redemption, and the unnatural deaths of both mother and father, I am certain we can work something out. I gritted my teeth in a sudden rush of childlike frustration. My heart pounded in my ears. My mother's dark past? I had expected she was a wizardress, but I had never been able to prove anything, one way or another. Unnatural deaths? My father had perished in his sleep of an aneurysm when I was young. My mother had died in childbirth. Or had they? A sudden, burning desire to know filled me, started in my gut and rolled outwards through my body, to know who my mother was, what she had known. She had left me her silver pentacle, but I knew nothing of the sort of person she was, other than what my gentle and too generous father had told me before his death. What were my parents like? How had they perished, and why? Had they been killed? Did they have enemies lurking out there somewhere? If so, had I inherited them? My mother's dark past. Did that explain my own fascination with the darker powers, my somewhat less than sterling adherence to the rules of the White Council that I considered foolish or inconvenient? I looked up at the demon and felt like a sucker. I had been set up. He had intended all along to dangle this information in front of me as bait. He wanted to get my whole name, if he could, or more. I can show them to you, Harry Blackstone Dresden, as they really are, Sean Zagoroth assured me, his voice dulcet. You've never seen your mother's face. I can give that to you. You've never heard her voice. I can let you hear that as well. You know nothing of what sort of people your parents were, or if you have any other family out there. Family, Harry Blackstone Dresden. Blood. Every bit as tormented and alone as you are. I stared at the demon's hideous form and listened to the soothing, relaxing voice. Family. Was it possible I had family? Aunts, uncles, cousins. Others, like me, perhaps, moving through the secret societies of the wizards, hidden from the view of the mortal world. The price is comparatively low. What need have you for your immortal soul when your body is finished with it? What harm to pass on to me only one more name? This is not information easily gained, even by my kind. You may not have the chance to garner it again. The demon pressed his pincers against the barrier of the conjuring circle. His beak-like maw fairly trembled with eagerness. Forget it, I said quietly. No deal. Sean Zagoroth's jaw dropped open. But Harry Blackstone Dresden, he began. I didn't realize I was shouting until I saw him flinch. I said, forget it. You think I'm some kind of simp for you to sucker in, darkspawn? Take what you have gained and go, and feel lucky I did not send you with your bones torn from your body or your beak ground into dust. Sean Zagoroth's eyes flashed with rage, and he hurled himself against the barrier again, howling with bloodlust and fury. I extended my hand and snarled, Oh, no, you don't, you slimy little shithead. The demon's will strained against mine, and though sweat burst out on my forehead, I came out ahead once more. Sean Zagoroth began to grow smaller and smaller, howling out his frustrated rage. We are watching you, wizard, he screamed. You walk through shadows, and one night you will slip and fall. And when you do, we will be there. We will be waiting to bring you down to us. You will be ours in the end. He went on like that until he shrank to the size of a pinpoint and vanished with a little imploding sound. I let my hand drop and lowered my head, breathing hard. I was shaking all over, but not only with the cold of my laboratory. I had badly misjudged Sean Zagoroth. thought him a somewhat reliable, if dangerous, source of information, willing to do reasonable business. But the rage, the fury, the frustrated malice that had been in his final offer, those last words, had shown his true colors. He had lied to me, deceived me about his true nature, played me along like a sucker, and then tried to set the hook hard. I felt like such an idiot. The phone began to ring upstairs. I stirred into sudden motion, shoving stacks of things out of the way, pushing past them and over them to reach the stepladder stairs that led up to my apartment. I hurried up them, my notebook in one hand, and caught the phone on its fifth ring. My apartment was dark. Night had fallen while I was interviewing the demon. "Dresden," I said, puffing. "Harry," Murphy said, her voice weak. "We've got another one." "Son of a bitch," I said. "I'm coming. Give me the address." I set down the notebook and held my pencil, ready to write. Murphy's tone was numb. 888 Ralston Place, up the Gold Coast. I froze, staring at the address I had written down on the notebook, the address the demon had given me. "Harry," Murphy said, "did you hear me?" "I heard you," I told her. "I'm coming, Murph." I hung up the phone and headed out into the light of the full moon overhead. Chapter 12. 888 Ralston was a townhouse in the Gold Coast, the richest area of Chicago. It was set on its own little plot, surrounded by trees that hid the house from view almost entirely. High hedges worked around the house in a small garden added to the concealment as I drove up the white pebble drive and parked the Beetle at the end of a small fleet of police cars and emergency vehicles. The strobing blue lights were almost comforting by now. I had seen them so many times that it felt, in an unsettling way, like a homecoming. Murphy had called me in early. I didn't see the forensics van yet, and only now were officers putting up yellow tape around the property. I got out of my car, dressed in my jeans, button-down shirt, and boots again, my old black duster flapping around my calves. The wind was brisk, cold. The moon was riding high overhead, barely visible through the city's haze of pollution. A chill ran down my neck, and I stopped, looking at the rows and rows of elegantly illuminated hedge sculptures, flower beds, and rows of shrubbery around me. I was abruptly certain that someone was out in the darkness. I could feel eyes on me. I stared out at the night, sweeping my gaze around. I could see nothing, but I would have to bet money that there was someone out there. After a moment, the sense of being watched faded, and I shivered. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked quickly toward the townhouse. "Dresden," someone called, and I looked up to see Carmichael coming down the front stairs of the townhouse toward me. Carmichael was Murphy's right hand in special investigations. Shorter than average, rounder than average, slobbier than average, and with piggier eyes than average. Carmichael was a skeptic, a doubter, and a razor-sharp cop. He came down the stairs with his soup-stained old tie and shirt sleeves. "It's about fucking time. Jesus Christ, Dresden." He wiped a hand over his sweating brow. I frowned down at Carmichael, and we went up the stairs side by side. "Well, that's the nicest greeting you've ever given me, I think," I said. "You change your mind about me being a fake?" Carmichael shook his head. "No. Still think you're full of shit with this wizard magic business. But Christ almighty, there are times when I wish you weren't." "You can never tell," I said, my voice dry. "Where's Murphy?" "Inside," Carmichael said, his mouth twisting with distaste. "You go up the stairs. The whole place belongs to this guy. Murphy figures you might know something. I'm going to stay here and bog down the feds when they show." I glanced at him. "She still worried about looking bad for internal affairs?" Carmichael grimaced. "Those assholes at IA would be all over her if she kicked the feds out. Christ almighty, I get sick of city politics sometimes." I nodded agreement and started up the stairs. "Hey, Dresden," Carmichael said. I looked over my shoulder at him, expecting the familiar jeers and insults. He was studying me with bright, narrow eyes. "I hear things about you and Johnny Marconi. What's the deal?" I shook my head. "No deal. He's lying scum." Carmichael studied me intently and then nodded. You ain't much of a liar, Dresden. I don't think you could keep a straight face about something like this. I'll believe you. But you don't believe me when I say I'm a wizard? I asked. Carmichael grimaced and looked away from my eyes. Do I look like a fucking moron to you, huh? You better get upstairs. I'll make some noise when Denton and the Stepford agents get here. I turned to go and saw Murphy standing at the head of the stairs in a crisp gray business jacket and slacks, with sensible low heels and jewelry the color of steel. Her earrings seemed to be little more than bright beads of silver in her ears, which I never really noticed when she had worn her golden hair long. Murphy's earlobes were cute. She'd kill me just for thinking it. About time, Dresden, get up here. Her voice was hard, angry. She vanished from the top of the stairway, and I took the rest of the stairs 2 at a time to catch up with her. The apartment, though it was too big for the word to really apply, was brightly lit and smelled very faintly of blood. Blood has a sweet sort of metallic odor. It makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, and mine snap to attention at once. There was another smell as well, maybe incense of some kind, and the fresh scent of wind. I turned down the short hall at the top of the stairs and followed Murphy into what was apparently a master bedroom, where I found the source of all the scents. There was no furniture inside the master bedroom, and it was huge, large enough to make you wince at how far you'd have to go to get to the bathroom in the middle of the night. There was no carpeting. There were no decorations on the walls. There was no glass in the huge single-pane window letting in October. The full moon shone down through it like a picture in a frame. What the room did have was blood. There was blood all over, scattered in droplets and slashed in spurts against one wall. The scarlet footprints of something like a large wolf leading in a straight line toward the shattered window. In the center of the room were the remains of a greater circle of summoning, with its 3 rings of symbols carefully wrought in white chalk upon the wooden floor, burning sticks of incense interspersed among the symbols of the second ring. What was left of Kim Delaney lay naked and supine on the blood-stained floor a few feet from the circle. The expression of shock and surprise on her face wouldn't change until rigor set in. Her dark, once glittering eyes stared up at the ceiling, and her lips were parted, as though in the middle of an apology. A large wheel section of flesh beneath her chin was missing, and with it Kim's larynx and trachea. Bloody red meat was showing, the ragged ends of arteries and torn sections of muscle, and pale white bones gleamed at the bottom of the wound. Long rakes down her body had opened her like a Ziploc bag, leaving her covered in scarlet. Something went click in my head. Someone threw some kind of switch that had just turned off my emotions entirely and immersed me in a surreal haze. I couldn't be seeing this. It simply couldn't be real. It had to be some game or hoax in which the actors would start giggling in a few moments, unable to contain the mirth of their prank. I waited, but no one started giggling. I wiped at my forehead with my hand and found cold sweat there. My fingers began to shake. Murphy said, her voice still tight with anger. Apparently the incense set off the fire alarm in the hall. When the fire department got here, no one answered, so they came on in. They found her up here about 8 o'clock. She was still warm. 8 o'clock, when I had been talking to the demon. Moonrise? Behind me, Murphy closed the door to the bedroom. I turned to her, away from the grisly corpse. There was anger in every inch of her, the way she glared at me. Murph, I said, I don't know if I can do this. What's there to figure? Murphy said. There's a monster in the middle of a circle. I figure it's one of those loup-garou from your report. I figure it's Harley MacFinn, the owner of this house. Someone who knows he's going to go nuts when the moon rises. The girl tries to hold the monster inside the magic circle, right? Something goes wrong when MacFinn goes furry. He gets out of the circle, wastes her, then leaves. Uh-huh, I said, without turning around to look at Kim's body again. It makes sense. And I told her what I had learned from the demon about Harley MacFinn, the Northwest Passage Project, and his antagonism with Marconi's business interests. Murphy listened to me in utter silence. When I was finished, she nodded and turned to leave the room. "Follow," she said shortly. I followed, almost on her heels. I didn't turn around to see the room again before I left. She led me down the hall into another bedroom, this one furnished and neatly kept. "Come here," she said, moving to a dresser. I did, and she handed me a photograph of a middle-aged, starkly handsome man, his skin deeply tanned, the bones of his face gaunt and sharp. He was smiling. Beside him in the picture was the amber-eyed woman from the department store where I'd run across the Alphas. She was also smiling. Her teeth were very white, very even, and her dark skin and silver-peppered hair went well with the man beside her. I chewed my lip for a second, trying to think. "That's Harley MacFinn," Murphy said. "Matches the picture on his driver's license. I didn't turn up any ID on the woman next to him, though." She studied my face critically. "She matches the description of the woman you said you saw in the department store, though. The one who followed us back from the scene at Rosemont. Is that her?" I nodded. "Yeah, that's her." Murphy nodded, took the picture from me and set it on the dresser. "Follow," she said again and walked out. I stared after her. What's wrong with Murphy? Had the scene unsettled her so much? I shook my head, still stunned from what I had seen, from too many facts coming together all at once, slam-bam in my brain. "Murph, wait," I said. "Stop a minute. What's going on?" She didn't answer me, just shot me a glare over her shoulder and continued to walk. I hurried to catch up with her. We went down what looked like a servant's narrow spiral staircase, down into the basement. She led me to the back of a storage room and pushed open a heavy steel door there that opened into a small, stark chamber, all of concrete, with no other exits. In the middle of the chamber was another 3-ring summoning circle, but this one's symbols had been made from silver and set into the concrete of the floor. Short bars of what looked like a mixture of silver and obsidian were interspersed around the second circle, creating what would, if the circle was functional, be a very formidable barrier. But the symbols had been marred, torn, broken. Several from the critical inner circle had been pried up from the floor and were simply missing. Some of the bars had been broken. The circle as it was non-functional and worthless. But whole, it would have served to contain Harley MacFinn when he shifted into his beast form. The room was a prison he had created for himself, something to contain the fury of the beast inside of him. But someone had intentionally marred the circle, made the prison useless. And I abruptly understood Kim Delaney's request. She had to have known Harley MacFinn, maybe through her environmental activism. She must have learned of his curse and wanted to help him. When I had refused to help her, she had attempted to recreate the greater summoning circle upstairs in the bedroom to hold in MacFinn once the moon rose. As I had warned her would happen, she had failed. She hadn't had the knowledge necessary to understand how such a construct would function, and consequently, she hadn't been able to make it work. MacFinn had killed her. Kim was dead because I had refused to share my knowledge with her, because I hadn't given her my help. I'd been so secure in my knowledge and wisdom, withholding such secrets from her had been the action of a concerned and reasoned adult speaking to an overeager child. I couldn't believe my own arrogance, the utter confidence with which I had condemned her to death. I started to shake, harder, too many things pressing against my mind, my heart. I could feel the pressure somewhere inside of me, that switch on the side of my head, quivering, getting ready to flick back beneath a tide of raging anger, fury, regret, self-hatred. I took deep breaths and closed my eyes, trying not to let it happen. I opened my eyes and looked up at Murphy. God, I needed to talk to her. I needed a friend. I needed someone to listen, to tell me it would be all right, whether it was the truth or not. I needed someone to let me unload on them, to keep me from flying apart. She regarded me with cold, angry eyes. "Karen," I whispered. She drew from her pocket a crumpled piece of paper. She unfolded it and held it up to me so that I could see Kim Delaney's graceful handwriting, the sketch of the summoning circle she had brought to me at McAnally's, the sketch I had refused to tell Kim about, the sketch I had crumpled into a little ball and tossed on the floor, and which Murphy had picked up, absently, just to get the trash out of people's way. And I realized why there was so much anger in Murphy's eyes. I stared at the sketch. "Karen," I began again. "Stars above, you've got to listen to me." I took the sketch from her hands, my fingers trembling. "Harry," she said in a calm tone, "you lying bastard." And on the word she drove her fist into my stomach, hard, doubling me over. The motion put my head within easy reach, and her fists took me across the jaw in a right cross and sent me to the floor like a lump of wet pasta, stars dancing in my vision. I was only dimly aware of her taking the sketch back from me. She twisted my arms painfully behind my back and snapped her handcuffs around my wrist. "You promised me," she said, her voice furious. "You promised. No secrets. You lied to me all along. You played me like a sucker the entire while. God damn it, Dresden, you're involved in this and people are dying." "Murph," I mumbled, "wait." She grabbed my hair, jerked my head back, and slammed me across the jaw again, near berserker anger leading her strength. My head swam, and blackness closed over my vision for several seconds. "No more talking, no more lies," I heard her say, and she dragged me to my feet, shoving my face and chest against a wall to begin searching me for weapons. "No more people torn up like meat on a block. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." She took my blasting rod, my shield bracelet, the energy ring, even my lump of chalk. Her voice went on, hard, cold, and professional, letting me know my rights. I closed my eyes and leaned against the stone wall. Next to my head, it was the softest thing in the room. I didn't try to fight or explain. What was the point? Chapter 13. Walking downstairs with your hands fastened behind your back is more difficult than you'd think. You depend upon your arms for balance, whether you realize it or not. With my hands cuffed at the small of my back, Murphy walked me up the narrow servants' staircase and then down the front steps of McFinn's building in front of a gaggle of staring police officers. My balance was gone. As we came down, I could hear arguing voices. "You want to get in my face about this?" Carmichael demanded. "Look, I'm doing my job. My boss says no one was to go up, so no one goes up. Do I need to use shorter words or what?" I looked up to see Denton towering over Carmichael, the veins in his forehead athrob, his 3 associates spread out in a fan behind him. "You are interfering with a duly appointed officer executing his duties," Denton snarled. "Get out of my way, Detective Carmichael, or do you want to get added to Internal Affairs to-do list along with your boss?" "It's all right, John," Murphy said. "I'm done with my business up here anyway." Carmichael looked up at me and stared, his mouth opening. Denton and his crew looked too. I saw Denton's face twist in surprise, then close again, hedging out any emotion from his expression. Roger, the red-haired kid who'd worked for Denton, was staring at me openly, his jaw dropped open. Ben, the woman who had attacked Murphy last night, regarded me with an almost bored expression, and Wilson, the overweight one, let out a satisfied snort. "Lieutenant," Carmichael said, "are you sure about this?" "He was arguing with the most recent deceased last night. I can connect him to at least one resident of the house, as well as some of the decorations there. I'm taking him in for obstructing and for conspiracy to commit murder. Put him in the car, Carmichael, and then get your ass upstairs." Murphy gave me a sharp push toward Carmichael, and I stumbled. Carmichael caught me. "So let's go, Denton," Murphy said, and turned and stalked away. Denton gave me an expressionless face and stepped after Murphy, beckoning his companions to follow. Carmichael shook his head and walked me to one of the police cars. Fuck, Dresden. And here I was getting ready to throw in on your side. Guess I'm just a sucker for the underdog. Carmichael unlocked the back of the car and put his hand on the back of my head as I bent down to get in. Watch your head. Christ, what happened to your jaw? I sat down in the back of the car and looked straight ahead. I didn't answer him. Carmichael stared at me for a while and then shook his head. We'll have someone drive you downtown as soon as the scene is secure. You can get in touch with your lawyer then. I kept my eyes forward and didn't answer him. Carmichael studied me some more, then stood and shut me into the car. I closed my eyes. I have felt low before in my life. I have experienced events that have left me broken and groveling and wishing I was dead. That was pretty much how I felt now, too. It wasn't that I hadn't found the killer. I've been beaten before, taken a blow to the chin, and come out fighting the next round. I can roll with the punches as well as anyone. But I hated the feeling I had betrayed a friend. I had promised Murphy that I would keep no secrets from her, and I hadn't. Not really. But I had been stupid. I should have been putting pieces together more quickly, more instinctively. Perhaps I had some excuse in that I'd been distracted by nearly having my head blown off at the Full Moon Garage, and that I'd been distracted by my soul gaze upon the Street Wolves' leader, and the knowledge that he wanted to kill me. But it wasn't good enough to clear things with Murphy. I wasn't sure anything would have been. I felt alone. I felt frustrated. I felt like shit. And I felt worse a moment later when I looked out the car window at the full moon and realized something that I should have put together an hour before. The real killer, or killers, were still out there. MacFinn couldn't have been responsible for all the deaths in the previous month. 2 of the murders had occurred on nights before and after the full moon. If MacFinn's curse was indeed to become a ravening beast during the full moon, he could not have murdered either of the last month's victims, or Spike at the Varsity last night. Which begged the question, who had done the killings? I didn't have any answers. If the dark-haired woman who had led the Alphas was indeed connected with MacFinn, could she have been responsible? Something wolf-like had attacked me in the abandoned department store when all the lights had been out. Had it been her? One of the Alphas? Perhaps that would explain how the other murders happened. But if it had been true, why hadn't the killer finished me off while I was floundering in the dark, virtually helpless? More and more questions, and no answers. Not that it mattered to me now. A nice, quiet jail cell actually didn't sound too bad once I thought about it. Or at least it would have kept the criminal element off my back, provided they didn't shut me up with a 400-pound con named Hump or anything. And then an odd feeling crept over me, derailing my train of thought. Once more the hairs on my neck were standing up. Someone was watching me. I looked around. There was no one in sight. All the police were inside the house, and I was alone in the back of the patrol car with my hands bound. I was helpless and alone, and I suddenly became very aware of the fact that Harley MacFinn had not been found or apprehended. He was still lurking in the night, unable to keep from tearing apart anyone he saw. I thought of Spike's torn corpse, of poor Kim Delaney, covered in her own blood upstairs in the townhouse. I added imaginary and far more horrible images of 6 other victims, stacking scene upon scene of blood and death in my mind within a few seconds. I broke out in a cold sweat and looked out the other window, directly into a pair of brilliant, feral, amber eyes. I yelled and flinched away, lifting my legs to kick should something come rushing through the vehicle's window. Instead, the door opened, and the dark-haired, amber-eyed woman from the department store said, "Be quiet, Mr. Dresden, or I will not be able to rescue you." I blinked at her, up over my upraised knees. "Huh? Rescue you, Mr. Dresden? Get out of the car and come with me, and quickly before the police return." She peered past me toward the house. "There's not much time." "Are you crazy?" I demanded. "I don't even know who the hell you are." "I am Harley MacFinn's fiancée, Miss West," she said. "Call me Tara." I shook my head. "I can't leave. I'll be buying more trouble than you can imagine." Her amber eyes glinted. "You are the only one who can stop my fiancé, Mr. Dresden. You cannot do that from a jail cell." "I'm not the Lone Ranger," I snapped in reply. "I'm a hired consultant, and I don't think the city is going to foot the bill for this sort of thing." Tara West's teeth showed. "If money is your concern, I assure you that it is not a problem, Mr. Dresden. Time presses. Will you come or not?" I studied her face. She had clean, striking features, exceptional more than attractive. There were crow's feet at the edges of her eyes and mouth, though they were the only sign of age on her that I could see. There was, along the edge of her forehead, at the hairline, a long, slender, purpling bruise. "You," I said. "It was you who attacked me in the department store. I hit you. You took my rod away from me." She glared at me. "Yes," she said. "You're a werewolf." "And you," she said, "are a wizard. And we have no more time." She crouched a bit lower, staring past me. I looked in that direction and saw Denton and his cronies exiting the townhouse, engaged in an animated discussion. "Your friend," she said, "the police detective, is close to finding my fiancée. Do you really want her to be the one to face him? Is she prepared to deal with what she will find, or will she die, as the others did?" Damn it. The bitch, no pun intended, was right. I was the one who was capable of actually doing something about McFinn. If Murphy was the one to catch up to him first, people would get killed. She was a fantastic cop, and was becoming more adept at dealing with the supernatural, but she wasn't able to handle a major werewolf berserker. I turned back to Tara. "If I go with you, you'll take me to McFinn." She stopped in the midst of turning to leave. "When I can, at dawn. If you think you can create a circle, hold him in when the moon rises. If you can help him." I nodded once. My decision was made. "I can. I will." "She, who is called Kim Delaney, said the same thing," Tara West said, and spun on her heels to head away from me, crouching low to the ground. I rolled out of the back seat and followed Tara West out to the shrubberies and garden shadows around the building, away from the police cars and lights. Someone shouted in surprise, somewhere behind me. Then there was a cry of, "Stop!" I just stood and ran, as fast as I could, to get out of the lights and the line of sight of any possible shooters. Apparently the one shout was all the warning I was going to get. Gunfire erupted behind me as I ran. Bullets tore up the dirt next to my feet. I think I started screaming without slowing down, hunching my shoulders and ducking my head as best I could. I was maybe 5 feet away from the sheltering shadows behind the hedges when something slammed into my shoulder and threw me through the hedge and out the other side. I landed on a roll and stumbled halfway back to my feet. There was a second of screaming, confused input from my shoulder, as though my joints would suddenly hear a welter of sound, feel a broad variety of sensation and texture beneath my skin, and my shoulder went numb entirely, and my vision started spinning. I reached out a hand to support myself as I started to fall, and remembered that my wrists were still cuffed behind me. I went into the turf, felt the grass against my cheek. He's down, came a cold female voice. Agent Ben's, I thought. "Take him!" There was no warning of presence, just the feeling of someone jerking me up to my feet by my duster. I felt Tara's hand slide beneath my jacket, then vanish as she pressed it to the numbed area of my arm. "You're not bleeding badly," Tara said, her voice calm. "You were shot in the shoulder, not the leg. Run or die." Then she turned and started making her way through the hedges. Some encouragement, but I had a hunch that I'd be feeling a lot worse a few minutes from now, so I swallowed the sickly taste of fear and loped after Tara West as best I could. We started a game of shadow hide-and-seek in the little garden, Tara and me, against the agents behind us. She moved like a wraith, in utter silence, smooth and steady in the black shadows and silver light of the moon overhead. She immediately cut into the hedges, taking lefts and rights every few paces. She did not slow down for me, and I was somehow very certain that McFinn's fiancé would not stop and wait for me, should I fall. I did, for a while. It wasn't even too hard. I felt a little out of breath, a little hampered by the handcuffs, but other than that, it was almost as though I hadn't been shot. Aside from the trickling warmth I could feel sliding down my ribs and over my belly. Endorphins. What a rush. Our pursuers plunged into the maze of hedges and shrubs and statuary, but my guide seemed to have an uncanny knack for avoiding them. She kept to the darkest parts of the garden as we went, checking behind her to make sure I was keeping pace. I wasn't sure how much time passed that way, ghosting through the darkness while our pursuers struggled to coordinate their efforts and remain quiet at the same time, but it couldn't have been long. I read somewhere that the initial shock of gunshot injuries always wears off after a few moments. Besides, I was out of shape. I couldn't keep up with Tara West for long. She was that fast, that good. My shoulder began to pound double time to my laboring heart as we emerged from the last of the hedges to the street outside. And the 8-foot wrought iron fence that surrounded the property, I slid to a halt and stumbled against the fence, wheezing. Tara looked over her shoulder, her amber eyes bright beneath the moon. She was breathing through her nose, silently, the crouched run having not tired her in the least, it seemed. "I can't climb the fence," I said. The pain from my shoulder was starting to become very real now. It felt like a runner's cramp, only higher up. "There's no way. Not with my hands cuffed." Tara nodded once. "I will lift you," she said. I stared at her through a growing haze of pain, then sighed. "You'd better hurry then," I said. "I'm about to pass out." She took the words in stride and said, "Lean against the fence. Keep your body stiff." Then she seized my ankles. I did my best to follow her instructions, and she heaved, straining with effort. For a second, nothing happened. And then she started, very slowly, to move me up, my good shoulder against the fence. She kept pressing my ankles higher until I bent forward at the waist, scrabbled with my legs for a second, and then tumbled gracelessly to the ground at the far side of the fence. I hit the ground, and as I did, a nuclear weapon went off in my shoulder, white fire, blinding heat. I sucked in a breath and tried not to scream, but some sound must have escaped. There was a shout from somewhere behind me and the sound of voices converging on our position. Tara grimaced and turned her face to the oncoming voices. "Hurry up," I gasped. "Climb it and let's go." She shook her head, a stirring of dark hair. "No time. They are here." I gritted my teeth until they creaked, and I got my feet underneath me. She was right. The oncoming voices were close. Someone, Ben again, I thought, shouted out orders not to move. If Tara tried to clamber over the fence now, she was a perfect target at the top. The pursuers were too close. Tara didn't stand much chance of escaping, and if she didn't, I wouldn't make it far. I'd be caught, and in more trouble than ever, and McFinn would be on a rampage with no one to oppose him. I blinked sweat out of my eyes and knelt down as my blood pattered to the sidewalk. Little curls of steam came up where it hit the cold concrete. I took a breath and drew in every bit of will I could summon, drew in the pain and my fear and sick frustration and shoved it all into a hard little ball of energy. "Ventas veloce," I murmured. "Ubrium, ubrium." I repeated the words in a breathless little chant, curling my fingers in towards my palm as I did. The curls of steam from my blood began to thicken and gather into dense tendrils of mist and fog. Back along our trail, where more of my blood had spilled, more fog arose. For a few seconds it was nothing, just a low and slithering movement along the ground, and then it erupted forth. Billows of fog rising to cover the ground as the energy rushed out of me, covering Tara from my sight and causing shouts of confusion and consternation to come from the law officials pursuing us. I dropped to my side, overwhelmed by pain and fatigue. There was a whisper of sound, a creak of wrought metal, and then a light thump as Tara West landed beside me, invisible in the fog, though she was only a few feet away. She moved toward me, and then I saw her expression, her eyes wide with wonder, the first emotion I had seen on her face. "Wizard," she whispered. "Don't wear it out," I mumbled. And then everything went black. Chapter 14. I woke up someplace dark and warm, but then I opened my eyes and it wasn't dark anymore, just dim. I was in a hotel room, a cheap one. laying on my back on a double bed. Heavy curtains were drawn, but cheap curtain rods sagged in the middle and let light in from outside. I felt that I'd been lying there for a while. I took a deep breath, and it made my shoulder begin a dull, pounding throb. I moaned before I could think to keep quiet. I'm not a wimp, but it just hurt that bad. My throat was parched, my lips chapped. I turned my head, which made my jaw ache where Murphy had socked me. My left shoulder was covered in thick white bandages and wrapped firmly in tape. It looked clean and neat, except for the bruises I could see spreading out toward my chest and down my arm from beneath the bandages. As a side note, I noticed I was naked, and the list of candidates for who could have undressed me was awfully short. Beyond my shoulder, on the nightstand beside the bed, was a pile of miscellany. A book entitled SAS Survival Manual lay open to a page with several black and white illustrations of bandaging techniques. Beside it were some empty cardboard boxes whose labels declared them to have once contained cotton gauze wrapping, medical tape, that sort of thing. A brown bottle of hydrogen peroxide lay on its side atop a hacksaw with a nicked blade. I moved my right hand to rub my aching head. One bracelet of Murphy's handcuffs hung around my wrist, the chain swinging from the base of the bracelet, where it had apparently been severed by a hacksaw. The other bracelet was on my left wrist. I could feel it as a dull, throbbing band around the lower part of my arm. I did my best not to move too much, but the pain didn't go away. After a few minutes, I decided that my wound wasn't going to start hurting any less, so I sat up, slowly. Rising wasn't too much more trouble, though my legs shook a little. I made it to the bathroom and made use of the facilities, then splashed water on my face with my right hand. This time she didn't surprise me. I heard her move out of the darkness of the back corner of the room to ghost toward me. I glanced up to Tara West's amber-colored eyes in the mirror and said, "Tell me I didn't get lucky last night." Her expression never blinked, as though the insinuation had flown past her. She was still dressed in the same clothes and still held herself with the same relaxed composure she always displayed. "You were very lucky," she said. "The bullet went through muscle and missed the bone and the artery. You'll live." I scowled. "I don't feel so lucky." Tara shrugged. "Pain is to be endured. It ends or it does not." I saw her consider my back, then lower portions. "You are in reasonably good shape. You should be able to withstand it." I felt a hot rush of blood to my face, and I fumbled for a towel and awkwardly slung it around my hips. "Are you the one who bandaged me? And, I made a vague gesture with the fingers of the hand that was holding the towel and preserving my modesty. She nodded. "I am, and I have procured clothing for you that is not soaked in blood. You must dress so that we can help my fiancé." I turned to face her and tried my best glower. She didn't twitch an eyebrow. "What time is it?" She shrugged. "Late afternoon. The sun will set soon, and the moon will rise soon after. We will have no time to waste if we were to reach him before the change." "Do you know where he is?" She shrugged again. "I know him." I let out a breath and slowly walked past her. I went to the paper bag on the floor next to the bed. Inside it, I found a pair of enormous purplish sweatpants and a white T-shirt with an Old Glory flying on it in rippling metallic colors, subtitled, "Invest in America, Buy a Congressman." I wrinkled up my nose at the sweatpants, liked the shirt, and fumbled myself into the clothing, ripping off price tags as I went. "Where are we?" I asked. "A hotel in East Chicago," she said. I nodded. "How did you pay for it?" "I used cash. McFinn told me that the police can track the plastic cards." I squinted at her. "Yeah, they can." I rubbed a hand over my head and went to the mirror again to study myself. I was walking more easily now. The pain wasn't any less, but I was beginning to get more used to it. "Do you have any ibuprofen? Anything like that?" "Drugs," she said. "No." She picked up a set of rental car keys and turned toward the door. "Stop," I told her. She turned to me. Her eyes narrowed. "We are going now," she replied. "We are not going," I replied, "until I have a few answers." Her eyebrows furrowed and she glared at me. Then she turned and walked out of the room, letting in a brief flood of orange-tinted sunlight before the door slammed behind her. I considered the door for a moment. Then I sat down on the bed and waited. Perhaps 3 minutes passed. Then she reappeared. "Now," she said, "we will leave." I shook my head. "I told you no. Not until I get some answers." "MacFinn will answer your questions," Tara told me. "Now you must leave this place." I snorted and folded my arms over my chest. My shoulder took fire and I wobbled on the bed before I lowered my left arm again. I left the right one folded across my chest, but it just didn't have the same effect. "Where is MacFinn? Why did he kill Marconi's business partner and his bodyguards? Or did he kill them at all?" "You will leave this place," Tara began. "Who are you? Why did the pair of you mess up the first circle, the one in your basement? How did you know Kim Delaney?" Tara West snarled and seized me by the front of my shirt. "You will leave this place now," she said, glaring into my eyes. "Why should I?" I snarled. And for once I didn't avert my eyes. I stared into her gleaming amber eyes and braced myself for the impact of looking into her soul and for her to peer into mine. Instead, nothing happened. That in itself was enough to make my jaw drop incredulously. I continued to stare, and she didn't blink, didn't turn away, and didn't fall into a soul gaze with me. I shuddered in reaction. What was going on? Why didn't the gaze begin? There were only two kinds of people whose eyes I could meet for more than a second or two. The people who had already met my eyes in a soul gaze were one kind. Inhuman beings from the Never-Never were the other. I had never looked on Tara West's soul before. I remembered his soul gaze every time it happened. The experience wasn't the sort of thing you forgot. That only left one conclusion. Whoever she was, whatever she was, Tara West wasn't human. "We will leave now," she growled. I felt a surge of defiant grumpiness course through me. "Why should I?" I whispered back. "Because I have called the police and told them that you are here, and you are acting irrational and dangerous, and that you possess a weapon. They will be here momentarily. I think that the police might be feeling threatened, given all the recent deaths. They will be likely to shoot you rather than take chances." She let go of my shirt with a little push and stalked out of the room. I sat on the bed for about 5 seconds. Then I rose and hobbled after her, taking time to snatch my duster from where it was draped over a chair. There were holes in the upper left arm, one in the front of the sleeve, one in the back. It was crusty with dried blood that didn't much show against the black canvas. It was disgusting, but hey, it was mine. The boots and the socks I'd been wearing last night were in it, and I snagged them too. Outside, it was a late afternoon, and streets and highways would soon be crowded with commuters going home from work. Tara had rented a beat-up old car, probably from an independent rental business, rather than from one of those major chains. Good move on her part. It would draw things out while the police methodically went through agency after agency, looking for someone of her description, and they always started with the big places first. I studied her as she got in the car. She was tall and lean and pretty, in a knife-edge sort of way. Her eyes moved around constantly, not nervously or randomly, but with the cool precision of someone making herself aware with everything surrounding her at all times. Her hands were scarred, long-fingered, and strong. The bruise on her head, where I had smacked her with my blasting rod the night before, 2 nights before, I had lost a day sleeping in the hotel room, was probably hurting like hell, but she didn't seem to notice it. She drove us out into the streets of East Chicago, one of the distant suburbs of the big city, down at the south end of Lake Michigan, finally turning off into a quiet drive beside a sign that read, Wolf Lake Park. Tara West made me nervous. She'd appeared from nowhere to save me from the back of a police car, but what were her intentions? Was she really trying to help her fiancé keep from falling victim to his family curse again? Or were the two of them working together to remove anyone who could rebuild the magical circle that could contain McFinn and render him harmless? That would make sense, given that once Kim Delaney was dead, they came after me. On the other hand, that didn't fit with a lot of other facts. McFinn, if he truly was a loup-garou, changed into a beast only during the nights of the full moon. At least half a dozen people had been killed when the moon was waxing full, but not yet all the way there, or after it had been full for 3 nights already and was waning back toward half full again. And Tara West wasn't a werewolf. A werewolf was a human being who used magic to turn into a wolf. She had looked upon my eyes and not been drawn in. Therefore, she wasn't a human being. Could she be some kind of shapeshifter from the Never Never? McFinn's partner in crime, killing on the off nights to keep suspicion from falling on him? Some sort of being with which I was unfamiliar? Most of my background on the paranormal was Western European in origin. I should have been reading more books on Native American beliefs, South American spooks and haunts, African legend, East Asian folklore. But it was a little late for such regrets. If Tara West was a monster and wanted me dead, she could have killed me already, and she surely would not have bothered to clean and dress my injury. Of course, that begged the question, what did she really want? And that question led the way to many more. Who were the young people I had seen her with the first evening? What was she doing with them? Did she have some kind of cult of followers, like vampires sometimes build up? Or was it something else entirely? Tara pulled onto a little gravel lane, drove a 1/4 mile up it, and pulled off into the weeds. "Get out," she said. "He will be here, somewhere." The bouncing car ride had come to an end, mercifully, and the sun was still solidly above the horizon, with moonrise not for at least an hour after sunset. So I ignored the pain and pushed my way out of the car to follow her into the woods. It was darker underneath the ancient oaks and sycamores, and quiet. Birdsong came to us from far away, as though the birds were choosing the better part of valor and remaining where the sun could still touch the tree branches. The wind sighed through the woods, sending leaves spinning in all shapes of gold and orange and russet, adding to the thick, crunchy carpeting under our feet. Our steps sounded out distinctly as we moved ahead through the leaves, and the cool wind made me grateful I had thought to drape my duster over my shoulders. I studied the usually quiet Tara. She was walking with exaggerated motions, planting her feet down solidly with each step, as though intentionally trying to make noise. Once or twice she stepped out of her way to tread on a branch, snapping it with a dry popping sound. I was too tired and sore to go to any such effort. I just walked, and it made more noise than she did. Who says I can't do anything right? We hadn't gone more than a few hundred yards when Tara abruptly tensed, crouching, her eyes scanning all around. There was a whistling sound, and then a bent sapling jerked upright, dragging a noose around Tara's ankle and hauling her across the rock and leaf-covered floor of the woods with a yelp of surprise. I blinked at her, and something came out of the leaves, rose right up like Hamlet's dad from the stage floor, but instead of bemoaning his fate and charging me with avenging him, he slugged me across the jaw, on the same side of my face that already sported dark purple bruises, and sent me spinning to the ground, stunned. I landed badly, but on my unwounded side, and rolled out of the way as a muddy, naked foot stomped down at my head. I grabbed onto it and jerked with more desperation than strength, and the foot's owner fell down beside me. Instead of being slowed, he slapped his arms at the ground as he hit it, in much the same way Murphy did when practicing falls. Then he rolled as I struggled to my hands and knees and slid a hard, strong forearm beneath my throat, locking it there with the other hand and pressing back against my windpipe. "Got you! I got you!" snarled my attacker. I struggled against him, but he was bigger than me, stronger than me. He had me down, and he hadn't been shot or beaten up anywhere near as often as I had been in the last 15 hours or so. I didn't stand a chance. Chapter 15. So there I was, being strangled by a ranting, half-naked madman in the middle of the woods, with a she-werewolf dangling from a rope snare somewhere nearby. My gunshot wound hurt horribly, and my jaw throbbed from where my buddy the cop had brutalized it the night before. I've had worse days. That's the great thing about being a wizard. I can always tell myself, honestly, that things could be worse. I stopped trying to struggle against the man who was choking me. Instead, I grabbed his wrist and prepared to do something foolish. Magic is a kind of energy. It is given shape by human thoughts and emotions, by imagination. Thoughts define that shape, and words help to define those thoughts. That's why wizards usually use words to help them with their spells. Words provide a sort of insulation as the energy of magic burns through a spellcaster's mind. If you use words that you're too familiar with, the words that are so close to your thoughts that you have trouble separating thought from word, that insulation is very thin. So most wizards use words from ancient languages they don't know very well, or else they make up nonsense words and mentally attach their meanings to a particular effect. That way, a wizard's mind has an extra layer of protection against magical energies coursing through it. But you can work magic without words, without insulation for your mind, if you're not afraid of it hurting for a while. I drew in my will, my exhausted fear, and focused on what I wanted. My vision swam with dots of color. The man on my back snarled and growled incoherently, and spittle or foam dribbled onto the side of my face. Dried leaves and mud pressed against the other side of my face. Things started going black. Then I ground my teeth together and released my will with a burst of sudden energy. Two things happened. First, a rush of blinding thought, brilliant and wild and jangling, went through my head. My eyes swam with color, my ears with phantom sound. My senses were assaulted with a myriad of impressions. The sharp scent of earth and dry leaves, the rippling scratch of a centipede's legs fluttering up the skin of my forearms, the sensation of warm sunlight against my scalp, dozens of others I couldn't identify, things with no basis in reality. They were a side effect of the energy rushing through my head. The second thing that happened was a surge of electricity gathered from the air around me to my fingertips, gripped on the attacker's wrist, and surged up through his arm and into his body. He convulsed against my back, out of control, and the strength of his own reaction threw him off me and onto his back on the leaves, jerking and flopping, his face stretched in a tight-lipped expression of shock and fear. I wheezed for a breath, stunned and shaking, then scrambled back to my feet, only to stagger against a tree. I huddled there, watching my attacker's convulsions fade into a numb paralysis. Finally, he just stared at the sky, his lips open, his chest heaving in and out. I studied the man a little more closely. He was big. He was really big, at least as tall as me and twice as broad. He was dressed only in a pair of cut-off blue jeans, and those looked like they were ill-fit. He was in condition best described as overwhelmingly masculine, hairy-chested and muscled like a professional wrestler. There was gray in his hair and beard, and there were lines on his face, putting his age at well into maturity. It was his eyes that showed me the most about him. They burned green, wild and haunted, fastened on the distant sky now, but heavy with the weight of too much terrible knowledge. It couldn't have been easy to live with a curse like his. There was a scrambling sound, a muffled thump, and I looked up to see MacFinn's noose trap hanging empty, the rope swinging back and forth. My eyes tracked down to earth to find an indistinct shape stir in the leaves, and then resolve itself into Tara West's long limbs and practical clothes. She gathered herself beneath her and crossed at once to MacFinn, her chest heaving, her eyes vague and distant. "MacFinn," she said. "MacFinn! You've killed him!" she snarled, and her eyes snapped up to mine, bright and burning with amber anger. I could have sworn I saw her face start to change. Her bared teeth began to grow into fangs. Maybe that was just the effect of the magic on my perceptions, though, or a primitive lizard brain sort of reaction to Tara rising to her feet and charging toward me with a howl. There was murder in her eyes. I hadn't gotten beaten up twice, shot, and nearly strangled to get taken out by a misguided werewolf bitch. I gathered in my dizzy, snapping will and extended my good hand toward the charging woman, flicking my wrist in a circle. "Vento giastrus," I trumpeted. The winds howled down from the trees and whipped into a savage circle of moving air, lifting up dried leaves, sticks, and small stones. The miniature cyclone picked up the charging Tara up off the ground and hurled her a good 20 feet through the air into the branches of a pine tree. It also hurled out a cloud of rocks and small debris, forcing me to seek shelter behind a tree trunk. How embarrassing. It was a little more wind than I had wanted. That's the danger of evocation, of that instantaneous, kablooey sort of magic. Control can be somewhat tricky. All I had wanted was something to spin Tara around and to plop her down on her ass. Instead, rocks hammered against the tree trunk and zipped by, rattling against the trees all around in an almost deafening clatter. The wind shook the trees, tore branches from them, and cast half a ton of dirt and dust into the air in a choking cloud. The wind died after half a minute, leaving me choking and coughing on dust and dirt. I peered around the edge of my tree to see what I could see. The trees had been cleared of their autumn colors in a 50-foot-wide circle, leaving only stark branches behind. Where the bark had been brittle or dry, the cyclone had torn it from the trees, leaving pale, gleaming wood flesh visible. The leaves on the ground were gone as well, as were 6 or 8 inches of topsoil, wind erosion gone berserk. A few stones, newly naked, could be seen in the torn earth, as could the roots of some of the trees and a number of startled worms. MacFinn was sitting up, evidently recovering from the jolt I'd given him. His face was pasty and stunned as he looked around him. His chest rose and fell in uneven jerks. There was a rustle, and I caught sight of Tara West tumbling to the ground from the branches of the pine tree. She landed with a thump and sat there coughing and staring, her mouth hanging open in surprise. She blinked at me and nervously scooted a few inches backwards over the ground. "See there?" I wheezed, raising a hand and pointing at MacFinn. "He's breathing. He'll be all right." My mind was still spinning from the unshielded magic attack on MacFinn. I caught the strong scent of wildflowers and stagnant water, and felt what I was sure was the scales of a snake slithering across the palms of my hands, while something with wings and glittering, multifaceted eyes hovered at the edge of my vision, vanishing whenever I tried to look at it. I tried to shove everything that didn't make sense out of the way, to ignore it, but it was difficult to sort out the false impressions from the ones that were in front of me. Tara rose and made her way toward the fallen man. She knelt down over MacFinn and wrapped her arms around him. I closed my eyes and wheezed until my head began to slow down a little. I focused on all the pain that was lurking in the midst of the confusion. Pain in my shoulder, my throat, my jaw gave me a concrete foundation, a place that I knew was stable, if unpleasant. I fastened on it, concentrated, until I began to get less woozy. Once the pain returned in force, I wasn't sure I wanted to be less woozy, but I opened my eyes anyway. MacFinn had his arms around Tara's shoulders, and she was kissing him, as if she was trying to inhale him. I felt vaguely voyeuristic. I said, "Maybe we should get somewhere out of the open?" They disengaged slowly, and Tara helped MacFinn to rise to his full, impressive height. He made her look like a slip of a girl, but he leaned on her a little as he stood. He studied me, and I kept my eyes away from his. I didn't want to see what was inside of him. "Kim's dead," MacFinn said. "Isn't she?" It wasn't a question, but I nodded. "Yeah, last night." The big man shuddered and closed his eyes. "Damn it," he whispered. "Damn it all." "There was nothing you could do," Tara said, her voice low. "She knew the risks." "And you must be Harry Dresden," MacFinn said. He glanced at the burns on his wrist where my magic had taken him. Sorry about that. I didn't see Tara with you. I didn't know who you were. I shrugged. Don't worry about it. But can we get out of the open? Last thing we need is a couple of runners or bikers to come back and report us to the police. MacFinn nodded at me. All right, let's go. Tara gave me a last wary look and then turned with MacFinn to help him further back into the woods. I followed them. MacFinn's camp turned out to be hidden in the overhang of a bank of earth, heavily laced with the roots of the ancient trees above it that held it in place and kept it from simply spilling into a mound of mud. There was a small fire built at the back of the shelter the bank afforded, well shielded from sight. Tara settled down beside MacFinn, her manner restless. I remained standing, though the throbbing in my arm made me wish I were lying in a bed somewhere, instead of huddling in the middle of a small but genuine forest. All right, MacFinn, I said. You want my help, and you want me to keep more people from being hurt, but I need some things from you. He peered up at me, his green eyes calculating. I am hardly in a position to bargain, Mr. Dresden. What you need, I will give you. I nodded. Answers, but I've got a million questions. Dark will come in less than 2 hours. Moonrise is only slightly more than an hour after that. We don't have much time for questions. Time enough, I assured him. Why did you come here? I woke up about 5 miles from here this morning, MacFinn said, looking away from me as he did, staring at the fire. I've got several stashes hidden all around the city, just in case. This is one of the older ones. The damp had gotten to the clothes, and all I had were these. He gestured at his jean shorts. Do you remember what you did? The words had an edge to them, but at least I didn't say, do you remember killing Kim Delaney? Who says I can't be diplomatic? MacFinn shuddered. Pieces, he said, just pieces. He looked at me and said, I didn't mean to hurt her. I swear to you. Then why is she dead? The words came out flat, cool. Tara glared at me, and I watched MacFinn for his answer. My eyes narrowed. The curse, he said quietly. When it happens, when I change. Have you ever been angry, Mr. Dresden? So angry that you lost control? That nothing else mattered to you but acting on your anger? Once, I said. Well, maybe you can understand part of it then, MacFinn said. It comes on me, and there's nothing left but the need to hurt something, to act on the rage. I tried to tell Kim that the circle wasn't working, that she had to get out, but she wouldn't listen. I heard the frustration in his voice, and his hands clenched into fists. She wouldn't listen to me. It frustrated you, I said. And when you changed, he nodded. It's how I came back from Nam. Everyone else in my platoon died but me. I knew the full moon was coming. I knew that I hated them, hated the soldiers who had killed my friends. When I changed, I started killing until there wasn't anyone left alive within maybe 2 miles. I stared at MacFinn for a long moment. I believed that he was telling me the truth, that he didn't have much control, if any, over his actions when he transformed. Though it occurred to me that if he wanted someone dead, he could probably point his monster self in the right direction before he lost control. Note to self, do not cut MacFinn off in traffic. All right, I said. Why come here? Why to Wolf Woods? Why not to one of the other stashes? He smirked at the flames. Where else would a werewolf run, Mr. Dresden? Someplace a little less freaking obvious, I shot back. MacFinn shook his head. The FBI doesn't believe in werewolves. They aren't going to make the connection. Maybe, I conceded, but there are smarter people than the FBI looking for you now. I don't think you should stay here for long. MacFinn glanced at me, then glanced around him, as though listening for pursuers. You might be right, he admitted, but I'm not going anywhere until my head stops spinning. You don't look so good either. "I'll make it," I said. "All right, then. How did you know Kim Delaney? From her activist functions, I assume?" McFinn's face went pale at the mention of her name, but he nodded. "Originally, we came to know of her talents about a year ago. She told us how you were helping her control her abilities. She was helping me, indirectly, with the Northwest Passage project. Then last month I asked her for help." "Why did you do that?" McFinn glanced warily at Tara and then back at me. "Someone broke my circle." I hunkered down on my heels, resting my aching arm on my knees. "Someone broke your circle? The one in the basement?" "Yes," McFinn said. "I don't know who. I'm not home a lot. We found it broken when we went downstairs before moonrise last month." "And you asked Kim to fix it?" McFinn closed his eyes and nodded. "She said she could. She told us she would be able to make a new circle, one that would keep me from—" I chewed on my lip, and his voice trailed off. "Last month, you were meeting with Marconi's business manager, right? Negotiations over the project?" "I didn't kill him," McFinn said quickly. "He died the night after the full moon. I couldn't have made the change and done it then. The other 2 nights, I made sure I was well away from human beings. I didn't kill anyone the second 2 nights either. I was alone." "Your fiancé could have done those killings," I said, and flicked a glare at Tara West. She glared at me for a moment, then looked away. "She didn't," McFinn said, his tone cool. "Let's go back a bit," I said. "Someone messed up your circle. To do that, they would have to know about your curse, right? They would have to get into your house. So the question is, who could do those things? And then the question is, who would have done it, and why?" McFinn shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I just don't. I don't have much contact with the supernatural, Mr. Dresden. I keep my head down. I don't know anyone else who can make the change, except for her." He put his hand over that of the woman beside him. A suspicion took root in my mind, someplace dark and sneaky. I studied Tara as I spoke to McFinn. "You want to hear a theory?" I said. I didn't wait for him to answer. "Presuming you're telling the truth, I figure someone else did the killings the night before the full moon, last month. Some gangsters in town. Then they made sure that you would be the one going berserk the next 3 nights by fucking up your circle." "Why would they do that?" McFinn asked. "To set you up. They kill some people, maybe just for kicks, maybe for good reason, and then lay the blame at your feet. Someone like me, or the White Council comes poking around, they go straight to you. You're notorious, like a convicted felon. They find you over a body with a bloody knife, metaphorically speaking, and you're the one to burn at the stake. Literally." McFinn studied my face for a moment. "Or you think there might be another reason?" I shrugged. "Maybe you are the killer. You could be trying to make it look like someone was setting you up to me in the council. The police can't prove shit against you under the mundane justice system, and using this deception clears you with the supernatural community. So you moan and pose and say, 'Woe is me, I'm only the poor cursed guy,' and meanwhile a bunch of people end up dead. People who are standing in the way of you completing the Northwest Passage project." McFinn showed me his teeth. "You think the world wouldn't be better off without people like Marconi and his lick-spittles?" "Good word, lick-spittles," I replied, keeping my voice bland. "That doesn't really concern me right now, McFinn. Men like Marconi know the risks and take their chances. What bothers me is that a bunch of other people are getting dead, and they don't really deserve it." "Why would I be killing innocents?" McFinn demanded, his voice growing tight, clipped. "Innocents like Kim," I said. "I'm a wizard, not a saint. I'm allowed to be vindictive." McFinn went pale and looked down. "Maybe you're doing it as a smokescreen. Maybe you can't help it. Or hell, maybe you really are just a poor cursed guy and someone's using you like a puppet. There's no way for me to tell right now." "Assuming I'm not lying," McFinn grated, "who would have an interest in setting me up?" I shook my head. "That's the $3 million question. I'd say it was Johnny Marconi. He stands to benefit if you can't oppose his business interest in the Northwest. As I understand it, the Northwest Passage would pretty much put nails in the coffin of a lot of industry up in that direction. McFinn nodded grimly. It would. So that gives him a good motive. But how did he know about your curse? And how did he pull off ruining the circle? It doesn't sound like him. He would just have your brakes fail, or maybe arrange for you to meet a couple of big men in a dark alley. It's just his way. I shrugged. Who else will be doing it? Can you think of anyone? McFinn shook his head. I've always been lucky. Been able to hold myself in, lock myself up, or have been able to go far away, out into the wilds where no one would find me, so that when I changed, no one would be killed. That's why you were backing the Northwest Passage, I guessed. A place for you to go in safety when this full moon comes. A really big no-people zone. McFinn glanced aside at Tara, who was staring stoically into the distance. That and other reasons. His jaw tightened, and he looked back into the fire. You don't know what it's like, Mr. Dresden, to live with yourself. I rubbed at my mouth and chin with my good hand. I needed a shave. I studied McFinn and Tara together for a moment, trying to make up my mind. Was McFinn telling me the truth? Was he just a victim? Someone being used by a faceless villain still at large? Or was he lying to me? If he was lying, if all of this had been his design, what purpose would he have had in luring me out here? Killing me, of course. Getting rid of the only wizard who could pen up his monstrous form. That was, after all, what he would have done if I hadn't been able to shock him silly. What would he gain by removing me if I never stood in his way in the first place? Careful, Harry. Don't want to get too paranoid. Not everyone is planning and plotting and lying, but I had to wonder about Tara West. A nasty scenario was laying itself out in my mind. What if the dear, sweet fiancé was tired of hubby? What if she had done the before and after moon killings, then set up her sweetkins to take the fall for her? She can get rid of McFinn and Marconi's partner all in one fell swoop, leaving her and Marconi alive. Marconi could have found out about McFinn from Tara, and about the weakness of his circle from Tara as well. Tara wasn't human, not even a little. She was something else, maybe a being of the never-never. Who knew how her mind worked? And then there was the group of young people Tara seemed to be in charge of. How did they fit into this? What was she using them for? I went fishing. How are Georgia and Billy, Tara? I asked, my tone conversational. She blinked. Her mouth worked for a second, and then she answered. Fine. They're well. She pressed her lips together, clearly desiring the conversation to end. I watched McFinn. His face registered confusion, and then he looked between Tara and me uneasily. He didn't know who the hell I was talking about, and she didn't seem to want to let McFinn in on what was apparently a secret. Lil Miss Werewolf Shapeshifter thing, what are you plotting? I was going to press her harder when McFinn and Tara both looked up at exactly the same time, out toward the woods. I stared at them like a moron for a couple of seconds, my mind still running along the trails of thought, tracing potential lies, possibilities. Then I shook out of my brain and listened. Both of you along that way, Murphy said, from somewhere in the distance, downslope. Ron, take your 3 and fan out until we're even with the feds. Then we'll sweep west, up the hill. Christ, Murphy, Carmichael said. We don't owe the feds shit. If they'd have showed up on time, we'd have been out here hours ago. If we hadn't got that report about the West woman in the hotel room, we still wouldn't be here. Can it, Carmichael? Murphy snapped. Pictures of McFinn and the woman have been passed out, and you all know what Dresden looks like. Spread out and nab them. You don't even know if they're here, Carmichael protested. I'll bet you sex to donuts that they're here, Carmichael, Murphy said, her voice dripping with sweet venom. And that should tell you how certain I am. Carmichael muttered something under his breath, then growled orders to his men to fan out as Murphy had indicated. "Damn it," McFinn snarled. "How the hell did they know I was here?" "Where else would a werewolf go to hide?" I snapped. "Shit! How do we get out?" "Wind," Tara said. She and McFinn both came to their feet. "Or fog. Can you do one of those again?" I grimaced and shook my head. "I don't think so. I'm worn out. I'll probably make a mistake that could kill someone." "If you don't," Tara said, "we will be captured or killed." "You can't solve your problems by magic," I snapped. "He's right," McFinn said quietly. "We split up. The first one discovered makes a lot of noise, puts up a fight, and gives the others a chance to get away." "No," I said. "McFinn, you've got to stay with me. I can make a circle with some sticks and dirt if necessary, but if I'm not there, I can't hold you in when the curse takes hold later tonight." McFinn's teeth showed again. "No time to argue, Mr. Dresden," he said. "Indeed there is not," said Tara, and then she took off at a dead run. McFinn hissed a curse and grabbed for her as she ran, but missed. Tara flew on into the woods, rushing silently down the slope on an angle that would take her past the edge of the pursuer's line. She was noticed after only a few steps, shouts going up for 3 or 4 throats. "Bitch!" McFinn cursed, and he started after her. I seized his arms, my fingers clamping on his biceps hard enough to make him stop and stare at me, his green eyes fierce and wild. "Split up," I said, looking back down the hill. "If we're lucky, they won't even know that we were here." "But Tara knows what she is doing," I said. "If the police nail us, there's no way we're going to be able to hold it in tonight. We go now, and we meet at the nearest gas station to the park. All right?" From down the slope came the sounds of running men, a warning call, and then a gunshot. For Tara's sake, I hoped that Agent Ben wasn't down there. McFinn clenched his jaw and then ran up the slope on an angle. Down below us, there were more shouts, more shots fired, and a short, sharp cry of pain. Call me crazy, but those sounds, added to all the other things that had happened that day, were just too much for me to handle. I turned, cradling my wounded arm against me, and stumbled up the hill into a long, loping run. I kept my head down, watching my feet, only looking up often enough to make sure I didn't run into a tree, and fled. Chapter 16. I made it out of the park, exhausted and barely able to keep from screaming with pain. I stopped at the first gas station I could find so I could take off my boots. Old and comfortable as they were, cowboy boots were not meant for running cross-country. I leaned against the side of the building by the payphones, away from the street, and sat down on the sidewalk. My body throbbed with pain, slowing as my heart and breathing did. I gave McFinn an hour, but he didn't show up. No one did. I got restless, fast. Could both McFinn and Tara West have been captured? Murphy's cops might not have looked like much, but I knew they were tough and smart. And certainly not out of the realm of possibility. I rummaged in my duster's pockets, came up with enough change to make a phone call, then made my painful way to the phone. "Midwestern Arcane, this is Miss Rodriguez," Susan said when she picked up the phone. Her voice sounded tired and stressed. "Hi, Susan," I said. My shoulder twinged and I gritted my teeth, pulling my duster around me a little more tightly. The evening was bringing a cold wind and gray clouds, and the sweats in the cotton t-shirt Tara West had given me weren't enough to keep out the chill. "Harry?" she said disbelievingly. "My God! Where are you? The police are looking for you. They keep calling here. Something about a murder." "It's a misunderstanding," I said, and leaned against the wall. The pain was getting worse as the chill soaked in, and I started to shiver. "You sound terrible," Susan said. "Are you all right?" "Can you help me?" There was a pause at the other end of the line. "I don't know, Harry. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to get into any trouble." "I could explain it," I offered, struggling to keep my words clear through the pain. "But it's sort of a long story." I dropped a subtle emphasis on that last word. Sometimes it scares me how easy it is to get people to do what I want them to do, if you know something about them." "Story, huh?" Susan said. I could hear a sudden twinge of interest in her voice. "Sure. Murder, violence, blood, monsters. Give you the whole scoop if you give me a ride." "You bastard," she breathed, but I thought she was smiling. "I would have come to get you anyway." "Sure you would have," I said, but I felt a smile on my own lips. I told her the address of the gas station and hoped that the feds hadn't taken the time to get a wiretap for Susan's phone. "Give me half an hour," Susan said. "Maybe more, depending on traffic." I squinted up at the sky, which was rapidly darkening, both with oncoming dusk and the heavy, brooding clouds. "Time's important. Hurry if you can." "Just take care of yourself, Harry," she said, worry in her voice. Then she hung up the phone. I did too, and leaned back against the wall. I hated to draw Susan into this. It made me feel cheap, somehow. Weak. It was the whole problem with chivalry that I had. I didn't want a girl to be riding to my rescue, protecting me. It just didn't seem right. I would never have wanted to endanger Susan either. I was a murder suspect, and the police were looking for me. She could get into trouble for aiding and abetting or something like that. On the other hand, I didn't have much choice. I didn't have any money for a cab, even if I could get one this far from the city. I didn't have a car. I was in no shape to walk anywhere. My contacts, in the person of McFinn and Tara West, were gone. I had to have help, and Susan was the only one I thought I could trust to do it. If there was a story involved, she'd go to hell itself to get it. And I had used it against her, to lever her into helping me. I didn't like it that I had. I thought better of myself. I ducked my head against the cold and shivered and wondered if I'd done the right thing. It was while I was leaning against the wall, waiting, that I heard a scrabbling sound around the corner of the gas station. I tensed and waited. The sound repeated itself, a definite pattern of 3 short movements. A signal. Warily, I made my way to the back of the building, ready to turn and run as best I could. Tara West was there, behind the building, crouched down between several empty cardboard boxes that smelled of beer and a garbage bin. She was naked, her body a uniform shade of brown, without an ounce of excess fat on her. Her hair was mussed and had leaves and bits of twig caught in it. Her amber eyes looked even more alien and wild than usual. She rose and came toward me, evidently unconscious of the cold. She moved with a feral sort of grace that made me all too aware of her legs and her hips, even though I was battered, fatigued, and brooding. "Wizard," she greeted me, "give me your coat." I snapped my eyes back up to hers, then slipped out of my duster, though my shoulder screamed with pain as I pulled the coat off of it, and my body sent up an entirely different round of complaints as the cold wind gleefully cut through the thin clothes I wore beneath the duster. Tara took the coat and slid into it, wrapping it around her and buttoning it close. The sleeves were too long and the coat dangled to her ankles, but it covered her lean, strong body well enough. I found myself faintly regretful that I'd had it with me. "What happened?" I asked her. She shook her head. "The police do not know how game runs or how to chase it. One grabbed me. I made him let go." She glanced around us warily and raked her fingers through her hair, trying to comb out leaves and sticks. "I led them away from you and McFinn, changed, and made my way back to the camp. I followed McFinn's trail." "Where is he?" She bared her teeth. "The federal people caught him. They took him away." "Hell's bells," I breathed. "Do you know where?" "Into a car," she responded. "No," I said, growing frustrated. "Do you know where the car went?" She shook her head. "But they had an argument with the one called Murphy. Murphy had more people with her, more guns. McFinn went where Murphy wanted him to go." "Downtown," I said. "Murphy would want him in holding, down at the station. Hell, it's on the same floor as Special Investigations." Tara shrugged, her expression hard. "As you say." "We don't have much time," I said. "For what?" There's nothing more to be done. We cannot reach him now. MacFin will change when the moon rises. Murphy and the police people will die. Like hell, I said. I've got to get to the station before it happens. Tara studied me with narrowed eyes. The police are hunting for you as well, wizard. If you go there, you too will be locked in a cage. You will not be allowed to go to MacFin. I wasn't planning on asking permission, I said, but I think I can get inside. I just have to get to my apartment. The police will be watching it, Tara said. They will be waiting for you there. And in any case, you have no car and no money. How can you reach Chicago before the moon rises? There is nothing more to be done, wizard. There came a crunch of tires around the side of the gas station, and I peeked around the corner. Susan's car was just coming to a halt. Raindrops were starting to come down, and to make little impact circles on her Taurus's windshield. I felt a sudden surge of defiant energy. There's our ride, I said. Follow. I relished throwing the terse command at Tara, and she stared at me. I turned my back on her and stalked over to the car. Susan leaned across and threw open the passenger door, then blinked at me in surprise. She blinked again when Tara slipped in front of me, threw the passenger seat forward and slid into the back seat with a flash of long, lean legs, then regarded Susan with unreadable, distant eyes. I pushed the seat back and settled into place. It was a real effort to shut the door, and a small sound of discomfort escaped my mouth. When I looked at Susan, she was staring at me and at my arm. I looked down and found that the bandage and part of the T-shirt's sleeve were soaked through with blood. The purple bruises had spread a few inches, it seemed, and showed beneath the shirt's sleeve. Good Lord, Susan gasped. What happened? I got shot, I said. Doesn't it hurt? Susan stammered, still stunned. Is this female always so stupid? Tara asked. I winced. Susan turned in the seat and glowered at Tara, and I looked back to see Tara narrow her eyes and bare her teeth in what one could hardly say was a smile. It hurts, I confirmed. Susan, take us to my place, but don't stop when you get there. Just drive past slowly. I'll tell you everything on the way. Susan gave Tara one last skeptical glance, particularly taking in my bullet-torn duster and Tara's bare limbs. This better be good, Dresden. Then she slapped the car into gear and started driving with an irritated haste back toward the city. I wanted to collapse into sleep, but I made myself explain most of what had happened for the past couple of days to Susan, editing out the mentions of the White Council, demons, that sort of thing. Susan listened and drove and asked intent questions, fastening gleefully onto the information concerning the Northwest Passage project and Johnny Marconi's links to the business opposing it. Rain started coming down in a steady, murky veil, and she flickered on the windshield wipers. So, you've got to get to MacFin, Susan said when I was finished, before the moon comes up and he transforms. You got it, I said. Why don't you call Murphy? Tell her what's going on. I shook my head. Murphy isn't going to be in the mood to listen. She busted me and I fled arrest. She'd have me in a cell before I could say abracadabra. But it's raining, Susan protested. We won't be able to see the moon tonight. Won't that stop MacFin from changing? I blinked at the question and glanced back at Tara. She was watching the buildings pass outside the window as the streetlights started flickering on. She didn't look at me, but shook her head. No such luck, I told Susan. And with these clouds, I can't even tell if the sun has gone down yet, much less how much time we have before moonrise. Susan breathed out slowly. How are you going to get to MacFin, then? I got a couple of things at my apartment, I said. Drive on by. Let's see if there's anyone watching the old place. Susan turned the car down my street, and we rolled slowly through the rain. The old boarding house huddled stoically beneath the downpour, its gutters gurgling and spouting streams of water. The street lights glowed with silver halos as the rain came down. A bit down from my building, a plain brown sedan was parked, and a couple of shadowy forms could be seen inside it when Susan drove past them. That's them, I said. I recognize one of them from Murphy's unit. Susan let out another breath and drew the car around the corner, parking it along the street. "Is there any way to sneak into your place? A back door?" I shook my head. "No. There's only one door in, and you can see the windows from here. I just need the police not to be looking for a few minutes." "You need a distraction," Tara said. "I will do it." I looked over my shoulder. "I don't want any violence." She tilted her head to one side, her expression never changing. "Very well," she said. "For MacFinn's sake, I will do as you say. Open the door." I stared at her fathomless eyes for a second, searching for any signs of deception or betrayal. What if Tara was the killer? She had known about MacFinn and was able to transform in one fashion or another. She could have committed the murders last month, as well as the one 2 nights past. But if so, why had she seemingly sacrificed herself so that MacFinn and I could escape? Why had she come to find me? Then again, MacFinn had been captured, and her words at the gas station may have been calculated to make me give up trying to help him, if you looked at them from a certain point of view. What if she was trying to take care of both MacFinn and me by throwing us into the mundane legal system? My head spun with pain and weariness. Paranoid, Harry, I told myself. You've got to trust someone, somewhere, or else MacFinn goes furry and Murphy and a lot of other good people die tonight. There wasn't much choice. I opened the door, and we both got out of the car. "What are you going to do?" I asked Tara. Instead of answering, the amber-eyed woman stripped off my duster and handed it back to me, leaving herself nude and lovely in the rain. "Do you like to look at my body?" she demanded of me. "Careful how you answer that one, Buster," Susan growled from the car. I coughed and glanced back at Susan, keeping my eyes off the other woman. "Yeah, Tara, that will work fine, I guess." "Wait for 20 slow breaths," she said. There was a note of amusement in her voice. "Pick me up at the far end of the block." Then she turned on a bare heel and glided into the darkness between streetlights in a graceful lope. I frowned after her for a moment, then drew my duster back on. "You don't have to look quite so hard," Susan said. "Is she the human interest angle for this story?" I winced, holding my wounded arm close to my side, and leaned down to meet Susan's eyes. "I don't think she's human," I said. Then I stood and started walking down the street, slowing my steps so I didn't round the corner until Tara's prescribed time limit had elapsed. Even when I did, I walked quickly, like someone hurrying home out of the rain, my hands in my pockets, keeping my head down against the gray downpour. I crossed the street toward my apartment building, glanced at the sedan as I did. The cops weren't watching me. They were staring at a pool of light beneath the streetlight behind them, where Tara spun gracefully through the steps of some sort of gliding dance, moving to a rhythm and a music I could not hear. There was a primal sort of intensity to her emotions, raw sexuality, feminine power coursing through her movements. Her back arched as she spun and whirled, offering out her breasts to the chill rain, and her skin was slick and gleaming with water. I tripped over the curb on the far side of the street and felt my cheeks start to flame as I hurried down to the steps of my apartment. I unlocked the door and went inside, shutting it behind me. I didn't light any candles, relying on my knowledge of the house to move around. The 2 potions were in their plastic sports bottles on the counter where I had left them. I grabbed up my black nylon backpack from the floor and threw the bottles in. Then I went into my bedroom and grabbed the blue coveralls with the little red patch over one breast pocket stenciled with Mike in bold letters. My mechanic had left them in the trunk of the Blue Beetle the last time the Beetle was in the shop. I added a baseball cap, a first aid kit, a roll of duct tape, a box of chalk, 7 smooth stones from a collection of them I keep in my closet, a white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans, and a huge bottle of Tylenol, zipped up the backpack, and headed back out again. At the last moment, I took up my wizard staff from the corner by the door. Something flashed past my legs, moving out into the night, and I almost jumped out of my skin. Mr. paused at the top of the stairs to look back at me, his cat eyes enigmatic and irritated, and then vanished into the darkness. I muttered something under my breath and locked the door behind me, then headed out once more, my heart rattling along too quickly to be comfortable. Tara was on her hands and knees in the middle of the pool of light behind the sedan, her damp hair fallen all around her face, her lips parted, facing the two plainclothes officers who had gotten out of the car and were speaking to her from several feet away. Her chest was heaving in and out, but having seen her in action, I doubted it was merely from the exertion of her dance. Looked nice, though. The policemen were sure as hell staring. I gripped my staff in hand, along with the backpack, and walked away down the street again. It didn't take long to make it back to Susan's car, and she immediately wheeled the vehicle around the block without comment. Susan hardly begun to slow down when Tara appeared from between a couple of buildings and loped over to the car. I leaned forward, opened the door, and she got into the back seat. I threw her the extra clothes I picked up, and she began to dress without comment. "It worked," I said. "We did it." "Of course it worked," Tara said. "Men are foolish. They will stare at anything female and naked." "She's got that right," Susan said under her breath, and jerked the car into the motion again. "Oh, we're going to talk about this one, mister. Next stop, Special Investigations." Outside the battered old police building downtown, I pulled the baseball cap a little lower over my eyes and drank the blending potion. It really didn't have any taste to it at all, but it twitched and bubbled all the way down my gullet until it hit my stomach. I gave the potion a few seconds to work and shifted my hands on the handle of my wizard staff. Even though the end of it was shoved into a wheeled bucket, it still didn't look much like the handle of a mop. And even though I was dressed in dark blue coveralls, they were ridiculously short on me. I did not look much like a janitor. That's where the magic came in. If the potion worked, I would look like background to any casual observers, a part of the scenery that they would not glance at twice. So long as they didn't give me an intense scrutiny, the potion's power should be able to keep me from being noticed, which would let me get close to MacFinn, which would let me put in a containment circle around him and keep his transformed self from going on a rampage. Of course, if it didn't work, I might just end up studying the inside of a jail cell for a few years, provided the transformed MacFinn didn't tear me apart first. I tried to ignore the pain in my shoulder, the nervous tension in my stomach. I was rebandaged, Tylenol'd, and as reasonably refreshed as I could possibly have been without drinking the potion I had brewed just for that purpose. If I could have had both potions going in my system without making me too ill to move, I would have downed the refresher potion the moment I got my hands on it, but without the blending potion, there was no way for me to get inside a MacFinn. I could only hope that I'd find a use for it eventually. I'd hate the effort to go to waste. I waited impatiently in the rain, sure for a moment that I had messed something up when I'm making the potion, that it wasn't going to have any effect at all. And then I felt it start to work. A sort of a gray feeling came over me, and I realized with a start that the colors were fading from my vision. A sort of listless feeling came over me, a lassitude that advised me to sit down somewhere and watch the world go by, but at the same time the hairs on the back of my neck prickled up as the potion's magic took effect. I took a deep breath and walked up the stairs of the building with my bucket and my mop, pulled open the doors, and went inside. Shadows shifted and changed oddly, all grays and blacks and whites, and for a second I felt like an extra on the set of Casablanca or the Maltese Falcon. The solid old matron of a sergeant sat at the front desk, thumbing through a glossy magazine, a portrait done in colorless hues. She glanced up at me for a second, and tinges of color returned to her uniform, her cheeks, and her eyes. She looked me over casually, sniffed, and lowered her face to her magazine again. As her attention faded, so did the colors from her clothing and skin. My perceptions of her changed as she paid attention to me or did not. I felt my face stretch in a victorious smile. The potion had worked. I was inside. I had to suppress an urge to break into a soft shoe routine. Sometimes being able to use magic was so cool. I almost stopped hurting for a few seconds, from sheer enjoyment of the special effects. I would have to remember to tell Bob how much I liked the way this potion worked. I kept my head down and moved past the desk sergeant. Just one more janitor coming in to clean up the police station after hours. I picked up the bucket and my mop and went up the stairs toward the holding cells and the special investigations offices on the 5th floor. One cop passed me on the stairs and didn't so much as look at me. His uniform and skin remained entirely devoid of color. I grew more confident and moved with more speed. I was effectively invisible. Now, all I had to do was find McFinn, trick my way into seeing him, and save Murphy and all the other police from the monster McFinn would become before they arrested me for trying to do it. And time was running out. Chapter 17. Ever wish you had an almanac? I did, that night. I had no idea what time the moon was supposed to rise, and I hadn't exactly had time to run to the library or a bookstore. I knew that it was supposed to happen an hour or so after sundown, but the way the clouds rolled in made it uncertain exactly when sundown had happened. Did I have 20 minutes? 10? An hour? Or was I already too late? As I climbed the stairs, I thought about being alone in a building with McFinn after he had changed. For all my vaunted wizard's knowledge, I had no real idea of his capabilities. After seeing Kim's body, I had something of an idea of what he could do. Bob had said that Loup-Garou were fast, strong, virtually immune to magic. What could I do against something like that? I just had to pray that I would be able to get the circle up around McFinn before I had to find out. I checked the bucket to make sure I still had the chalk and the stones I would need to construct the greater circle around McFinn. You didn't necessarily have to make them out of silver and gold and whatnot. Mostly, you just had to understand how the construct channeled the forces that were being employed. If you knew that, you could figure out how to make it out of less pure materials. The very best wizards don't need much more than chalk, table salt, and a wooden spoon to pull off some remarkable stuff. My thoughts were rambling now. Panic making them scamper around like a frightened chipmunk. That was bad. I needed focus, direction, concentration. I drove my legs a little harder, went up the stairs as fast as I dared, until I came out on the 5th floor. The door to the special investigations was 10 feet down the hall. The holding cells were down the hall and around the corner, and I started that way at once. "What do you mean you can't find him?" Murphy's voice demanded as I walked past the office door. "Just that. The men on his apartment said they kept a real good eye on the place, but he got in and out without them seeing anything." Carmichael's voice was tired, frustrated. Murphy snorted. "Christ, Carmichael! Is Dresden going to walk right into the office before you find him?" I hurried past the door and round the hall. Tempting as it was to listen to a conversation about myself without the participants knowing, I just didn't have time. I wheeled my wobbling, squeaky bucket down the hall, half jogging in my hurry. Holding was set up, unsurprisingly, behind bars. There was a swinging barred door that the station guard had to buzz open if he didn't have a key. Beyond that was a sort of an antechamber with a couple of wooden chairs and not much else, beside a counter with a window made of bulletproof glass. The jailer sat behind the glass at his desk, his expression baggy-eyed and bored. Past the jailer's window was another door, made of steel, with a tiny little window, which led to a row of cells. The jailer had the controls to that door at his desk as well. I went to the first barred door, kept my head down, and rapped on the metal slats. I waited for a while, but nothing happened, so I rapped on the bars again. It occurred to me that it would add a nice touch of irony if the same blending potion that got me into the building also kept me from being noticed by the jailer and let inside. I rapped on the bars again, harder this time, with the shaft of my wooden mop. It took some determined rapping to get him to look up from his magazine, but he finally did, and peered at me through thick glasses. His colors swirled and gained a bit of tint before settling back toward gray. He frowned at me, glanced back at the calendar on the wall, and then pushed the button. The barred door buzzed, and I shoved it open with my bucket, wheeling inside with my head down. "You're early this week," the jailer said, his eyes back on the magazine. "Out of town on Friday. Trying to get done sooner," I replied. I kept my voice in a monotone, as gray and boring as I could manage. To my surprise, it came out as I intended it. I'm usually not much of a liar or an actor, so the potion must have been helping me on some subtle or devious level. One thing I'll say for Bob, he's annoying as hell, but he knows his stuff. "Whatever, sign here," the jailer said in a bored tone, and shoved a clipboard and a pen at me through the slot at the base of the plexiglass window. He turned a page in his magazine, showing me a picture of an athletic-looking young woman doing something anatomically improbable with an equally improbable young man. I hesitated. How the hell was I supposed to sign in and out? I mean, Bob's potion may have been good, but it wasn't going to change a signature after I put it on paper. I glanced at the inner door and then back at the wall. To hell with it. I didn't have time to hang around. I went over to the counter and scribbled something unreadable on the admissions sheet. "Have any trouble tonight?" I asked. The jailer snorted, turning his magazine to the right by 90 degrees. "Just that rich guy they brought in earlier. He was yelling for a while, but he's shut up now. Probably coming down off whatever he was on." He collected the clipboard, gave it a perfunctory glance, and hung it back up on its peg beside a bank of black and white monitors. I leaned closer to the monitors, sweeping my eyes over them. Each was apparently receiving a signal from a security camera, because each one of them displayed a scene that was exactly the same, except the actors in it. A small cell, maybe 8 feet by 8, with bars serving as one wall, smooth concrete for the other 3, a bunk, a toilet, and a single door. Maybe 2/3 of the monitors had a strip of masking tape stuck to the lower right-hand corner of the screen, with a name like Hansen or Washington written in black marker. I frantically scanned the bank of monitors until, in the lower corner, I found the one that said MacFinn. I looked at his monitor. The video was blurred, flecked with snow and static, but I could see well enough what had happened. The cell was empty. Concrete dust drifted in the air. The wall of bars was missing, apparently torn from the concrete and allowed to fall away. I could see the scraps of MacFinn's denim shorts laying on the floor of the cell. "Hell's bells," I swore softly. There was a flicker of motion on another monitor, the one next to MacFinn's. The tape at the bottom of the screen read Matson, and a starved-looking, unshaven man in a sleeveless white undershirt and blue jeans could be seen curled up on the bunk, his back pressed to the rear corner of the cell. His mouth was open and his chest straining, as though he were screaming, but I could hear nothing through the thick security door and the concrete walls. There was a flicker of motion, a huge and furry shape on the camera, out of focus, and Matson threw up his skinny arms to protect himself as something huge and quick shoved its way between the bars, like a big dog going through a rotting picket fence, and engulfed him. There was a burst of static and violent motion, and then a spattering of black on the gray walls and floor of the cell, as though someone had shaken up a cola and sprayed the walls with it. Then the huge form was gone, and left behind was a ragged, quivering doll of torn flesh and blood-soaked clothing. Matson stared up at the security camera, his dying eyes pleading with mine, and then he jerked once and was gone. The entire thing had taken perhaps 3 or 4 seconds. My eyes swept over the other security monitors as a sick sort of fascination settled over me. Prisoners were straining to the front of their cells, shouting things out, trying to get enough of a look to see what was going on. I realized they couldn't see what was happening. They could only hear. They wouldn't be able to look out and see the transformed MacFinn until he was at the bars of their cell. Fear, sick and horrible and debilitating, swam over me and tangled up my tongue. The creature had gone through the bars of the cell as though they had been made of cheap plastic, and it had killed without mercy. I stared at Matson's dead eyes, at the ruined mess of what had been his guts, at the detached pieces of meat and bone that had once been his leg and right arm. Stars above, Harry, I thought to myself. What the hell are you doing in the same building with that thing? On another monitor, there was a replay of what had happened seconds before, and an aging black man named Clement went down beneath the creature, screaming as he died. Seeing what was happening set off some primal, ancient fear, something programmed into my head. A fear of being found in my hiding place, of being trapped in some tiny space from which there was no escape, while something with killing teeth and crushing jaws came in to eat me. That same primitive, naked part of me screamed and gibbered and shouted at my rational mind to turn around right now, turn around and run, fast and far. But I couldn't let it go on. I had to do something. "Look," I said, and pointed at the monitor. My finger trembled, and my voice came out as a ghost of a whisper. I tried again, jabbing my finger at the monitors and half shouting, "Look!" at the jailer. He glanced up at me, tilted his head, and frowned. I saw some colors starting to bleed into his face, but that didn't matter now. I continued pointing at the monitors and tried to step closer to them. Look at the screens. My God, man!" By now my voice was coming out in a high, panicky tone. I pressed as close to the monitors as I could, yelling, excited. I should have known better, of course. Wizards and technology simply do not mix, especially when the wizard's heart is pounding like the floor of a basketball court and his guts are shaking. The monitors burst into a frantic display of static and snow, flickering images, sometimes visible, sometimes not. The guard gave me a disgusted look and turned around to glance at the monitors. He blinked at them for a second, while the man in the monitor titled Murdoch died in flickering, poor reception. "What the hell's is wrong with those things now?" Jailer complained, and he took off his glasses to clean them. "There's always something going wrong with the damn cameras. I swear it isn't worth the money they cost to keep fixing them." I frantically backed up from the monitors. "They're dying," I said. "God, you've got to let those men out of there before it kills them." The man nodded. Tell me about it. Just goes to show you how smart the city is, right?" I stared at him for a second. He put his glasses back on to give me a polite, bored smile. His colors had gone back to black and white, and I must have looked like a dull, humdrum old janitor to him once again. The potion had blended my words into something that the guard's brain would accept without comment and let pass, just boring, everyday conversation like you have with people 90% of the time. The potion was fantastic. Way, way too good. "Look at the monitors," I screamed in frustration and fear. "He's killing them." The monitors won't stop you doing your job," the guard assured me. "I'll just buzz you in." And with that, he pressed a button somewhere behind the plexiglass window, and the security door that led into the hallway of cells made a humming sound, clicked, and swung 3 or 4 inches open. Screams poured out of the cells, high sounds that you wouldn't think could come from a man's throat, panicked and terrified. There was a horrible wrenching sound, a screech of protesting metal, and one of the screams peaked at a quivering, violent point, then dissolved into a strangled mishmash of sounds, of tearing and snapping and popping, of gurgling and thudding. And when they were finished, something big, with a cavernous, resonating chest, snarled from not 10 feet beyond the security door. I shot a glance to the guard, who had stumbled to his feet and was grabbing for his gun. He headed out of his station, opened the door that led to the antechamber, presumably to investigate. "No!" I shouted at him, and threw myself at the security door. I sensed, rather than saw, something else, on the other side of the wall, heading for the exit. I could hear its breath, feel its massive motion through the air, and hurled my shoulder against the door, slamming it forward, just as something huge and strong thrust a paw through the doorway. The edge of the steel security door slammed forward onto the paw, a member that was neither wholly a paw or a hand, but somewhere in between, tipped with huge black claws and drenched in wet, dark blood. I heard the creature on the far side of the door, only 3 inches of steel away, snarl in a fury and hatred so pure as to be painful to hear. Then it started shoving at the door. The first shove was tentative, but though I strained with all my strength, it slapped me back a foot across the room. My boots slipped on the tile. That paw hand turned, and the talons sank into the steel door in a sudden snapping motion as the thing took hold of it and started wrenching it back and forth in berserk anger. "Help me!" I shouted at the guard, struggling to force the door closed. The jailer blinked at me for a second, then flooded with color. "You," he said. "My God, what is happening?" "Help me close this door, we're both dead," I snarled, continuing to push forward with every ounce of strength I could summon. At the far side of the door, the loup-garou gathered its weight and hurled itself against the door just as the guard rushed forward to help me. The door exploded inward, throwing me back like a doll, past the guard, who stumbled back through the door that led behind the counter where he'd been sitting and fell to the ground. My upper back hit the barred door that led out to the hallway, eliciting an instant flash of hot agony from my wounded shoulder. There was a snarl, and then the creature that had been Harley MacFinn came through the doorway. The loup-garou was a wolf, in the same way that a velociraptor is a bird. Same basic design, vastly different outcome. It must have been 4 or 5.5 feet tall at the tip of his hunched shoulders, and was wider than a wolf, as though a wolf had been squashed down with an extra 500 or 600 pounds of muscle. The pelt was shaggy, jet black and matte, except where fresh blood was making it glisten. Its ears were ragged, upright, focused forward. It had a muzzle that was too wide to belong to anything natural, a mouthful of teeth, and MacFinn's blazing eyes done in monochrome gray. The whole stained with blood that looked black beneath the influence of the blending potion. Its limbs were disproportionate, though I couldn't say whether they were too long or too short, just wrong. Everything about it was wrong, screamed with malice and hate and anger, and it carried a cloak of supernatural power with it that made my teeth hurt and my hair stand up on end. The loup-garou came through the door, swept its monochrome gaze past me, then turned to its left with unholy grace and flung itself at the jailer. The man got lucky. He stood up and saw the creature as he was regaining his feet, then convulsed in a spasmodic reaction to the sight of the fanged horror. The reaction threw him a few inches out of the loup-garou's path. He scrambled back behind the counter and out of my sight. The loup-garou turned to pursue the jailer behind the counter, slowed because it had to shoulder its way between the counter and the wall, making the counter buckle outward into the room. The jailer got to his feet, gun in hand, took a credible shooting stance, and emptied the pistol's clip into the loup-garou's skull in the space of maybe 3 seconds, filling the little antechamber with a sound of thunder and drowning out the cries of the prisoners in their cells in the hall beyond. The monster kept coming. The bullets bothered it no more than a fly ramming the forehead of a professional wrestler. It rose up as the guard screamed, "No! No! 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 No!" And then it fell upon him, claws and fangs slashing. The jailer tried to run where there was no place left to go, and the thing turned its head and sank its jaws into the small of the man's back, releasing a spray of blood. The jailer screamed and grabbed frantically at the console, but the loup-garou shook its head violently from left to right, tore him from the console, and hurled him to the floor behind the counter. I didn't see the guard die, but I saw the way the blood flew up over the haunched, gnarled shoulders of the loup-garou to decorate the walls and the ceiling. I felt silently grateful when the bent and warped panes of plexiglass became obscured with scarlet. It was sometime right around then, as paralyzing agony seared through my shoulder and terrified prisoners screamed and cried out to God or Allah to save them, that I noticed that a new noise had been added to the din. The guard had tipped off the alarm when he had scrambled at the console, and it was hooting enthusiastically. Cops were going to come running, and one of the first was going to be Murphy. The loup-garou was still savaging the jailer's body, and I hoped for his sake that the man wasn't still alive. My best option would have been to slip into the cell block, close the security doors behind me, and hope the creature went out into the building at large. Within the cell block, I would have had time to put up a warding barrier, something that would have kept the monster from coming through the door, or the walls to get at me and the prisoners in there. I could fort up there, waiting for morning, and live through the night, almost certainly. That was a smart thing to do. It was the survivable thing to do. Instead, I turned to my staff across the little room and held forth my hand. "Vinto servitas," I hissed, forcing out tightly focused will, and a sudden current of air simultaneously threw my staff to me and slammed shut the door to the cells, giving the trapped prisoners what little protection it offered. I caught the staff in my outstretched hand and turned to the barred gate that held me shut in the antechamber with the loup-garou. I thrust my staff in between the bars and leaned against it as though to pry the bars apart. Had it been only wood and muscle involved, I might have snapped the ancient ash. But a wizard's staff is a tool that helps him to apply forces, to manipulate them and maneuver them to his will. So I leaned my will and my concentration on my staff at the same time I did my body, and worked on multiplying the force I was putting against the steel bars. "Fosare," I hissed, "Fosare." The metal began to strain and buckle. Behind me, the loup-garou started thrashing around. I heard the shattering of plexiglass and shot at a look over my shoulder. The scant protection offered by the potion collapsed, colors flooding my vision. The black of its muzzle warmed to a scarlet-smeared wash of dark brown stained with wet scarlet. Its fangs were ivory and crimson. Its eyes became a brilliant shade of green. It cut through the blending potion with the ferocity of its stare and focused on me with an intensity that sent every instinct in my body screaming that death was here, that it was about to jump down my throat and rip me inside out. "Fosare," I shouted, shoving against the staff with every ounce of strength I had. The bars bowed out in the middle, parting to an opening perhaps a foot wide and twice as long. The counter exploded outward as the loup-garou came through it, showering me with debris and minor painful cuts. I dove through the opening, heedless of my shoulder, conscious only of the beast closing in behind me. My body sailed through with more grace than I could have managed under less panicked circumstances, almost as though the rush of air moving before the charging creature had helped me lift through. And then something closed on my left foot, and I simply lost all sensation in it. I fell short to the floor, bumping my chin hard enough to draw blood at the corner of my tongue. I looked over my shoulder to see the loup-garou, one of my boots held in its jaws, its broad head shoved through the opening in the bars and caught there. But its paws were smeared with scarlet blood, and its feet slipped left and right on the tile floor. Incredible strength or no, it couldn't get the leverage it needed to tear the bars apart like tissues. I heard myself making desperate animal sounds, struggling in a panic, writhing. The alarm was howling all around me now, and I could hear shouts and running footsteps. Dust was falling down around the edges of the bars, and I could see the loup-garou was slowly tearing them from their mountings in the floor and the ceiling, despite its bad footing. I twisted my foot left and right, horrid images of simply losing it at the ankle flashing in my mind, and then abruptly shot forward several feet along the floor. I glanced down at my leg and saw a blood-stained sock before I scrambled up and started running for my staff. Behind me, the loup-garou howled in frustration and began to throw itself about. It must have scraped enough of the blood off its paws, because then it tore through the wall of bars in 2 seconds flat and then was rushing after me. I took up my staff and spun to face the creature, planting my feet on the floor, holding the ashwood before me. "Tornarios," I thundered, thrusting my staff upward, and the thing threw itself at me in a rush of power and mass. My aim was to reflect the loup-garou's own power and momentum back against it. Force equals mass times acceleration, etc., but I had underestimated just how much power the thing had. It overloaded my limits, and we split the difference. The creature slammed against a solid force in the air that canceled its momentum and flung it to the floor. Approximately equal force was also applied to me, but I was probably a fifth of the mass of the loup-garou. I was flung back through the air like a piece of popcorn in a sudden wind, all the way to where the hall turned the corner to lead down to special investigations. I hit the floor before I hit the wall, thankfully, bounced, rolled, and slapped into the wall at last, grateful to be at the stop and aching all over. I had lost my staff in the tumble. The tile floor was cool against my cheek. I watched the loup-garou recover itself, focus its burning eyes on me, and hurl down the hallway. I was in so much pain that I could appreciate the pure beauty of it, the savage, unearthly grace and speed with which it moved. It was a perfect hunter, a perfect killer, fast and strong, relentless and deadly. It was no wonder that I had lost to such a magnificently dangerous being. I hated to go, but at least I hadn't been beaten by some scabby troll or whining, angst-ridden vampire, and I wasn't going to turn away from it either. I drew in what was to be my last breath, my eyes wide on the onrushing loup-garou. So I could clearly see, as Murphy looked down at me with crystal blue eyes that saw right through the potion's effects. She gave me a hard glance and placed herself between me and the onrushing monster in a shooter's stance, raising up her gun in a futile gesture of protection. "Murphy!" I screamed. And then the thing was on us.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.